we've got everybody and we're ready to go. So the first step would be a call to order and a roll call. So if the city clerk would do roll call.
Councilmember Lyons.
Here.
Councilmember San Antonio.
Brother.
Councilmember Schaefer. Here. Deputy Mayor O'Hara. Somewhere. He is here. And Mayor Ayler.
Here.
Record will show that all members of the city council are present.
Okay, we're here today for a special meeting of the Encinitas City Council and the San Diego Water District. This is I'm looking for, it's basically the annual goal setting strategic planning session. And with that, do we do no Pledge of Allegiance today? No, okay. And introductions, what do we think we go around the room and introduce people? I'll start with Jim Ponder, who's I'll call you the master of ceremonies for today. You're the facilitator for the meeting, and of course I'm Bruce Ehlers, I'm the mayor, and then I'll hand the microphone around. We'll go around the table here and introduce.
I'm Lou Schaefer, District 1 City Council. Looking forward to having a great couple days. We had a great couple days last year and are on track to do exactly what we talked about last year, but we didn't say anything this year. I'll go around.
Hello, good morning. Joy Limes, City Council District 3. Thank you.
Good morning, Jennifer Campbell, City Manager.
Good morning, Chief Finn, Interim City Attorney.
Good morning, Mike James, Deputy City Manager.
Good morning, Jill Schwarm, Assistant City Manager.
Good morning. District 4, Marcos Anthony. Good morning, Jim O'Hara, Deputy Mayor.
Good morning, and
And then I'd also like to introduce Pete. Go ahead.
Pete Weichers, Deputy City Clerk.
Can't hear you.
Pete Weichers, Deputy City Clerk.
Jack Giraffe, Management Analyst in the City Clerk's Office.
Okay, now.
all right. Thank you all very much. I'm excited to be back again, and this is going to be a great day. We're going to turn it over to public comment in just a moment. As this talks about the annual retreat, and it's really about refinement and focus from what we did last year and looking at moving into next year and being as productive as we've been this year. So we're going to get started with public comments, and after that we will move into the rest of the session.
And I think, how many speakers do we have?
At the moment, we have 28 speakers.
Okay, great. And we have set aside at least 2 hours, so 3 minutes, 28 speakers, we should do fine. We will call you up, the clerk will call you up one by one, come on up and speak and tell us what.
3 at a time, and the microphone right there in the middle. First 3 speakers, Nancy Hartwig, followed by Judy Burlfine, and then Ellen Berg.
Good morning, Mayor Ehlers. How's this? Good morning.
Before your time starts, can we hear any of these be switched on?
Good morning, Mayor Ehlers and council members. I'm Nancy Hardwick, an Encinitas resident for more than 40 years and a volunteer with Moms Demand Action for Gun Sense in America. We are a grassroots organization with more than 11 million supporters nationwide. We're affiliated with Everytown for gun safety and advocate for responsible gun ownership and common sense laws. And today I'm here to discuss safe storage. There are an estimated 393 million civilian-owned firearms in the United States, and roughly 1/3 of homes contain at least one gun. As you know, guns are the leading cause of death for children and teens, and there are many tragic stories of children accessing guns, whether through curiosity or the intention of harming themselves. In 2019, Encinitas adopted a mandatory safe firearm storage ordinance, requiring gun owners to lock firearms in a container or disable them with a trigger lock when not in immediate control. This was a step in the right direction. As It's time for a much broader public awareness campaign, perhaps called Secure Storage Saves Lives. Today I'd like to share several ideas. Secure storage posters and small banners can be displayed at each Encinitas school, placed where parents and caregivers can see them. Flyers entitled Secure Storage Saves Lives should also be available at the schools. This campaign can be tied into a Secure Storage Week or Secure Storage Month. The same posters and handouts should also be displayed in public areas, including at City Hall, the libraries, and community centers. Perhaps the Chamber of Commerce and retailers would be interested in displaying them. The Secure Storage Saves Lives campaign should also include the Sheriff's Department, which can hand out flyers and related items during street fairs, including small beaded bracelets popular with kids. The bracelets would say, Secure Storage Saves Lives. The council should also consider placing weekly public service ads in the Coast News and Encinitas Advocate. The ad would reiterate that Secure Storage saves lives with brief details about the ordinance and its purpose. Implementing these suggestions would demonstrate the council's commitment to public safety, and I urge you to consider them. Thank you for your time and attention.
Followed by Ellen Burr and then Diana Nunes.
See my time anywhere, or I just have to? Maybe? I did, okay. Okay, as we finish this first year of your terms in office, I have a question to pose. I think we would all answer this question differently, and I think we should know each other's perspective. Here's my question for you, our city council, and for our residents. To whom do our streets and roads belong? To the commuter driving to work outside of Encinitas? To the commuter driving to work in Encinitas from outside of Encinitas? To the cyclist pedaling to SDA or Degano or Oakcrest or even Pawlecki, Ocean Knoll, or one of the many other elementary schools? To the grandmother walking to Bonds on Santa Fe or Ralph's on El Camino Real? Do some roads belong to some more than others? Who pays to build these streets and roads, and how should the needs of the funders be considered? Should some roads be only for cars? Should other roads be only for cyclists? Should some roads be only for pedestrians? Is it possible for us to learn to share this shared resource? I would love to hear your thoughts. Lastly, I think as in many things, there are a few people who ruin it for all of us. Many people drive responsibly, and many people cycle responsibly. When I drive my car, I do better understand your frustration with unpredictable cyclists. When I cycle, I am frightened by the unpredictable motorists. I have an invitation for you, City Council and staff. I'm extending it to all of you. I would like to give you the opportunity to see the world from the cyclist perspective. I will be reaching out to you, inviting you to explore our city with me on a bike. Thank you.
Morning, Council. My aspirational wish is that we deal firstly and primarily with fiscal responsibility this year. There are a lot of aphorisms out there for things in daily life. One is, life is not fair. That is what it is. I hate that one. And anyway, I would like to say that life is not fair. We deal with by being prepared. We have reserves, we have protocols, we have emergency funds, and that's what we need to do to keep everyone safe. Life is not fair. That comes into being when starts out when you're very young, and some people don't realize it, and it repeats itself over and over again. But part of that comes in with the next aphorism, it's not what you know, but who you know. And one thing I have noticed over the past few years is that we are doing an abysmal job of using resources to get the most physical benefit we can. And part of that has to do with not making sure we collect all the money we can, not making sure it's the right amount of money we should be collecting to cover our expenses. But most egregiously is here in this town we have, unless somebody's moved and I don't know it, a representative in the assembly, in the county, and in the Senate. And this leads me to, I know you're not going to like this, many of you, but we need to be reaching out to the people who can help us get the grants that we really need. Not grants that they want to present to us because they have special vanity projects or it is what they can do. I do not want anyone going begging with a begging bowl on bended knee, quid pro quo, cutouts, set-asides, or even kissing any rings or other things. We need to do the best we can to work with what we have because it is what it is. Our housing element, it is what it is right now. We need to do the best we can to deal with the way it is. That's it? Okay.
Following Diana is Laura Grimmer, followed by Laura Van Dusen, and then Lee Ratcliffe.
Good morning, Diana Nunes, now Acadia. Mayor, Council, I'm going to tiptoe on here. As you refine the city's priorities for the coming year, I urge you to make railway improvements, specifically at grade crossings and citywide quiet zone, a top strategic goal. Encinitas' coastal corridor is our community's economic engine. The sunshine this past weekend drew crowds of visitors to our beaches and businesses. But safe mobility isn't just about handling crowds. It's about creating conditions that bring people back and sustain our local community and our economy. As you well know, the railway fragments our coastal community and limits coastal access. At-grade crossings and a comprehensive, truly citywide quiet zone will transform both mobility and quality of life while strengthening community cohesion and economic vitality. The timing is critical, with the CPUC's recent positive ruling and double tracking visibly underway north of La Costa Boulevard. We can no longer delay. Under your leadership, let's make 2026-27 the year these essential projects are prioritized, funded, and finally become a reality. Thank you.
morning, Mayor and council members and other esteemed guests. My name is Laura Grimmer, and I'm a founding member of Safe Streets Encinitas. Inspired by Emery's life, we strive to turn tragedy into change by advocating for safe streets for all users, including pedestrians, cyclists, and drivers. Our vision is to eliminate serious injuries and deaths on Encinitas city streets through infrastructure, enforcement, and education. Our 4 pillars of focus are DUI, distracted driving, speeding, and intersections. Data shows that these are the leading causes of serious crashes and deaths. In 2025, we had 2 pedestrians and 1 cyclist killed on our roads. In addition, 1 9-year-old was hospitalized while eating inside a gelato shop. The cause of all these were the same: person struck by vehicle. Details vary: speeding, red light running, drunk driving, and maybe other violations that we don't know about, because the driver who killed Emily Hernandez was never found. Each death has ripped apart a family, and that pain has rippled throughout our community. The issue of road safety is even more urgent today. Several developments are being constructed that will add thousands of new Encinitas residents, highlighting the need to focus on the safety of all users, especially pedestrians and cyclists. As City Council sets goals for 2026-2027, Safe Streets Encinitas respectfully requests Council prioritize setting policy and implementing infrastructure that protects the most vulnerable road users, pedestrians and cyclists. At the policy level, Safe Streets Encinitas asks the Council to prioritize developing an improved post-mortem process that is implemented after a serious injury or fatality. At the infrastructure level, we ask that Council focus on 2 of our pillars: speed and intersections. My fellow members of SSE will present separately on our specific asks for focus in these areas. Thank you for your time.
Good morning, Mayor and council members. My name is Laura Van Dusen, and I'm a founding member of Safe Streets Encinitas. We've provided a written report for your reference, so please use it to follow along, as we will have multiple speakers. We will also email this report to council members as well. Intersections are the main area where accidents occur in cities, and where both Emery and Brody were hit and killed. They are also the main cause of decreased mobility, if not designed well, which can lead to traffic congestion and frustrated, aggressive drivers. To increase intersection safety in Encinitas, Safe Streets Encinitas requests traffic studies at intersections and implement infrastructure to ensure safe passage for vulnerable road users. For the 2026-2027 work plan, Safe Streets Encinitas requests the City Council to develop and implement a red light camera program based on the new SB 720. Implementation of a red light camera program under SB 720 includes an impact study, which should be shared with the public. Development of a red light camera policy, as required under the bill, should be transparent and include public input. Several City Council members have spoken towards the idea of a master plan. That is a route designed for e-bikers and recreational bike riders to use that provides the safest path to navigate around town. Safe Streets Encinitas requests that the City Council places this safe route master plan on their 2026-2027 work plan. This master plan should include infrastructure mitigations that make intersections safer to cross, such as bulb outs, pedestrian islands, no right turn on red, or all-way stops for pedestrian crossing. Safe Streets Encinitas also requests that the public be included in the development of this plan. We specifically request that City Council focus on intersections that are close to schools such as Crest Drive and El Camino Real and Velour Drive and Encinitas Boulevard. Thank you.
Following the lead is Mike Dobransky, Sandra Anderson, and then Bob Harris.
Good morning. Mayor and council members, my name is Lee Ratcliffe. I am also a founding member of Safe Streets Encinitas. We are really excited to be here today to be a part of this discussion. The main routes into Encinitas are high-speed roads that are used by commuters going through our city. Currently, there is no infrastructure in place to slow these drivers down as they approach our city, and consequently, drivers continue through at excessive speeds. Both Brody and Emery's deaths were related to someone driving into our town along these main routes. Safe Streets Encinitas requests that the City Council prioritize implementing infrastructure, not just signs and paint, to signal to drivers that they are entering a town and to slow traffic along these sections, especially as cars cross into neighborhoods. For the 2026-2027 work plan, Safe Streets Encinitas requests that the City Council set a goal to implement traffic calming infrastructure to Encinitas Boulevard from Rancho Santa Fe Road to Village Square Drive. This section of Encinitas is commonly referred to by locals as the dark side because of how dangerous it is. Drivers entering Encinitas after driving at high speeds on roads do not consistently slow down as they enter Encinitas. This section of Encinitas Boulevard is where cars also enter neighborhoods, posing a serious risk for vulnerable road users. Thank you.
Morning, council member and mayor. My name is Mike Dobransky. I'm with Safe Streets. In 2026, we would like to request that our award-winning IT team be given the opportunity to overlay our traffic data on the GIS data hub so that we can see speed profiles on all the roads and also intersection crash data layered over the city maps. This will allow more visibility, transparency going forward, and allow us to prioritize the most urgent safety needs before, hopefully, incidents happen. Also, it would allow us to check back on any projects that we've done in the past and understand if we're getting the results that we want. For example, a few years ago, we lowered the speeds on almost all of our roads. We'd like to see if this effort is yielding the results that we want to see to prevent tragic accidents. Secondly, we would like to request a mechanism be added, such as a public-facing post-mortem process. So if and when somebody is seriously injured or killed on our roads, we can immediately open a conversation, ask questions about what happened, and address the needs quickly if possible. We'd like the community to have a voice in this process. For example, in the city of San Diego last year on Monday, October 20th, in the neighborhood of San Carlos, an 11-year-old boy was tragically killed. By Thursday, October 23rd, the city had announced that they were going to implement a stop sign at that intersection. That took just 4 days. We would like to see Encinitas build the excellence needed to act swiftly and decisively as this when necessary. That's all. Thank you, and let's have a great 2026.
My name is Sandra Anderson. Thanks for inviting us to share our priorities with you this morning. I have 4 priorities that I want to make you aware of. All 4 items have a common theme of updating city ordinances and enforcement. These 4 items are being presented to you in no particular order. First, short-term vacation rentals. The short-term vacation rental policy needs to be updated and enforced. We currently have over 250 unpermitted units operating without paying business license or transit occupancy taxes. Due to this, the city is missing approximately $1.5 to $2.2 million annually in uncollected transit occupancy taxes. This money can be used to fund other projects and city needs. The current short-term vacation rental ordinance is unenforceable. 3 years after the city's first submission to the California Coastal Commission, it is still not approved. City staff needs to immediately and proactively engage with the California Coastal Commission regarding this ordinance. Number 2, outdoor dining. We need a new and improved outdoor dining ordinance with enforcement. In order to do this, we need to start holding community meetings. At a September 17, 2025 meeting, we adopted an outdoor dining fee increase. At that same meeting, council stated that we would be having community meetings on this topic. Number 3, affordable housing. My concern here is based on an article I read in the Coast News on January 30th, 2026. The article is entitled, Affordable Home Sale Revives Investor Concerns. In the article it states, quote, developers, not the city, select the buyers, and the city's role is limited to verifying compliance with affordability restrictions. This statement concerns me greatly. In my opinion, allowing the developers to select the buyers increases the likelihood of discrimination, whereas public or nonprofit oversight ensures compliance with fair housing laws and ensures that units are allocated to those the programs were designed to help. Another Coast News article from 2021 states that after a public records request, 22 single-family affordable homes were built under the density bonus law in Encinitas. Of these homes, just 6 were sold to low-income or very low-income households. This is not acceptable. Several California cities have updated their local ordinances that restrict or control how affordable housing can be sold or resold. Some explicitly limit sales to eligible buyers rather than just anyone, which anyone could be a corporation. We need to do the same. And last but not least, my favorite topic, permit parking. I know we are very close to the goal line on this one, but the latest revised code still needs to be brought to the City Council for approval. Thank you for your time.
Good morning, Bob Ayers, Encinitas resident. I'm here representing a group called Encinitas Action. Encinitas Action is here today to urge you to focus on 4 priorities, essential for a safe, thriving, and future-ready city. Encinitas Action is your neighbors, not a PAC, working to broaden civic engagement and protect the inclusive character of our community. Priority number 1, public safety and mobility. Make safe streets priority number 1. Our roads are failing our kids, cyclists, and pedestrians. Following recent deaths and years of delayed fixes, we ask you to fast-track Mobility Master Plan with rigorous design standards and safe crossings. Expand enforcement through speed cameras, visibility improvements, and traffic calming. Ensure every school route meets high safety standards. Bottom line, mobility is public safety. It belongs at the top of our list. Number 2, infrastructure resilience. Invest before it breaks. Encinitas is sitting on aging pipes and flooding risks. Staff has described some drains as a time bomb. We urge you to direct staff to merge findings from the Infrastructure Task Force and facility assessment into a prioritized capital improvement program. Invest in essentials like at-grade crossings, quiet zones, and fire stations, not expensive redesigns of recently completed projects. Our infrastructure should be managed by strategy, not crisis. Number 3, housing affordability, solutions, not battles. Too much energy is spent fighting state law instead of delivering real affordability. Please direct staff to develop affordability by design solutions and present them publicly. Collaborate with partners to expand housing choices. Avoid political battles that risk lawsuits and loss of local control. Number 4, support the unhoused with compassion and data. Enforcement alone is not a strategy. We ask you to finish the by name list to identify specific needs. Fund the safe parking program at the Senior and Community Center. Prioritize prevention to keep families housed. These are not abstract goals. They are what your community is demanding. We need a strategic plan centered on safety, resilience, and compassion. Encinitas Action stands ready to work with anyone willing to make these things happen. Thank you.
Next three speakers, Natalie Satoon, followed by Rihanna Glore, and then Bridget Chalaki.
Hi, Natalie Satoon Cardiff. So I'm asking for consideration in our budget for the following issues. First is road rage and transportation lanes in the city. I'd like to ask you all to please press the gas pedal with Santa Fe redesign. I was in Santa Fe this week, and not only did our students, were our students at risk, but the crossing guard was compromised twice in the 13 minutes it took me to get from Windsor to Nardo. So there were 3 lanes solidly. I'd like to ask for enforcement, but this is a problem all around our city with road rage. It's on Willow Spring, it's on Encinitas Boulevard. The frustration the drivers feel is increasing our liability. So please consider our liability in this. I'm also asking, with all of the new development that's going in, that we consider putting more infrastructure and upgrades in our park systems. We are at a loss with our open space, so please keep that in mind. Specifically, I have the skate park project and the exposure skate project. We need to have some community input with that. And with the upcoming Olympics, with the budget this year, I would like for you all to consider more community spirit that we have been neglected for so long. So I'd like to put some banners and some murals commemorating our own Olympians. We have numerous Olympians that we would like to permanently support. And the last thing is no budget necessary on this one. I would like to remove partisan-driven projects from our staff training, and anything that is partisan related, I would like to have that removed from our discussions and have an Encinitas-driven focus. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Rihanna Glore. I'm also a founding member of Safe Streets Encinitas. I'm here to ask that you prioritize pedestrian and bike safety in 2026. My biggest ask is that you bring red light cameras back. I understand there may be some opposition to them, and I get that. But in the last few years, I've seen a total disregard for road rules in Encinitas. Every day when I'm at the intersection of Encinitas Boulevard and El Camino Real, I have to wait 15 to 20 seconds after my light turns green for all the cars that entered on red to get through. It's dangerous, and it already caused the death of Emery Chalakian. I see cars run stop signs in Encinitas multiple times a day. It's dinner talk at my house. My 12-year-old will tell us how many people he saw run stop signs on his walk to school. That's not right. That shouldn't need to be something my 12-year-old has to worry about. So I'm asking you to do what you can to change the behavior of those driving in Encinitas by enforcing rules and laws with red light cameras and more patrolling and tickets.
Council. My name is Bridget Chalakian. I just wanted to state that I'm in full agreement with what Safe Streets Encinitas is proposing, particularly when it comes to red light cameras. As most of you probably know, my daughter Emery was killed by a red light runner back in April. If we still had red light cameras on our streets, the chances of that crash happening would be slim. This is a man who was using our streets to commute regularly. People drive safer when they know there are consequences. Thank you.
Next three speakers, John Chalakian, followed by Barry Blumenthal, and then Doug Marker.
Morning, John Chalakian, father of Emery Chalakian, who was, like Bridget just mentioned, killed at an intersection by a man who was commuting on our streets, ran a red light, crashed into a car, then struck and killed my daughter. I, like Bridget, am in full support, not for my family, but for every single family in Encinitas, to make this place safer. Every day, every resident I know comes up to me, says, I saw another person run a red light. We're appreciative of the VMS cameras. We're appreciative of the incremental patrol. We have thousands of new members coming into this community. Let's not be a too little, too late city council, please. Let's get it done. People's lives are at risk. I don't want to see another family have to go through what Bridget and I are going through. Thank you.
Barry Blumenthal.
Okay, I hand out a couple things. Thanks for the time. Like I said, Barry Blumenthal, and started coming to City Council May of '24 about the opportunity at Moonlight Beach State Park for a skate bowl, not a skate park. Just to give you a little perspective, next month represents 50 years since Leucadia resident John O'Malley opened the first skate park in Carlsbad. It became the modern skate park. Then they all closed. 25 years ago, public skate parks were born. Now we have over 25,000 skate parks around the world. So what I'm advocating is an opportunity. Most cities, they look at skate parks as an important park they need to build. They don't realize there's an economic impact if you build in the proper location. And in a place like Encinitas, which is much like a ski resort town like Breckenridge, Colorado, people come for inspiration. And so when you put the park at Encinitas Community Center, great park, but you rarely see a tourist. And so what I'm advocating for the last almost 2 years is that if it's located in a place like Moonlight, you're going to get so much inspiration. People will make friends like no other park in the state probably. And the benefits for tourism, people are looking to see something that inspires them. And so, the resistance has always been that, the state is going to push back, which very well could be. But we've never gotten to the plate. And that was always the challenge here, is that we've never been able to submit it to the Coastal Commission and all the various authorities because of, monetary barriers to this point. But I think with Encinitas, you're unique because of how much you built in your state park, your beach park, probably $10 million plus in infrastructure. So I would think the state would look at you favorably as someone who makes big investments. Maybe they would look at this without a big monetary requirement up front to evaluate it. If the state said, we can't do that, sorry, well, we come up with the second page there in the handout is Lynn Park. You can still see the water from there. It's an ideal park. And like I said, what most cities want to do is they want to keep all their skate infrastructure in the same place. But because you built such a massive park, it gives you the opportunity to have spots. And both Glen and Moonlight have restrooms, parking, etc. But it just allows the cross-pollination that really needs to happen. And just to get perspective, the Fortune 1000 companies use skateboarding for marketing nonstop. But cities like Encinitas, you got all the greatest skaters in the world coming here, but none of your tourists know about it. So what our recommendation is with these 2 spots is that you would get a lot of opportunity you're not getting. Thanks for your time.
Following Doug Marker will be David Skinner, Carol Knight, and then Jim Stein.
Good morning, everyone. I'm not here to complain or say anything's going wrong. I'm here to put a smile on all your faces and say that Encinitas is the most beautiful city to live in. And I'm here representing the skateboard community, and as Barry told you, he gave you all the pluses of the locations. And as you should know, or I'm going to inform you, that Encinitas is the skateboarding capital of the world. That sport is born and bred here, the best pros in the world skate here. Most people fly here to become skateboard champions. And what has happened is Encinitas isn't giving them the infrastructure now to blossom and keep growing the sport here. I see your beautiful logo. It has the surfer looking over the ocean. It should also have the skateboarder looking the other way. Because skateboarding absolutely is your biggest commodity here, whether you know it or not. I can fly around the world and land at any skate park, and they'll go, hey, where are you from? I go, I'm from Encinitas, California. They're going to go like, oh my God, the motherland. You know, they love it. So as Barry has shared, and we've shared before, we need to really grow the sport bigger. We're in the Olympics now. We have exposure, the beautiful women's contest every year that should be supported. And it's fulfilling the community with brotherhood, sisterhood, and so much that this small, beautiful community is built on. So what I'm saying is we absolutely need to add to the skateboard infrastructure here. And the Moonlight Bowl would be the crowning jewel of this city. They should be able to drive down Encinitas Boulevard, see that bowl, and I say you go one step further, like you have the coupe, you have the skateboarder, and it says, this is here to thank all the pioneers of skateboarding of Encinitas that made skateboarding in Encinitas, and made Encinitas the capital of the world of skateboarding. Thank you very much. Have a great day.
You can go actually. I'm a retired teacher. I always have handouts. There you go. So with Barry and Doug, the three of us often are seen together. We have been advocating for expanding skateboarding opportunities in Encinitas to confirm what Doug said, that this is the skateboarding mecca of the United States for sure, and for the world. We have spoken to City Council. We've also spent a lot of time preparing and speaking to the Parks Commission, and the handout that I gave you outlines some of the proposals that we came to with them to expand. Obviously, our first goal is a swing for the fences goal, something iconic at Moonlight. If you've ever seen the skating at Venice Beach or any place like that, you know what an impact that would have. We're not talking about something of that size, but definitely something of that impact. One of the things that you know that we have to work with the state, but we're skateboarders and we know that the first time you try something, you're rarely successful. And it's about hitting it over and over and over again. The potential for a no answer in our review is not a reason not to ask the question. And there is precedent in Encinitas for spending money looking at feasibility for something that may or may not happen. A recent example is the money spent at Encinitas Community Park to look into putting beach volleyball and pickleball courts there. Great goals, but it does take money and commitment to show how that would work. On this, I won't go over all of them, but there are other opportunities that are already here. Glen Park, the facility of Acadia Oaks is already approved for skateboarding, but is sort of a substandard skating venue. And then also adding facilities at Foods. We hope that as you go forward, you'll look at skateboarding as an opportunity to grow your brand as a city. Thank you very much.
Now it's my turn. I'm so excited with the dovetail of the skate park. Honorable Mayor, members of the City Council, I'm Carol Knight. I'm representing the Encinitas Chamber of Commerce and Visit Encinitas. Thank you for the opportunity to speak today. I recognize the city is balancing many pressing and competing needs, and within that context, I appreciate the Council's continued consideration of the role tourism plays in supporting Encinitas. We often hear from our businesses that tourism is not just about visitors, it's about stability for them and the overall health of our community. A consistent flow of visitors helps reduce the seasonal ebbs and flows many of our restaurants, retailers, hotels, and service providers experience, allowing businesses to retain employees, plan investments, and remain resilient during the slower seasons. Tourism also brings critical dollars into our local economy. Visitor spending generates transient occupancy tax, sales tax, and other revenues that help fund essential services and infrastructure, many things that have been brought up today, including roads, public safety, parks, maybe a skate park, beaches, and coastal access, investments that benefit residents just as much as visitors. This work is more important than ever, with travel to California down nearly 10% and Canadian travel down almost 30%. We must be intentional and strategic in how we attract visitors through focused regional programs that highlight Encinitas as a destination rooted in authenticity, sustainability, and community character. Responsible strategic tourism allows the city to guide our message, support our local economy, and ensure that visitation doesn't overwhelm our neighborhoods or natural resources. By planning tourism thoughtfully, Encinitas can welcome visitors while protecting our character, environment, and quality of life. It also supports local businesses, helps maintain stable employment, and ensures the city continues to reflect the authenticity, sustainability, and community values that make it special. Prioritizing these initiatives helps Encinitas remain both inclusive and resilient, sharing our city with the world on our own terms while safeguarding the character and resources that residents cherish. Doing nothing, however, won't make our challenges disappear. They will continue to grow without investing in thoughtful planning. This approach aligns directly with the city's mission and supports two key focus areas: preserving community character and economic vitality, and stewarding our environment, shoreline, and open spaces through responsible visitation. Thank you for your leadership and continued partnership.
Good morning, Council and Mayor. I'm Jim Stuyven. As is apparent from your meeting on last Wednesday night when you were discussing legislative priorities and this meeting here this morning, there are many, many issues that your citizens care deeply about. I'm going to speak to just two items out of the panoply of issues that you have to deal with in setting your goals for this coming year. The two items that I think should be high on your list of goal setting are homelessness and affordable housing. With respect to homelessness, the one thing that you can do that would be most concrete to help resolve and take people off benches and out of tents is to restore the safe parking program at the community center. So I urge you, council members and staff, to work closely with the service provider Dreams for Change to work out a reasonable proposal so that you can restore the safe parking program. With respect to affordable housing, I wish that you would not fight the state at every opportunity, but rather work collectively and cooperatively with developers to try to approve and promote reasonable plans for development. And reasonable plans for development that include affordable housing, and include affordable housing for all income levels. I noticed that in the draft of legislative priorities, the words all income levels were stricken. You have to consider all income levels, because remember, if you approve an affordable housing project which only addresses people at the moderate income level and not at the low or very low income level, you are not serving the needs of the teachers, the nurses, the other service providers that live in the city or work in the city of Encinitas. The CHD or HCD numbers, you just keep in mind, at the moderate income level to qualify as affordable housing, somebody could earn as much as $130,000 for a family of four to qualify for moderate housing. So that won't help many of our citizens. So you have to also consider the needs of those families that are in the low and very low income levels. Thank you.
Next three speakers, Diane Olive, followed by Phil Shuttleworth, and then Marco Sullivan.
Well, that was perfect because came here to speak on homelessness. I'm Diane Olive, and I've been living in our community for 29 years. And I've literally been helping on the streets. I've taken people into my home, and people need help. And seniors need help. This is a really an important situation that we have here, that we're not helping our seniors. Our seniors are losing their home. They're ending up on our street. They're in walkers. They get sick. They can't work. We need to help them. It's disgusting what I'm seeing. I have been helping for the past 5 years at the Jewish Family Services parking lot program. And they did not have enough money, so they canceled it. And I told Jennifer that I would be willing to run the program for free. And I have been running the Torrey Pines High School's basketball tournament for 25 years for free. I was helping the parents raise money for their team, basketball team. And I'm willing to help hire the security, get the bathrooms. It's not that difficult to do this. And I know we have, it's free with the parking lot there at the Senior Community Center. And I just want to say that it's really a problem out there. And this is what I'm trying to help. I'm trying to help the seniors. I know that there's people out there who are losing their jobs, the rising cost of rent, they're getting sick and hurt and disabled. They're single parents who cannot pay their bills. We need to set aside a fund for the senior citizens who are in our community who lose their homes and lose their rent because they can't work. We need monies for repairing their cars so they can live in their car. We need to put the car shelter back, and I'll help with that. We need to make sure we get the corporations out of our buying of our properties, because that is running up the cost of rents. And no one is stepping forward and talking for the homeless and the poor. We need to stop this. They have to stop buying our property. We need a law that says, out, you can't do this anymore. This is terrible. We need to stop the rule that we can't feed people in our kitchen. We can't make homemade food in our kitchen that's organic. And give them a healthy meal. We have to, every time, I went from spending, a group of us $100 to feed 50 people. That's all it costs. We just put together a meal in our kitchens. And then all of a sudden, they make this rule, hepatitis. We couldn't have hepatitis in our kitchen. We need to stop this law. We need to be able to make homemade food and stop having to go to restaurants that are costing us $300 to feed a few people. It's terrible, Okay. So anyways, God bless. I hope you practice oneness and love for everyone. Love our neighbor as this.
Good morning, City Council members. My name is Phil Shuttleworth, and I'm the Director of Coaching at Express Soccer Club. I represent over 2,500 youth athletes in our organisation, and I'm proud to stand alongside my peers at the Encinitas Sports Group today as we fight together for the betterment of more quality field practice space so that thousands of children in Encinitas can benefit from safer and purposeful fields to practice and game on. The Encinitas Sports Group Coalition came about once all youth sports groups within the city collectively agreed to take action over the fact that there is no longer enough field space in Encinitas to function efficiently. We feel that the proposed changes to Encinitas Community Park Field 3 will benefit all active children in Encinitas. Since the multi-use fields at ECP were established in 2015, youth sports participation numbers have increased exponentially, and there is no indication that this trend will stop. In fact, all youth sports participation numbers in Encinitas steadily continue to increase, and one sport, namely lacrosse, that needed minimal practice space in 2015 when compared with the other sports is today the fastest growing youth sport in North America. Participation numbers inevitably spike following international competitions that appeal to a global audience, such as the Soccer World Cup and the Olympics, both of which will be hosted in North America in their upcoming editions. Games and events in LA mean that professional sports will be accessible to SoCal residents, thus igniting a passion for sports within the next generation. The City of Encinitas did a fantastic job with the implementation of its return to play policy during COVID, where the demand to practice and play was truly felt by us all. That demand continues to be felt with high school honours and college scholarships in each of our sports now driving the demand for more practice time. Annual surveys conducted suggest that the locality and quality of accessible field space has a big impact on rates of attrition. We do not want fields to be the reason that Encinitas residents are forced to play sports in neighbouring cities. In closing, there are 3 things needed in order for youth sports organisations to exist. Number 1 is the participants. People will always continue to have babies in the city of Encinitas and globally. Number 2 is the coaches. I'm sure most of you in this room at some point have been voluntold that you are coaching a youth sports team. And number 3 is the fields and the practice space. We have the opportunity here in Encinitas to improve the 3rd component and the 3rd ingredient to this recipe. Thank you.
Following Mark will be Rebecca Kingsbury, Brett Mills, and then Elio Bello.
Morning, everyone. So, my name is Mark O'Sullivan. I'm with Encinitas Sports Group, and hope to keep it brief so we get the point across, but also understand the accent. For me, it's really imperative that we have as many children playing sports for as long as possible. As many as possible for as long as possible is what we need more field space and light usage for. This subject might seem trivial compared to some of the topics that have been brought before us today. However, I feel it is all connected. If we can provide a platform for our children in the community to be able to play for as long as possible, we'll be able to give them lifelong values that can have a ripple effect through society. And this includes the way we treat each other on a daily basis with respect and compassion. This includes being able to have a lifelong passion for the sport that will bring physical exercise and the habits of a physical lifestyle that will bring long-term health. And all these things can only happen if we have the field space for the growing numbers in all the sports within Encinitas. If this is possible, we can work together as a full sports group across the different sports to help each other for the benefits of society, as I said, which are the lifelong values. I said at the start, I will keep it short, I will keep it brief. The last thing I will say is, with the quality of fields we have in the city of Encinitas right now, the dropout rates sometimes are compounded because they cannot actually improve the sports they play, because the quality of fields negates that. It takes time, it takes patience to improve the sport, and when they don't improve or it becomes more difficult, they will drop out later. So if we can have better field quality, longer field usage, they'll be able to spend more time to get better at their sports, grow their passion, and hopefully have that lifelong playing experience, not just from a young age, but all the way through to college, continue their further education through sport. And again, I feel this will have massive ripple effect within society that can help solve more than just one problem of field space. Appreciate your time today, and I hope we can get more field space and light usage within the city. Thank you.
Good morning, my name is Rebecca Kingsbury. I'm with Encinitas Sports Group, as well as the parent of 2 very young multi-sport athletes. I want to briefly talk about a challenge many of us share across the sports, the need for appropriately designed fields that work for all sports and all age groups. ECP3 in particular, as was already mentioned, if redesigned thoughtfully, can be a meaningful part of this solution. All of our youth sports in Encinitas are seeing consistent growth with increased demand for programming, and as was discussed, this is part of youth development for all of our kids here. When fields are not designed with flexibility in mind, we end up with overcrowded schedules, late night practices for really young kids with early bedtimes and their parents, limited access for girls and youth programs specifically, because it's a fact, honestly, that girls programs bring in less money than boys, and wear and tear that shortens the life of the fields itself, and then consequently they end up with more time on rest than is necessary. What we're asking for isn't specific treatment for any one sport. We're asking for smart, inclusive field design. ECP3 specifically represents an opportunity to increase flexibility and availability. If designed properly, it can support multi-sport use through thoughtful field dimension and reorganization. There's some issues with where the baseball field's at right now. It can accommodate different age groups from elementary all the way up through high school, and reduce pressure on existing fields by increasing usable hours and options. Ultimately, we can serve more families more equitably across Encinitas. Flexible fields give communities more return on investment. Otherwise, we as sports entities end up competing rather than collaborating. And if you've been in one of those meetings, you can tell that's true. Youth sports are not just extracurriculars. They are where kids build confidence, resilience, teamwork, and lifelong healthy habits. Field access directly affects who gets to participate and who doesn't. And we appreciate the city's willingness to engage in these conversations and to think long-term. Our hope is that as we move forward, we can look at ECP with an intentional design, with input from multiple sports, so it can truly serve the full range of youth athletics in Encinitas. Thank you for your time and consideration.
Hello everybody, my name is Brett Mills with Encinitas Sports Group as well. What my fellow coaches and directors have said is the issue that we do need better field space. So I'm going to talk a little bit more about how we do want to transform ECP3. So what we're talking about today is a multi-use sport with a baseball diamond. We would like to remove the baseball diamond out of that field and improve install synthetic turf into that entire ECP3 field, which is the one closest to the playground at Encinitas Community Park. We talked about extended hours. The extended hours would come from eliminating the rest and renovation schedule that we currently deal with, which puts that field down for up to 8 to 10 weeks a year. We'd also like to bring in a lighting system. We have an example of this working right now at Leo Mullen. Leo Mullen is the only turf field that we have in Encinitas currently, and we, Express Soccer Club, have put lights onto that. They are portable lights that are solar powered, which is 100% renewable energy. That system has been working great at Leo Mullen. The spillage of those lights is very limited, which doesn't affect the neighborhoods as much as the big stadium lights or the diesel lights that you see maybe at construction sites. So what again we're proposing is to bring on field turf and those portable lights, which would extend the hours of play and the amount of days that we can be out participating with those sports. A little bit of details about the turf. I know there's some components about the rubber fill. Pivot Performance Turf is the turf that we've researched and find to be a leading industry leader in the turf world, which it's eco-friendly, it doesn't have that rubber fill, and it's got a 25-year warranty. Again, bringing that turf on is going to extend the play hours, eliminate that R&R schedule, improve safety, high quality for the gaming, which was spoken to before, and more of the schedule flexibility. The lights that we're talking about bringing on, again, are the solar-powered stadium lights that we currently have at Leo Mullen, 100% renewable energy. The focused LED that I talked about, limiting the spillage, and with a full charge battery, we've got 10 plus hours of lighting with that. All of these are going to cost money, we fully understand that, and we are prepared as the Encinitas Sports Group to fundraise. We have, between all the sports groups in Encinitas, about 7,000 kids, all the parents that would like to help in installing these into Encinitas Community Park by fundraising, and a big part of my job this year will to spearhead that program and continue to get leaders in our community that would help to raise funds to help support the city in the funds that they can raise as well. So thank you guys, appreciate your time.
Good morning, Mayor, and good morning, council members. My name is Elio Bello, and I'm the executive director for Express Soccer Club. Been doing this business for 35 years plus. I did a professional year, so it's always exciting to bring that experience to the club and to our youth program. So basically, just in recap, with the presentation from the membership group for this project, you guys can see the importance of this project. You can see we have, and also the challenges that we have. Obviously, we have growing population. We have quality fields, space that is needed. We have over 7,000 athletes annually, and we have 7 to 8 growing organizations that we work with. So basically, we don't have enough fields. Right? We don't have enough fields, we don't have enough space. And I think by moving forward to approve this project, I think it's going to, basically for me, make a big difference in our youth, right? Give them the opportunity to succeed in whatever sport they decide. So it's very important that we really look at this project and we try to accommodate not only the community, but also our youth from Encinitas and all over the state. Again, I want to thank you for your guys' time, and hopefully we can push this project forward. Thank you very much. Have a great day.
Next 3 speakers, Julie Thunder, followed by Karen Caden, and then Dennis Caden.
Side note, yes to more sports fields. ECP is massively underused, and they're often during the weekdays, the parking lots are empty. There's kids in the playground, and people walk their dogs to the park. The rest of it is underused. So what I'm here to ask you for is to, regarding open space, find a way to procure more of it. Consider buying agricultural land and talking to the owners before it comes up for sale, or land zoned agriculture. And then find a way, get creative, dig deep, use your attorney, find a way to protect it from the state of California and its overreach with the housing mandates. Number 2, affordable housing. Please consider having the city take over the management of the waiting lists and the inventory of affordable units. Right now, those are managed by the individual apartment owners and apartment management. That presents a system that is not transparent, probably not fair, and I suspect, and I bet money on it, that units go to friends and family members. I know there's rules about that, but we all know that rules are easy to get by when there's no accountability. So the city should manage that list. It should be a one-stop shop for people who need affordable housing to come to the city and get on a list and see what apartments are available and see themselves move up that list. That's not available right now. Number 3, railroad crossings. Stop building the Taj Mahal style facilities. Make them cheaper so we can have more. I understand you have an opportunity to do 2 at-grade crossings coming up. I know there's not a lot of Taj Mahal you can do with that, but stop with the crazy artwork. I love it, we all love the art, but it costs a fortune to set up the concrete and the walls to display that art. Let's get the crossings in now, make them utilitarian, and then in the future council, maybe you guys, can come back and start improving them. Don't start at the top. On the subject of railroad crossings, for the Cardiff's Verdi crossing, of which it has advanced to somewhat, tone it down. The money if you look at the design of that, it was way over-designed years ago by a previous council that frankly favored Cardiff in a massive way. Tone it down, make it utilitarian, start the process over. Use that money for other projects that you're going to discuss today. Finally, I find it rich that a PAC is here speaking today. The principal officer of the PAC claiming that it's not a PAC. So just going to leave that with you. Thank you.
Good morning, Karen Caden. I want to thank the council, fire department, and the sheriffs. Thank you. And the Encinitas staff. I'm here today as I try to go over the very small print of last year. And number 6, 2025, we have leadership and stewardship to our environment. Please add in 2026, besides shoreline and open spaces, protect our unique inland bluffs too. Sensitive constraints land with California nature plants and wildlife. Save our natural features. We are between 2 fabulous lagoons, and there's a lot of wildlife. Just last night, not for the first time, but I had 2 bobcats in my yard. I don't know how they find my yard, but I'm about 1,500 feet away from Veracruz Lagoon, and I love it. Okay. My next thing is add to possibly a certified environmentalist to our city. We don't have one, and I think that would help preserve our constraints here. Yes, safety, road safety, yes. I am so excited to see soccer representatives. All my kids played soccer, baseball, tennis. One of my soccer players was a semi-pro. It helps our children's health and collective. I love us having resources here for this. Skateboarders, love it. Infrastructure, thank you guys for trying to fix what the county, a lot of our infrastructure is very old. It's from the county. And then we became a new city in '86, and our roads still exist here. Duquesne Boulevard is the only one that extended over the years to El Camino Real. And I want to thank you guys for working on our infrastructure and taking care of the people.
Good morning. Thank you for the opportunity to be here and for listening to all the citizens of Encinitas to try to make this a better place. I don't think there's a lot of meetings like this going on in Iran today. Anyhow, my comments are, please rehire a certified environmental engineer. During the housing element, some of these R30 projects, we sure could have used one. And we have burned pretty bad. So I would say get that person rehired, because we used to have one and he was good. I'd also like to promote dark skies, especially within the spheres of the lagoons. I don't see that taking a lot of money to do. The other is prioritize fiscal responsibility and take care of our much-needed infrastructure, including the flooding and fire department needs. Put pretty or vain projects on a back burner for a while, till we get this done, because we're way behind. In goal number 6, you have you're stating to support responsible development. I think we should have a strategy for irresponsible development, because they take advantage of us with the state mandates, and we seem to have never gone after them. I appreciate the fact that on Piraeus Point, the council got them to pay $1.8 million for the use of our right-of-way. And that benefit will probably create maybe the entire sidewalk for kids to walk safely to school. Maybe not, but at least it's money we got to help instead of just the city having to pay for it. The other is, in any new parks, please install restrooms. I live in the neighborhood where we have the world-famous Olympus Park. And one of my neighbor friends just every day tells me how the moms find his backyard fence to claim at the kids' restroom. And I don't think that's fair to the neighbors. Thank you for being here. Thank you for being great counsel and from the last week.
Next three speakers, Chris Giles, followed by Caleb Adams, and then Patty Stonemacher.
Good morning, Chris Giles. I'd like to request that you prioritize developing a connected network of slow streets or neighborways across Encinitas to improve the safety for pedestrians and cyclists. These slow streets are primarily in residential neighborhoods and are critical to the safe and comfortable transportation of school students and families. This slow streets network should be supported by traffic calming road design, 20-mile-an-hour speed limits, and enforcement measures. When planning and developing these networks, please facilitate greater community involvement. This can come in the form of community meetings and proactive online requests for feedback. Secondly, continue improving existing pedestrian and cycling infrastructure projects. One example is the intersection of Acadia and Quill Gardens, which still does not have leading pedestrian intervals. This intersection is extremely busy with motorist traffic and is now frequently used by pedestrians wanting to walk between neighborhoods, local trails, and the new Fox Point Farms. Another example is tuning and positioning loop sensors to trigger traffic safety signals for cyclists. The lack of functionality forces cyclists to move into traffic lanes, slowing traffic flow, and their inefficiency also increases the risk of cyclists running red lights impatiently, resulting in unpredictability and compromising safety. Let's refine the existing systems that are faulty and make the system work more smoothly. Thank you.
Good morning, thank you for hearing me out. My name is Caleb Adams, board member of the Encinitas Rugby Club, supporting Encinitas Sports Group for updates to the Encinitas Community Park Field 3. First, the American Academy of Pediatrics research shows that involvement in organized sports is associated with physical and social behaviors such as improved cardiovascular fitness, enhanced motor skills, healthier body composition, better social function, and peer relationships, increased social acceptance, and teamwork skills. Also, psychological benefits such as higher emotional regulation, lower rates of depression and emotional distress, higher self-esteem and body image, lower suicidal ideation and behavior. There's an explosion in youth sports in our community. We have seen rapid expansion of soccer, flag football, field hockey, lacrosse, and rugby, especially for female athletes. Our club has doubled in size in the last 3 years and with a 700% increase in female athletes. Furthermore, these sports will be on display in the U.S. as the U.S. hosts the Olympics in 2028. And for the first time in North America, we'll be hosting the Rugby World Cup in 2031 and 2033. Rugby's primary season is November to February, or wet months, if you can say that. We typically lose an entire month of training over a 4-month period between rain, rest, and repairs, depriving our children of physical and psychological benefits of that months. I support the improvement for ECP3. Thank you very much for hearing from me.
Following Patty, the final three speakers, Susan Sherritt, followed by Bill Shin, and then Deputy Mayor O'Hare.
Mayor, Council, thank you for having this today. And first of all, about affordable housing. The Coast Dispatch reported a couple of years ago that Blackstone corporation with $1 trillion in assets, is the largest owner of rental property in San Diego County. So, okay, I'm backtracking on all income levels for affordable housing. Yes, except for these trillion-dollar corporations. Please do what you can do to limit that. Now, about these mandates from Sacramento, I'm wondering if we can band together with other cities to kind of stop these mandates of building densification at market rate apartments. And like these 1,000 units all in this concentrated area along Quail Gardens Drive. And if there is going to be these big densification projects, could they be condos instead of rentals for an advantage to the occupants and tax revenue for the city? Also, I support the alternative transportation routes, developing bike and pedestrian routes on lower speed limit streets. Excellent. Not to have all of our streets be low speed, but designate these safer streets for bikes and pedestrians. And now also about sustainability. Can we have protection instead of sustainability for our environmental projects? Let's stop sustaining the great poisoning and instead, could we have a survey out to the residents of who wants to give up their gas stoves, ovens, and heaters at a very large cost to support the REACH codes of the Climate Action Plan? It would be very expensive. Okay, what else? Oh, also about the environment. You know, I'm seeing dogs that are going to the dog parks with raw, bleeding paws. Do we know what's getting sprayed on the lawns at the dog parks? We can look into that. Thank you.
First of all, I want to thank you all for your service. Our community is reliant on people who are willing to give their time and expertise. And I think your vision and your mission statements were really excellent. I very much appreciate and strongly support those. But as you know, the devil's in details, as we architects say. And I think I have a few comments that might be helpful, I hope. Okay, so as you go through environmental information, I strongly suggest that and appreciate that you continue to support legislation such as banning the offshore oil leasing, stopping plastics, and things like AstroTurf, artificial turf, gas-powered appliances. Those are all great measures that our city has done, and I hope you continue to support legislation in those areas. I strongly support and feel strongly that our city needs to look at legislation for plug-in solar, things that are helpful to increase our resilience, our CAP, our Climate Action Plan, and for the rental and for the manufactured housing, those plug-in solar units would be great. That legislation is pending. I would support a lottery for affordable housing rather than developers choosing people. An independent lottery would be the best, and probably involving some of our local nonprofit agencies so that we have their input. I would prioritize safety at the high incident of injury and death intersections. We know what those are. There's no reason to not put in more speed bumps, traffic control, or even crossing guards at times of high use, such as rush hours. I also think that we need to re-examine in terms of our inclusionary housing ordinance. We probably need to increase that percentage that we have for low-income units in that inclusionary policy. It's something we have control over. That's part of, we have that right to change that policy. We need more bike racks. We need to make it easier for people like me who ride my bike every day practically in the city. When I go places, I need to have a place where I can lock that bike up. It's $1,000 bike. Am I not on the mic?
No, 3 minutes, 3 seconds.
My time's up? Oh, okay. Thank you. Thank you for your attention.
Good morning, Mayor, Council, staff. My name is Bill Shen. I'm a father of three children here in Encinitas. I live in Luke Schaefer's district. Children attend pre-elementary, and that's where I serve on the PTA board as well as our school site council. Also really proud to serve on the board of Coastal Roots Farm here in Encinitas. My kids are the center of my universe, and but I care very deeply about the children in Encinitas, and really proud to also be a founding member of Parents of the USD. I wanted to come speak to you all today about really in support of the important work of Safe Streets Encinitas. After the tragic death of Emery Chalikian, I really looked at my own behavior, and I'll be honest, I was stunned to realize that I was driving around town, speeding well above posted speed limits, and it's unfortunate that it took the tragic death of a young child for me to realize, like, I need to change my own behavior. And something else happened. Last December, we got a phone call, and my son was in a car that was struck by a red light runner on Encinitas Boulevard. We were very fortunate that no one was seriously injured in that accident. But I immediately ran out, talking to sheriff's deputies and the paramedics who arrived on scene. And they all acknowledged that Encinitas Boulevard is just filled constantly with people speeding day and night. And then I looked around at Saxony and Vulcan and Coast Highway, and now I'm driving around and I'm kind of easing up a little bit, trying to stay maybe just a little bit above the speed limit, maybe not too far above, and realizing that people are flying by. And this is not just an individual problem. We have a systemic culture of speeding. And I happen to believe that good policy, sound laws, law enforcement can save lives. And I know Councilmember O'Hara, we had a conversation last summer, and I said, look at seatbelt laws and look at non-smoking laws, and I think good policy, sound policy can actually help. And I know we disagreed on that. He said government should stay out of people's lives. He called my argument stupid. But I really do believe that good policy, reasonable policy can save lives. And I hope as a council you'll all take that into consideration, that I think we have a responsibility to not just create sound policy, but also enforce our laws. I think that's really the responsibility of this council. That means prioritizing red light cameras, safer intersections near schools, traffic calming. I think we can all come together on again, good, sound, reasonable policy like those measures. So really appreciate your time today and hearing me. Thank you.
That does conclude include public speakers at this time, and I'd be remiss to also announce that I forgot earlier, since this is the joint meeting of the San Diego Water District, the board members receive an independent stipend of $100 for convening their district meetings pursuant to San Diego Water District Resolution number 89-07.
Okay, that was what, 33 speakers? That was great. I really appreciate everybody coming out and speaking to us today. Very, very helpful. I would say a break right now, maybe stretch the legs. I know that these are not the most comfortable seats, so let's take 10 minutes. We'll be back here at 20 after, and give you a chance to stand up, get the blood flowing again. Jim? Okay. I think there was one more speaker, and Jim, you wanted to speak?
Yeah, we're waiting on the ICU.
Okay. So, I'm sorry, Jim O'Hare. Jim Ponder, do you have anything you wanted to open with here?
Yeah, absolutely. We can get going, and Jim, you let me know when you're ready. Okay. All right, thank you for all the comments this morning. It was great, and we are going to go ahead and get started here. We have the opening comments. Bruce and Jennifer, did you have anything else that you wanted to add before we get rolling?
Yeah, thank you very much, Jim. I just wanted to recognize that we have the entire executive team here, as well for the City of Encinitas and several other staff, so it's just great for us to be able to hear the conversations with the residents and, of course, the council to determine focus areas and policies and priorities, so just wanted to let everyone know exec team is also in the audience and we're ready to listen. Thank you.
Great, thank you very much. Bruce, anything else?
Yeah, I just wanted to, the word of the day is alignment, just like it was last year, and I think that was so crucial to getting things done this last year. So I'm looking forward to this theme repeating and continuing.
Great, thank you very much, and we'll hear that word a lot today. Okay, so just a few meeting ground rules. We went over this last year, but some of you are new here, and we're going to talk about the whole idea about today is we want to acknowledge and encourage. Anytime anybody speaking has ideas, avoid downward spirals. And what's a downward spiral? A downward spiral is, hey, we tried that. That didn't work. I've heard that before. All those types of things create downward spirals. So instead, we're going to be thinking possibility. What if and what can we do? Yes and. We're going to use a lot of yes and. We're talking with each other, we're working in our groups, and we have a difference of opinion. It's very nice to be able to say, yes, and have you considered? Have you thought about? What about? Say it as you feel it. It's going to be really important today because executives here, with the city staff, the executive team, our key management team, you're going to be heavily involved with everything we're going to be doing today. So this is the time. If you're feeling something, don't sit on it. Let's talk about it. Let's make sure everything is aired out. And that's the only way we're going to be in, what, Bruce? Alignment. Alignment, that's exactly right. Step out of your comfort zone. Sometimes it's really hard for people to kind of speak up and say, what their thoughts are, but this is a safe place, and it is the place to step out of your comfort zone. And the only way we grow is stepping out of that comfort zone. And we're going to use the parking lot. So if something comes up today that isn't specifically what we're talking about, but you know it's important and you want to remember it, we're just going to note that down and make sure it doesn't get lost. All right, stay focused, minimize distractions. Put your phone out of sight if possible. And the reason that is you're 30 to 40% less likely to be attentive if that device is even within eyesight. Participate and practice active listening. When we're talking, someone else is talking, let's really listen. Let's seek to understand what are they saying, why are they saying it. Okay, how are we doing on suffrage? Are we getting close? Okay. Objectives for today. We want to strengthen alignment. We want to look for strategic clarity. Review our focus areas in our work plan. We're going to get pretty detailed into that today. What are the goals and objectives moving forward? And when we say high-level enhanced strategic plan, it's guidance for that high-level strategic plan. And I jotted a couple of notes down, and I don't want to forget here. So when we looked at today, we designed this really as a working session. This is not about let's reset the vision, let's reset the mission. We're going to look at those and make sure we're in alignment on those. We're going to look at do we need to course correct. Is there anything we missed? Anything we need to add? And I have a lot of conversations leading up to this, so I think it's important to just note a few things that I heard in no particular order and then from no particular person. But there's social issues that need to be dealt with. ICE, homeless, we heard a lot about that this morning, homeless. Alignment. Every person I talk to used the word alignment, that is key. And alignment doesn't mean consensus. Consensus is very, very hard to come by in any group. To say 100% of people, but it's alignment. What is the very best for our community, and then let's move forward. Action steps, specific action steps towards traffic and mobility. When we're doing really well, when any organization is doing really well, municipality is doing really well, it's pretty easy to get what sometimes is referred to out over your skis. You don't want to get comfortable, you don't want to get complacent. You always want to be thinking about what's next and what's best and making sure that we're anticipating potential roadblocks and how to get around those roadblocks. Resist doing too much all the time. That it's okay to say we're doing really well and we've got some time for some other potential activities. We want to see people engaged. We want to see if there's anything missing. We don't want to forget about our historical memory. We want to be able to really think about where we've been and be able to guide where we're going. And we want to look at our natural resources and, of course, affordable housing. Critically important. So all of those things we're going to be talking about today. So working on it. Okay, no problem. You'll keep moving. Okay, alignment. I would like to have the city staff, all of you that are here, you can stand up. And who all is participating with us today?
Definitely the exec team, and last year we did integrate some other staff members in.
Okay, so we're gonna, whoever is going to be involved in this today, come forward, because this is the last time you're going to be sitting there. You're going to all be up here with us. We're going to break into groups now, 2 different groups. So half of you come over on this side of the room, half of you on that side of the room. I'm going to let you self-regulate. Bring a chair. You can bring a chair, but you're going to be gathered around a flow chart. And if somebody could bring, I would grab a flip chart over here. Let's go. Don't be shy. Come on up. Come on up. I need some of you go over here. Some of you go over here. Okay, so before we get going on this exercise, Councilman Jim O'Hara has something that he wants to talk about, and I'm going to hand it over to him, and then we will go back and get rolling. Jim?
Thank you, Jim. Thank you everyone for being here today for our strategic planning for the city of Encinitas. I think Jim did a great job of explaining the process of gathering city councils, city hall staff, and residents with the intention of identifying the most important issues for Encinitas and creating a plan to address them. At the end of the process, the issues that we collectively identify will guide the direction of the city hall for the next 12 months. Every issue will ultimately become an item we vote on at council. So alignment is imperative. Not surprisingly, this is a team process focused on alignment, as we've heard, and necessitates principles to guide its success. The most important of which is trust. Trust in your fellow participants, and trust in the honesty of their statements. And trust that the ideas that are expressed solely represent the interest of our residents citywide. Normally, at this point, I would say let's begin. However, in this past week, actions by one of our own city council members has jeopardized the integrity of this process. Before we can proceed, it merits attention in order to preserve the ideals that ensure the success of this meeting. Last week at the city council meeting, following resident input, a substantial amount of resident input, and communication back and forth from council deliberation, compromise, and most importantly, agreement to amendments by all parties present. The council voted unanimously 5-0 on the city's legislative policies. The following day, a mass email was sent out to residents of Encinitas, purposefully misleading them regarding the dialogue of the meeting and misleading them regarding the unanimity of the decision, of that 5-0 decision. This is an email. It's extremely rhetoric and untruthful. I'm going to point out 4 points. I'm going to ask the first point on here in this email, if you read it, was ask yourself, do you care about protecting our community from gun violence? I'm going to ask staff to play the first video. This is a recording from that night, a deliberation that we discussed.
Everyone here supports safety, gun safety, safety for our citizens, safety for our police officers. We want to prevent gun violence.
Everybody, with the exception of one person, mentioned youth gun violence. The discussion is really to support measures that prevent gun violence with our youth and public mental health with our youth. From what I read, there was a lot of suicide was a discussion, gun violence at our schools, kids committing suicide with guns. And so I think gun violence is a massively broad term, and it's manipulated by so many politicians at the state level and the national level. It's a state and national controversy. And I think our goal with this was to keep it local and stay out of those controversies. It does sound like locally, we have a concern of our young people who are concerned with the threat of gun violence and the mental health issue that accompanies that. Everybody, with the exception of one person, mentioned youth gun violence. And so with that, we amended the policy collectively, all five of us agreeing to focus on gun violence for youth and mental health. Didn't fall off the table, stayed on the floor. The second point of this email mentioned, do you value leadership that prioritizes diversity and promotes inclusion? I would point out that this is a complete misrepresentation of the conversation that was had. Later in the email, I would say that they go on to essentially lie that was never put into the policy that we covered, the amendment. Go ahead and play the next video, please. And again, these are all public records. These are all from our council meeting.
I want to clear up a misunderstanding that I've seen. The section titled Promote a Just, Equitable, and Inclusive Community has not been deleted. as widely and incorrectly was publicized, and it appears unchanged on page 15, and this is the page with the track changes. So I just wanted to make.
So you come to the question of why was this left in? Clearly, this was covered. Do you support active transportation, safe biking and walking in our city? The legislative priorities approved universally all modes of transportation, which of course includes active transportation. Was gone over ad nauseum. I've got minutes of video, but I don't think we've got those videos loaded up. But you can go back and look at legislative policy, follow the video online on YouTube, and you can see that we, in fact, talked about all modes of transportation, including active transportation. The fourth point, do you support communication with ICE and Border Patrol to foster safety? Councilmember Lyons actually helped us with great verbiage for the amendment that we made to work with communication. Councilmember Schaefer went ahead and pointed out that we did not support funding for Homeland Security who funds ICE. We covered the process of what we are doing with the city manager, yet this remains in here. Do you support communication with ICE and Border Patrol, foster safety? Ask yourself, because this email tells you that the council, specifically Mayor Ehlers and myself, Deputy Mayor, do not. I think we've seen proof that this is erroneous and not correct. I'm not going to dive into the rhetoric side of this at the moment, but it was thick. What I want to say though is, why does this matter? How does this come back to today? Our goal is really simple: to create a strategic plan that is in the interest of our residents. Emails like this erode confidence that all participating parties have that interest and that we can trust the honesty and intention of their input. I call upon all of us to be governed by the highest ideals, not political ideals, not somebody else's agenda. Honesty is paramount. We need to be unified in our purpose today. There can and should be disagreement and discussion and compromise voiced within these walls. But there's no place for ulterior motives, lies, rhetoric, false claims, and especially misrepresentation of the facts. Even something as fundamental and visible as a reality fact of one's vote. Again, this was a 5-0 unanimously approved motion that somehow got changed in this email. That's the game of national politics, and it degrades our mission here today. NCN's politics need only to be grounded in what is best for our community, determined by those who reside here, not by the agendas of outside interests, parties, politicians who are trying to manipulate our outcomes. Local government, Encinitas government, is the last bastion of pragmatic, nonpartisan problem-solving, tasked with the issues that confront us, which range from potholes to public safety. While there will be times that we are challenged by issues that fall outside of our purview as City Council, we should not permit politicking to derail our processes, here or going forward at City Council. When empowered to do so, we must always prioritize the alignment centered around the needs of our community as our highest motivation. We're all neighbors. Let's get back to work today. Thank you.
Okay, Jim.
All right, thank you very much. Okay, we're going to go back to what we were doing, and thank you for the comments. This group, come on up here. This group over here, here's what we're going to do. We are talking about alignment, very specifically about alignment. So what I want you to do is answer two questions, two fundamental questions. What are the benefits of us being in alignment? And what are the negatives of being out of alignment? So you're going to, on a flip chart, you're going to write down what are the benefits, and you're going to write down what are the the negatives or the possible obstacles that being out of alignment addresses. So, let's get up, let's come up to the flip chart, let's work together on those two things. So let's figure out. Okay, listen up for a moment. Here's how today is going to work. And this is great. I have great news for you. I do. I have great news for you. And who's reporting out over here? I've got great news for you as well. This will be the last time you have to report out today, because it will always be somebody different. And now the next thing is, when we break into another group, you're going to switch around and switch up your group. So, for right now, Jennifer, why don't you go first? And if she thinks something that's already on here, would you just put a check mark next to it? And then we know it's already been said. And so go through what are the positives and what are some of the potential downfalls of not being in alignment.
Okay, thank you, and I want to thank Jessica Contreras for being our scribe. I don't write well, but I can speak. All right, so first up, we did the benefits of being aligned. We have efficiency, we have effectiveness, focused, understanding of common goals, more likely to achieve those goals, economic efficiency, positive morale, momentum to move forward, consistent messaging, so we all have the same message that we're doing, allows for long-term goals, because sometimes goals don't always get done right when they're first established, they might be year by year, continuity of effort and clarity, so those were all of the benefits of being aligned. Some of the negatives or obstacles that we talked about was wasted resources, groupthink. Basically, we can start to get siloed. Instead of us all being on the same page, we start to go off because we don't have that alignment. Things can get derailed. It can be costly, meaning it can be money, time, resources, because now we're not aligned and we're almost doing different things, and they could be competing. Complacency, we can't be maybe inflexible and disjointed.
Thank you. Anything to add from your list here?
I think positives get better results when we're all aligned. Switching over creativity, when we're all aligned, we can think outside the box a little more and be more creative. We all understand the expectations. You might have said that, but you're going so fast. And then we understand the long-term vision, not just the goal, but really where we're trying to get to. And then negatives, we can get lost in the minutia. We can all be frustrated because we're not going in the same direction. This is arrows going in all different directions, so we don't really know what that path forward looks like. Unable to do SWOT analysis, understand what our strengths, weaknesses, opportunities, and threats are, and then nothing.
Outstanding. Let's now have a round of applause for our two presenters. You can take a quick seat for a minute, and then we're going to go on to the next little exercise. So what I do want to talk about is, last year we talked about this concept of vision, alignment, and execution, which we call VAE, and we're going to be talking about that a lot today. And so vision is the clarity of the goal, initiative, or task. So oftentimes we think about vision as what's the big overarching vision, which we have for the city of Encinitas. So we're going to visit that in a minute. But this is any goal or any task, any initiative, we have absolute clarity. So that if anyone looks at it, reads it, asks what it is, they will understand it immediately. So vision is critically important. The next piece is alignment. And this is why I wanted to do the alignment exercise first, because it's shared understanding and commitment. And I can tell you for a fact that the organizations, municipalities, public-private companies that we work with, whenever they get into trouble of something not being accomplished, alignment has been overstepped. Somehow, some way, somebody's not in alignment. And the beauty of the VAE, of the Vision Alignment Execution Model, is it's fluid. If something's not working, if there seems to be a lack of clarity, you can pause and say, did we miss alignment somewhere? And 9 times out of 10, there was an alignment miss. Execution, that's the discipline. That's discipline, follow through, having a plan, sticking to the plan. It doesn't mean that there wouldn't be a potential pivot if something comes up. Something unexpected happens. We'll talk about that today. What do we do when something comes up that's unexpected and we need to now rethink some of the planning that we've been doing? So overall, here's what VA looks like. Is crafting a vision, building alignment, and then championing execution through momentum, making sure we are moving forward. The other thing we talked about last year, and I think it's very important to talk about because this is how we're going to view our world today, the lens we're going to look through. This is the 5 behaviors of a team. And the first one is trust. And it's vulnerability-based trust. It's not trust for me to say, Bruce, could you take my car down to the corner and not crash it and get me a cup of coffee? That's one level of trust. But the level of trust we have to have together is vulnerable. That's the trust that says, I screwed up. I don't understand. I made a mistake. Help me hear what you're trying to tell me. Because if we have that level of trust, then we can engage in conflict, productive and healthy conflict, which is hearing each other's differing opinions and really listening for understanding. Then we can move to commitment. Once we have that trust and we're able to openly debate and have a conversation, now we can move to what are we going to commit to? The decisions we make, and then accountability. If we have the trust, if we've engaged in healthy debate, if we have the commitment, well then we can hold one another accountable because the accountability isn't a cram down. It isn't a slap on the wrist. It's merely saying, hey, remember, we agreed to do X, Y, Z. And I think we're getting off the rails. Oh yeah, that's right. Accountability becomes something that's incredibly positive, which leads us to collective results, which leads us to what is best for our community overall. So this is what we're going to operate under. I did put a few handouts on each side so we can reference this as we go today. So it's going to be important. Does this resonate? Does it make sense to operate this way? It's really, really important. So I'm giving all of you permission that as we go through today and tomorrow, if you feel like we're getting a little off the track, but hey, remember, we're going to be vulnerable today. Hey, remember, we're thinking about collective results, what's best for everyone and best for the community. Okay, I thought it was important to put up the vision, and what I want everyone to do is take a look at this and let me know, and let people know in the room, is everyone comfortable with this vision? Any concerns whatsoever from the group? Perfect. How about our mission? Everybody good with that? Okay, here's what we're going to do. In the groups you were in, we won't switch up groups yet, but in the groups you were in, I have this question, and I want you to jot this down. I want you to jot down how, in the past year, we have lived our mission. What have we done to live those words? Okay, take a minute, jot it down on a flip chart, get together and think about that. What have we done as a community, as a group, to live this mission? Okay, go.
Come on, you guys, do the breathalyzer test.
What is foster safety, single way increasing quality of life?
Is that including the facilities when you say infrastructure?
Are we changing this, or are we just looking at examples?
Examples or G, both. I mean, this to me is a mumbo jumbo, and if I said this is somebody walking on the street, they'd like, lost their hat, providing greater and protective services. The key words out.
Why it's not success?
What's that?
I'm sorry.
You can tell me go.
So the purpose of this exercise, we'll put something on the board. Why don't we start with 50 examples of what we've done, and then let's talk about who it is.
Sure. Funding.
So I would say the citizens' participation. We exercise throughout the year. And that was a great watch. Stewarding our open space.
Commission.
I really improved communication with the community.
Projects. Give me a project.
Yeah, so really, we do it for all the projects.
Yeah. But you hit the highlights though.
Last week's meeting, perfect. See you, yeah. We modifications. Listening to public input. Business commission. This is like moving from citizen participation to council. You have it. Yeah. Input with the justice.
Meeting with citizens and citizens for listening and understanding their needs.
CERT program.
I think what happened a lot of years ago,
Council and staffs, whoever's going to do this, ability to solicit, hear, and modify. Yeah, I mean, that's negotiation. I see council all the time on the guys. Exactly. It's easier. So if we wanted to focus on the words there, what can we consolidate when it talks about effective services? And we only need to describe way for creative solutions, medical safety, sustainability. Yeah, that's what we yeah,
Foster safety, all actually focus on quality of life.
It's too wordy. How can we consolidate?
So my recommendation here is focus on capacity, which is how we live this, and then secondarily,
City manager or.
That's what we.
if you just into AI and ask it to consolidate and make it more friendly, it's going to really help you drive some of these things. Specific examples of how this was lived out in this last year. And then I think the recommendation from the larger group is, hey, let's think about tightening this up. Make sense?
So we hit on citizen participation and did a great job of examples and made the point. Is there something besides citizen participation for the mission that we would want to pursue?
Yeah, I think it's.
Yep, that's right there. We have that mark.
How about SDR?
Right there. Really serious efforts have been made on that matter.
It's all paper what?
Paper and read.
It's not just SDR.
Oh, yes.
I would also say, it goes back here too, playground.
All right, a couple couple more minutes.
We have great
So the assessment of
There you go. You got to the city, you can't go to the city. There we go. Updating our GIS tool.
Don't worry, I can do it. That's right. Nobody else has. You know, Dave.
Okay, each group pick a spokesperson.
This is mine.
All right, here we go. Okay, listen up. Full attention here. Please walk us through here. And there was a suggestion on this side of the room, and I'm going to throw this out there, is that while this speaks highly to all the things we want to do, it might be a little bit of a word salad. And there might be an opportunity to tighten this up. Are there any nodding heads around that possibility to at least explore that? that could be an action item. Okay, go ahead and tell us how we have lived this mission.
So first and foremost, we had on city council and staff listening and then making adjustments. We gave an example of city council meeting last week and going through legislative review, but then we also threw out other examples. Citizen participation in that communication to our commissions. The discussions on quiet zone, at-grade crossings, just about that listening. Staff meeting with neighbors, a lot of different issues and discussions that led to better situations. Drainage was an example there. We also talked about pavement rehab, playground design, build, Sky Valley Park being inclusive playground was one of those examples. Private and water and sewer pipeline assessments, and advanced water meter projects.
May I also add this? Everything in here.
Nice, thank you. Over here?
So we started basically the same thing. This is a huge update. Out of 76 goals, we have 59 that are in the green, and the other 17 are rapidly approaching green. So we just to name a couple, we have the 2 new traffic deputies. We have a new temporary fire station 1, the update of the cap, the traffic lights, the funding the HAP and the measures and updating the HAP, infrastructure inventory. So we're going through all of our sewer, going through everything so we can actually get a better look at what we have. The beach sand, our flood mitigation, our Vulcan drainage, the Costa Ped path, this one, the at-grade crossings we just got updated last week, the Pacific View and updating Pacific View to make it even better than what it currently is, L7 Park, our open space, which also links to our NCS Habitat Stewardship. Our communication with the public has gotten significantly better. The adaptation of the app has gotten better. Fiscal sustainability, the SCOOP program, or Sand on the Beach, which is happening as we speak this week. The Business Commission has been set. The CERT program that is getting started. The MOU with the fire with their largest contract they've ever had, SDRM, the City of West Commission helping us there. And 100% compliance with our training, which is that's one of those small little hanging chats. If you don't have that, it starts to cause issues for the city. So, Fire Station 6 is under design review. and then the stair repairs for both our Grandview, D Street, and then Swanton. So this is just a small snippet of all the things, all the work that's gone on this year for all the things that direct right towards our mission.
All right, thank you. Round of applause for everybody. So it's impossible really to do everything for everyone in exactly the way you wanted it to be done. And we're going to talk about some things, a little bit later about anything we may have missed, anything we need to rethink moving forward. But it's important to think about what we've been able to accomplish and how we lived our. And I do this with companies a lot. Have you lived your mission? Have you actually lived it? And believe me, not everybody can say they live the mission. And I think that's really important. Okay, so now what we're going to do, this is individual, and I'm going to ask a favor. I need someone with really good writing that can be a scribe for this next exercise. It won't be hard, so if you can just rush right up whenever you're ready, that'd be great. This is individual. I call it progress worth protecting. So one area where the city made meaningful progress, we've listed a lot of these, but for you personally, what is like that thing that I'm so proud of, it's so fantastic. And then I want one risk that if focus or discipline is lost. So one thing you're really, really excited about that happened moving us forward, and something that could create a risk if we lose our focus or our discipline in a particular area. Each person individually, I want you to think about that, know what that's going to be, and then we're going to report out, each one of us, what that one area is that made meaningful progress and that one area of risk. And I'll give you 3 or 4 minutes to think about that, and we'll come back. And I need my scribe up here whenever they're ready. Thanks.
So are we talking about this as a group?
No, you're doing this individually. Each person is answering this individually. The scribe is going to jot it down as people say them. You're the one to do it. I know, yeah.
We can leave it up.
Just now, but you can't.
Okay, our mayor has graciously accepted the challenge of being the scribe. So, we're just going to start here and work around, okay? And so, give us first the one area where we made meaningful progress that you're really, really proud of, and then also after that, give the one risk area. Okay. Ready?
I'm the new guy here, but I know that we've made a lot of progress on our inspection of public facilities, including stormwater facilities.
Public facilities?
Yeah, and if you could use a microphone so everyone can hear, that would be awesome.
Yes, I was mentioning the progress on our inspection of facilities, particularly stormwater. I know that we've been doing that. And obviously, as the attorney here, I think that if we are not adequately investigating our facilities for various issues, then we have the potential for liability. We have the potential for harm to the public. So that's one risk if we lose our discipline over that.
It's 2 items, right?
2 items, yes. One is risk and one is progress.
Progress.
So-
But it sounded like they were both.
His risk was if we don't do this, we fail the public. Was that correct?
Public and potential litigation.
So public facilities inspection for the risk too, okay.
Okay, hopefully I don't take Scott's. But one area where I think the city's made some real meaningful progress is on our homeless action plan. When we went ahead and did the agreement with San Diego Rescue Mission, that was huge. We also hired a homeless program coordinator. We used to have folks that were called homeless solution coordinators that would do some field work and things like that. We now have a dedicated employee that manages all of the different agreements and contracts. We still have the VCNC that we do, and that's made a lot of progress. Also, just getting San Diego Rescue Mission on board, it was only November. The amount of work that they've done is huge within like 2 months. I think we've made greater progress in about 2 to 3 months than we had in a couple of years. Also with council's focus, they've really done a great job of telling us what they want in the homeless action plan, and we're bringing back a progress update. One risk if we don't follow this discipline with this is that, you know, we will, our unhoused and homeless population could grow. We're not helping the people that really need help. So we need to stay focused on that because, you know, human lives are very important, and we want to take care of all of our folks here in Encinitas, whether you're housed or unhoused.
Definitely agree with the first 2 that were offered here. What I'd like to do is complement that with the advancements we've made in natural resource and open space management. I think that's considerable. We have a ways to go, but I would lump the native plant ordinance and mature tree ordinance in with that. And as far as risk, I'm going to kind of play off of then the infrastructure because I want to put a different lens on it than was previously identified there by our city manager. I really feel we're risking not meeting our mission because our infrastructure needs are still being revealed through our facilities assessment report and other reports that we still don't have outcomes on yet. But I see the tie between our needs and funding to be really fragile. And that ties into roadway safety, which so many folks in our public comments were talking about roadway safety improvement. Bruce, if you've, so we've got infrastructure needs kind of versus funding. And the lack of balance there or clear way forward, I think is one of our biggest risks.
I'll say with the biggest one probably being safety and security, putting our real dollars behind both our 2 new deputies and then behind our fire, along with the fact that we've gotten the new Station 1 and getting away from the Solana Beach and Del Mar is required by our fire and our upper staff. So the great side of that is we put our money where our mouth is, in fact, of the safety and security part of our town and actually putting real visible changes there. The risk is by not doing that, we leave ourselves vulnerable and we don't start taking those actions. And then the more along the lines of Solana Beach and Del Mars, we keep our fire department and really the upper staff from being able to focus and stay aligned with our city goals. So the risk would be misalignment possibly, or spread too thin without the proper resources.
Is that fire and sheriff?
I mean, that's the safety and security, but it's all kind of lumped in with specifically the risk being probably higher on the fire side. which also allows for quality of life for those working in that area. So.
Can you hear me? I think one of our greatest assets, and I was going to surprise everyone, is coming from the HR director, is our employees, our staff. They are seriously behind, I think everything that's up there so far is wonderful, but behind everything that we do is the person, is our employees, and we see the meaningfulness behind, for me, is the wonderful support, continued support we have from our executive team, city manager, assistant city manager, and our council, and that's proves to show that our last contract that just went through. Unanimous on all levels, because everything we do, everything on this strategic plan and our work we do is an employee, are our employees, and we can't do it without them. And so for me, the risk of doing, if our focus isn't on recruitment, is we can always get talent, right? We can always get people to apply, but we want to retain, we want to attract the top talent, and I think that the most meaningful thing to me about this is that the continued support that we have on it, so that would be it.
So employee
Retention, attract and retain top talent. Simplify it.
Hello, one of the areas I think we've made a tremendous impact this year is by every single person that works for the city and for utilities collecting data so we can make objective decisions. And from the field staff monitoring infrastructure to the even have an amazing tree inventory, that data is going to be invaluable. And one of the things I hope that we can continue to do is maintain that data so that we continue to make objective decisions.
Say that one more time for me so I grab it.
That we have really optimized our collection of data regarding everything that the city does. And from infrastructure to the number of visitors at parks and in our facilities. And then one of our greatest challenges or risks, I think, is just making sure that we continue to collect that data so we can objectively know what infrastructure or what programs we need to focus on.
And the risk is
Not
we
collecting
don't,
data.
what gets hurt?
And if you have to rely on subjective guess making versus actual data-driven decision making. And it takes a lot of time for staff to be able to do this, and they've done an amazing job. So thank you.
Finance, we're all about data-driven decisions, right? For me, personally, I thought we made meaningful progress on the new park, and we were able to do it without relying on the general fund. So it's something that happened very quickly, and it's exciting. I think on the flip side, as has been mentioned, is the challenge could be the inability to fund our projects if we don't maintain financial discipline. Those go hand in hand, and be able to strategically use our resources in the best way possible.
Well, Mayor, I'm going to make this a little easy on you. That city manager absolutely did steal my thunder on the SDRN. But I did want to add a couple, just two things. She's allowed, I guess. I wanted to mention how the SDRN is extremely aligned with the goals of the city and assisting the homeless, and also keeping in mind what the community needs are as well. So that was part of my really notion when bringing up the SDRN, just the balancing of the community needs in the assisting the homeless.
The
SDRN, the San Diego West Commission.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, and then also the data-driven decisions that are coming from them with all the analysis that we're getting from them. They're such a great resource. So I wanted to bring that up. And then, I wanted to share it with Jim's thunder on that one. So.
And risk if we don't?
The risk is I mean, a problem that's, regional could get much worse. So I think we're really doing our part locally to the point where, from what I can tell, and I've worked in a couple of different agencies, are nowhere near exceeding success.
And Tom, I wanted to make sure I captured your, was it funding the park?
Actually, there's funding projects.
Funding projects, okay.
The list that we have.
Okay. Coming from me as Public Works Director, I truly got to champion the facilities condition assessment. We made meaningful progress throughout this year. We're currently going through the estimates and making sure that they're ready to bring the council in March. It's very critical that we stick to this master plan that we're going to present, because it's going to allow us to move away from deferred maintenance and reactive maintenance. It's going to allow us to be proactive. We're kind of behind the 8 ball right now because we haven't had the funding available to bring our facilities up to standards. So this is critical. This will allow us to be sustainable in the future, and also allow our facilities to be to a level that they need to be, that the public deserves, and also our city employees. So the facilities condition assessment is critical, and I want to thank my staff for all the work that they're doing. Our facilities manager and our senior analysts, they're here today, put in a lot of time, and it's going to be something that's going to set us up for the long term.
I would say the best example of progress I can see in the city is the effort that went into Clark Street and the current protection of its residents. I saw something that's never happened before. I saw the staff, council, and the residents get together on site on the street on multiple occasions, discuss the challenges, and then I thought I saw the staff become internal and work on ways to discuss what are we doing as far as policy goes to direct that development, and really look into what's the difference between discretionary and objective standards. So much so that we're changing our policies going forward as a result of it, and we've acted out to protect our residents. And they were all here last year at the meeting. I remember that we had 5 or 6 people that came here last year pleading with us to do it, and I'm really pleased that we followed through and listened to them. I'm going to add L7 to that. We are wretchedly behind in park acreage in the city, and adding to this is something we're all excited about. And of course, we've had some incredible representation by our residents who shown up to support that, and it's just great to see. I was going to say that our infrastructure is at risk. Really, all of this is at risk at all times, in my opinion, and it doesn't stop. That's the challenge of answering this question of risk is focus or loss. It's everywhere. I mean, we did a project last week in the city where one of the groups in the city tried to stop it, actually last month, because they wanted to stop it, because they wanted to help the residents. And so diligence never stops anywhere. And I think we have to send help with all of it. So I'm going to stick with infrastructure up there, but I think it's across the board. We've seen it. I spoke about it earlier today. If we don't keep diligent on the focus events that need us, people are looking to take it. So I'm proud of what we did this year. I think the risk is we're going to keep going.
All right. For me, what I think we made meaningful progress with is I think we put infrastructure as a main priority. Whether it's roads, drainage, for me, I think that's the foundation of our city, is what we build on it. And I fully wanted to concentrate on public health and safety, but as this year has gone on and my first year, I think I realized how important infrastructure is to the city. So for me, that became a big deal for me. Through budget cycle and through everything that we talked about in council meetings and whatnot, it became to the forefront for me something very important. So For me, that was something meaningful, and then the risk, I mean, deferred maintenance, the cost of, letting it go by the wayside. I don't know, it all, like what Jim said, what we all talk about here is being fiscally responsible. So for me, the infrastructure is what we build on, how we take care of our city. And for me, that's a very important thing to me. Like I said, I think it's the foundation of the city. It's all under our streets. It takes the water away, keeps us safe on the roads.
So I said deferred maintenance and the higher cost to repair.
Hi. For me, I am in awe. I've been here quite a long time, and I'm taking a much higher optic view. I think what it puts me in awe is our work plan. It focuses us, has goals, objectives, and then on top of that, quarterly, we got a report on 76 or 72 things. It really, with all the clarity of where we're going. This is amazing. We have never had that. I've been here 34 years. Okay, I started when I was 5. But this is incredible. And it really sets all of what you folks are talking about as our parameters to work under. It's incredible. That's my high optic view.
Okay, well, with my tenure 4 months on, I think I want to echo what former Secretary said with the infrastructure. So the capital improvement program, I've been around a few places and observed a number of things, and one of the value, and that's sprinkled throughout the work plan that you can see. We're talking about the transportation, we're talking about solar, we're talking about the CAP, grants, ledge policies, the assessment, streets, utilities focus, and also our facilities focus. So really everything a lot of things in the work plan can be tied back to the CIP. Plus it's a great tool that synergizes our institutional knowledge with our physical assessment, because that's going to create our plan. So we talked a bit about that, a 5-year capital improvement program. That way you design something, you construct it. Design, construct, and so that's really the next step, and so that's very exciting to see, and I think that's a lot of progress has been made. So risk, so Mayor, it's a wanderlust of wasted resources. And I say that because in a wanderlust, it's unknown, right? You're just figuring stuff out, it's confusion. If we don't have this plan and formal 5-year plan or the actual program in place, that happens, and then obviously the wasted resources. It comes down to wasting time, wasting money, and also the public's trust and expectation is all tied into that if we aren't able to adhere to that plan.
Mike, can I ask for clarification? You were talking about if we aren't able to follow our capital improvement plan? What? Yes. Yes, is that what you said?
Yes.
Thanks. Got it.
Good morning. One of the areas from a law enforcement perspective that we really strive to increase this last year is our quality of life concerns. And some of them have been brought up in previous topics, but we at the Sheriff's Office go through great length to engage the community where they are and carry what's important to the community, and then also bring in the community to the table with us to help solve these problems. That creates law enforcement legitimacy from the perspective of the community. So one example of that we do is we will routinely go down to the 101 and we'll walk that. And we invite members of the community to go with us, council, staff. And we engage our commercial business owners, employees, residents who at that day, they didn't have a complaint in mind when they woke up, but we gave them the opportunity. We gave them the opportunity to share with us what's important to them, what's causing concerns for them. We made that important to us, so that our policing efforts are aligned with their expectations. Because the risk is misalignment. Misalignment in the law enforcement community causes major issues, as I think everyone can probably see. So putting the community's perspective of what's important to be enforced, bringing all stakeholders to the table, ensuring everyone has a voice in how we're going to solve that. We've made leaps and bounds in this community. Extremely proud of that.
So on the fire side, I think to take in what everybody else has said too, it's hard to skip over all of that. For me, one of the greatest or most meaningful progress the city here has had is that focus on internal foundation with looking at infrastructure and the people, and I think the citizens and our staff are seeing that those systems are being put in place. Focus on the people is starting to be there, which is exactly how we got those 76 things down. It's not what our HR director Judy says, the people are the ones getting on us like that. So I think one of the most meaningful thing is that internal foundation being built in the city. And I think the biggest risk we have is to lose that focus and not move the infrastructure and the people and provide the people, the staff with the resources to do their job. Because at the end of the day, they're the engine that implements what the council wants. And if we don't give them the resources, then we can't do the job we do. That's the biggest risk.
So, fire focus on internal fire infrastructure and staff.
Yeah, as a general, not just fire, but the whole city, but internal foundation.
All right, well, what I've seen a lot this past year is being proactive, not reactive. Really what I wanted to touch on was public works infrastructure, but our city attorney as the first speaker stole that immediately, so thank you. But I will focus on a couple things that are infrastructure related and how that ties into being proactive and not reactive. When we are doing condition assessments in the last year, and currently, we have completed condition assessments on our water systems. When we get to the end of the line here, it's all the really good things have already been said. So I'll just speak for Elmer as well. Our water system, our sewer system, sorry Elmer, we've done a condition assessment for our entire street network. We are currently in the process of doing a condition assessment for all of our bridge structures, for our entire storm drain system. We've done inspections of all of our beach access, so our stairways. So really, really important things. And what people generally don't understand about a condition assessment is it's a two-part process. It's one, identifying your needs. But the second part, which can be just as important, is putting together a 5 to 10-year plan of how you implement those needs. Because really what we want to do is we want to be proactive. We want to do small dollar maintenance work instead of large dollar capital replacement work. So if we're able to identify some of the smaller maintenance needs today, that really helps us from the economic standpoint of being able to not really do large replacement in the future. Then another proactive approach we had is this is entire citywide our engineering design manual. We updated that for the first time in about 20 years, which is a really big thing progressing forward. Development services to an entire team, very proactive in things that they're doing. So really a lot of awesome things throughout the entire city and departments. We are reactive. It really is just a big problem in the field that makes efficiency basically something to think about.
All right, I have a backup. What I want to really talk about is the project execution. You Utilities Department had executed last year, completed 4 major projects, and those projects benefited the community, but also, we worked as a team operationally because these projects actually reduced the burden of our operations staff. Some of these projects reduced the amount of flushing that was conducted, also allowed us to, and also that the operators don't have to spend time being reactive like everyone has talked about. So, what's important is that we made those projects and we completed them in a timely manner. And the risk of it is that it'll burden our operations staff. They do have to be reactive instead of having these projects renew our pipelines and infrastructure. But also then we fail our customers to deliver their water and collect their sewer properly treated and have a proper, healthy, and clean environment.
I'll start. Bruce, give me time. The community, parks, recreation, arts are what a community is. This is what they define. It's very much ownership, but the community takes ownership in it. Of course, this comes from the Park and Rec Director, I know. But listening to today, this morning,
Okay, we're ready to, everybody ready to go? You've had lunch, now you're sleepy, and now we're going to really put you to work, so this will be good. Okay, so I was talking to Councilman Schaefer, and he brought something up, and I thought, really resonates. He said, wouldn't it be cool if we had like 3 questions? 3 questions that we could ask ourselves as we move through this today, as we move through what we're going to execute moving forward, that would kind of guide us along. And it got me to thinking, I belong to Rotary, and in Rotary we have something called the four-way test, which are 4 questions that are supposed to guide your actions and what we're doing. And they are, is it the truth? Is it fair to all concerned? Will it build goodwill and better friendships? And will it be beneficial to all concerned? So I threw this out to my staff and I said, hey, there's this idea, and think about municipalities we work with, think about what we're trying to do, what the city of Encinitas is trying to do, and can we come up with those 3 questions that would really help guide us along? So I want to show you what we came up with and get your reaction to these questions and see what you think. Sound good? The first one is, does this clearly advance one of our agreed upon strategic goals? And if the answer to that is no, then it's press pause. And don't proceed until you determine, is it something that we need to move off course for? Or can we get it back on course for our strategic goal? Thoughts on this? Anyone? Feel free.
I love this. I think this helps organize the mindsets of everybody from the top to the newest hire. They focus their thought process. And the first time you ask this may not make the difference, but all the time you ask yourself this over the course of 365 days, it adds up pretty quickly. It's all the change in the bottom of the barrel adds up to be real value. So thank you, Ken.
Yeah, the idea is to just make it really simple. If you ask yourself these 3 questions, and this is the one question that would just make you pause for a minute and say, hang on. The second one, does this improve outcomes for the community without creating unintended harm elsewhere? So there's a theory called causal loop thinking, right? And in causal loop thinking, it's, well, if we make a decision, what does that decision affect? So does this one make sense? Anyone? Thoughts? Good. The last one is, do we have the capacity, resources, and alignment to execute this well right now? Because it can be a great idea, but if we can't execute, we don't have the capacity, the resources, whatever that may be, well then we either have to say, how do we go get those? Or, you know what, this is a great idea, we're going to have to pause that temporarily, or put that in the plan at another time. So, do these 3 questions resonate? Okay. Yes, sir.
For this one, would we have addressed alignment in the first question? And I only say that because if we now try and make it an actionable item, then we're really just looking at capacity and resource availability because it's already in alignment with whatever our strategic direction is, which we may have already answered.
Great. Yes. I think we can make that alteration. And thank you. The idea was just to get directionally, does this make sense? And this can kind of help inform some of our conversations as we move through the rest of the day. Okay, so now we're going to get back into groups. And I need you to be in a different group than you were in. So if you were on this side, move to that side of the room. Let's have the council members mix it up a little bit. But I need you, I'm going to give you like 2 minutes, maybe that much, to get back into two different groups. So ready? Go. No fighting. Yeah, you can all come over here. Now, come on. enough for what it was? Are we feeling good? Yeah? Different, yeah. All right.
Out to lunch.
Okay, so let's hear, oh yeah. Oh yeah. Oh yeah, I'm feeling good about this group. Okay, you guys don't mess this one up. Here we go. Okay, so it struck me, and this came from many conversations I've had, that this is phenomenal, right? There's a lot on it. And it struck me, and again from some conversations I had with most all of you, that many of the things on here would be what would be considered standard operating procedures. These are just things you're going to do running the city. Let's say inspecting bridges. You're going to do it no matter what. So there's some things on here that you can't lose focus of, still need to be reported back on. But we need to think about streamlining this, which is going to be the next phase after we do this. So what I want you to do in your groups, and I'm not asking you to go line item by line item. Please don't do that. I'm asking you to talk conceptually about what are those things that should be SOPs, standard operating procedures. This is what we do day in and day out to run the city. And note down what those would be, what those broad categories would be. That will inform us moving forward in the rest of the afternoon. So, ready? Everybody understand? Work amongst yourselves. Remember the 5 behaviors of how we're operating. Ready? Go. Oh, put it on a flip chart, please.
Mark, put it on a flip chart, guys. All right. One meeting sign. That's flip chart right here. So conceptually, what he did, I think it was good for last year. Get it kind of started as we go down. We don't want to get so deep on the SOP that somebody we lose somebody on it. The idea is to narrow it down to the more bite-sized over the course of the year. A little more standard the extent amount that we want to cram into a year. I think Scott or Professor probably has the best knowledge on some of these ideas, especially since you just got here and reviewed it. You might really, there are things that you're like, why is on there? Or, you know what I'm saying? Are those video items that you can think of? You're up close.
I'm just from my starting off and looking at this, I didn't get that feeling at first. Like somebody mentioned to me, then I thought about it, like, yeah, you're right. Just as an example, all of these items were amazing for me because I can see priorities, and that's super critical for me to focus my department, my team members, and they all see it, they look up and they look down, and it makes a difference. But like, here's a good example, one that I was just thinking about, like, when they're talking about that, is the hack. That first section, the whole 1 point, public health and safety, the first one where it talks about all the homeless stuff, the 1.4 and 1.5, mostly 1.5.
Yeah, we're doing communication.
Yeah, 1.5. That's all hack. We've already got a design for that, and we're going to take that. So that doesn't need to be there. We got it planned for that. Everybody's going to agree on, the public's going to get their outreach on it. So, from that perspective, if it's important that you guys, that council sees it on this plan that we're doing it, so be it. But I can tell you.
We have a secondary section that says, implemented in progress. So now, another section that's implemented with the current steps.
I was going to go back to the process we did last year. First, we did the 6
I put a slide up with a little bit of my health thought process.
Even though I would generally consider both of those standard operators. So I think we're in a different position today than we were a year ago. And we ought to be looking at the goals first and see, hey, does that goal really
I almost think of this to be like a speaker's notes where you have your actual presentation. This is actually probably the full version that you're ever going to see. There's say 80 for a round number, right? You had 80 things like this, just for any season, you really got to go back. At 40 this year, we're at, we're coming down to like, there's some things you don't want to forget. And but it should almost like consolidate where it's like last reference, last updated 725. And let's just say this was all green, 1.5 was green, you would just say last updated 2025. So that council 10 years from now, they can go down and they can drop down and see what they did and how they did it, so that you can consolidate this down, so it ends up being smaller and smaller, but it's still got to drop down so the last time was updated. So when there's a future problem, it's kind of something that I feel like, I'm not going to say everything, but it's a pretty broad brush on covering, yeah, a lot of things. So you want to have a way to reference that. And for general plan, you always want to go all the way back to general plan, you just go back to the last time it was updated, you can see what and how they did it. The next one you're going to update it, you want to go all the way back to 40 years ago, it was lost knowledge.
But I think you're operating down. So I'm saying,
Go higher.
today's meeting is really big. Once we agree to align on any changes in goals, then outside of this meeting, staff and we come back now, we'll go back and rework but not today. If we try to do 76 objectives, then we're going to
Yeah, I guess when you look at it that way, I can see the mechanism. Because if you just, when I look at it, it's all the objectives and the details numbers. And then I see myself, well, I'm already doing this, I don't need this, someone do this. But maybe at some point I did need this to move in that direction. But I think maybe there's a matter of taking certain things off, the objectives, what we're doing.
So, goal one, enhance community confidence through sheriff, fire, and community services. You know what I'm saying? Like, I feel like this would be just as a this would just be interoperate easier. What has been done this year? I know you guys have all been done for your own work. So if any of these groups had issues going forward, if some issues are arising, say, whatever, go back to that SOP and go, where's the SOP not being followed, how's it not being followed? Right now, I mean, besides the three yellows that are heavily leaning green, it's SOP. Whatever they've done this year.
Although I think there's still room to improve our course. Yeah, and I think if I'm a resident, that is so important. Improvement of delivering services and enforcement of our law on the homeless and animals. And the objective could be clean up Second Street and secrecy.
some of these goals,
Right. So if you consolidate, so something like this, where you, I think where you're going is you just go goal 1, SOP, and then if anything that's not SOP, then you just drop down to 1.5 or 1, whatever the thing, and then more.
whatever goal is.
Yeah. So the goal 1, which is the top thing, right? The goal. The objectives, any objectives that haven't been met, you drop that down. So 1.5 from the original goal of the 3.5 places here. That makes sense. So if we take the goals from last year, they're pretty much the same. SOP is drop down and then facilities be working on specifics. And so that this way this year we know specifically which goals we're working on. The other ones are kind of expected. You know, there's a lot of work to be done. That's just, that's SOP, that's standard.
To piggyback that, because goal number 1, enhance community confidence. That's still a goal that we should, right? Yes. Okay, so 1.1, conduct a vulnerability assessment. That is something that we're doing, but now the assessment itself is that's something that happens. But every assessment, every year,
No, it's just the SOP.
we're still working on that.
There's one, still is. 1.3E is yellow, and it's continuous.
Now, permanent station.
No, that would be something for, so you put it, so this is perfect, so for a year out, you can't go over, you pass down these years, so kind of go through this thing. So you're gonna go, SOP, you're gonna put a date when you think this is be, so 2026, you're gonna go in 2035, I think it's or 28. Whatever year you think you're gonna need a permit to start getting a conversation, you put that in there, and you bring it out of the SOP file, and you bring it out to talk about the other goals of the objectives, right? So those goals and objectives get the goals. So right now, if you have SOP and this would be sorry,
Okay, so what we're looking for here, or what are the big buckets? So for instance, over here, quarterly fire and safety updates, that's standard operating procedure. That doesn't need to hit this list. And so we want those big buckets, what are those? So that when we come up with the next strategic plan, we've got our, let's call it our project management, which is all those things. But over here, we've got focus area, a couple of key goals, and a couple of key objectives. That's what we want to track at the council level. And they're going to track everything else from the staff level. So those things we just do day in and day out to run the city. Make sense? So what we do on this list are big buckets so that you can start catching up.
I just said, we need to
Growing and they're saying,
I would like to set and assess and proactively prepare and find more balance. Yeah, that's a big, those are things that are going to be done. Percentage of our. But it's something that hasn't been done. You know, the big bucket might be do that, objectives, detail how to get there. That's going to go into the project plan. Like you say, we're talking total track doors, we're talking doors, and that's how
it's a faster way that we don't lose continuity through the change. And that's the hardest thing to do. Other parts as people phase out, how do we make sure we don't do that? So, yeah, so we just go through. I have one, A, B, C, so we so one is not one thing that's just one thing that's going to be except for maybe just a little yellow. You pull that out, it's this year's focus. On four, you just kind of go through so that now you have obviously the department is for us the process to really make this thing out of not to negate or have to happen all the but focus on the things that really
Now let's do okay.
So I know where this is going. Three questions was something that was just kind of so how do you narrow it down so that whatever we have is how we're going to use it. The last time it was updated, just drop it into the year that it was updated. So we're having policies to get more go back to the last time it was updated, well, there it is. And that's how we fix it. What are you saying? Not everything needs to do it. I'm saying that the objective of what we're trying to get to and the process are two different things. The process has been successful so far. We haven't gotten our last issue. But the process is successful. So the process we don't need to do perfect on it. They already have it for action and it's only
I'm thinking of things like assessing, that's pretty good. If I go ask every person, what do you consider, they're going to say, great, homeless, they're going to say, I don't think it's and there may be the next step.
Out of curiosity, what gets homeless out of this action plan last year and a half? It uses where it's going swimmingly. I know we don't have zero, right? So we have more than that. But how do we
just like a picture. Nice and master I think this should be what the goals, including the ones
there's a difference though. The process is working. So the process is working, so we're still doing so success. You just want to say yes to so that we can focus on the more boring our meetings, the better we're doing. The more boring stuff is, the more so really the first goal is here to come in and take a roll through those other meetings and same thing as the opposite direction.
It sounds to me, what I'm hearing is, start off with our focus area, on our goals. Our goals are consistent and still reach the needs of our lives. I think what we're talking about is the objectives that staff create, which is operational. So I think the city manager will say, that's asking. So I'm just going to tell you where we're here. So here's how we get it. Our first one is necessary for operations and so for instance, safety updates, we already do those. Assessments, we do that. So that's, you're talking the objective, council, general maintenance, and all of the elements of inflation, safety, So how we look at this, what we need is council direction. So are on our makeup and I say, okay, there's a lot of the stuff here that I'm talking about. It's like we do our assessments, we do the moral housing. Yeah, so that's kind of how we broke it out. Over the week. So I'm just coming over and letting you guys know that's very high level, and then you can see the focus areas and goals, and you can kind of see which ones are more maintenance, and which ones more speed. Yes. Things that we do every day, or should be, and then so
What are you saying around SLPs? It is a quarterly update, right? That's confusing. What I would do is I would do all these announcements to take a comment and change to the agenda. So things like increased communication to the public. That's something that we're always trying to do. And we explore regional partnerships because a lot of these issues that are important to us are important to neighbors, county as well. Maybe we can expand those regional partnerships. That's the state of operations. That's what I'm looking at. I don't know if that's right.
I think it's a good start. Yep.
We're trying to get all my ideas this year. We went big and wide last year. We're trying to get more focus with not losing the big wide understanding. But now that we're to the top, we're getting my smaller detail, more the better. Right? We're worried about grass and running all water markers.
Lots of ways to see it, man. Just like your life.
You know, it's like every 4 years, I was having a full one, and then just keep narrowing it down. Keep going big and small, big, small. That's kind of, that's why they do it. You type A personality, if you do the instruction, orange and black off there all the time. No. Refresh it. Big, small.
But it seems to be new that you need counsel. So it's almost like we have had every line. No, staff. The staff gets the board of report back. I'm trying to and then come back with a list of what we think.
I mean, it is because I just for me, it's like we're doing we take your goals, we take put some objectives, we've accomplished something, and now we need to say, okay, what's based on the maybe someday we'll get to the end of the road and there won't be a goal. We'll lose the objectives. The objectives will start getting so clear. I think basically, things are going to start getting less. These will, the SOPs will get less, the objectives will get less, and then that still lets the goal goes away.
Well, what happens is the breathing cycle, so you still breathe, even though it's still going really fast together, it's better. The better we're doing is that it's breathing every year, but it's just check, right? It's a 5-minute breathe versus
still need input. We're going to update objectives for this year, for the fiscal year. The staff with our current. If there's any rewording, next one, 2.1, standard operating procedure. 2, 2, 3, and 2, 4.
The only thing I'd say with 2 is just make sure that we set another percentage for our and another mark to get more communication. Yeah, or reset the numbers.
So, and some of these are kind of related, so what I've been doing is checking off objectives and very, very important. Checking all that.
We can always put it on the board and then go through them.
Yeah, and what we may do is sit down and take these enhanced communication strategies and make it, modify it so that it can still have put the app out. They could switch to improve community involvement.
This is the last time we're going to do it.
We can take more off. We're just putting some more stuff out there. We're kind of getting rid of
3-1, I think it is. That's quiet zone, average, Santa Fe, circulation, ice route, 3-1 is on. 3-2, everything the same because of the cost that it has. 3-3, explore public transportation.
all of 3 is a big hub this year. Or all the other mass.
Yeah, and thinking ahead, we want to add alternate safe street routes.
Yes.
All of you. We're not talking about heading right now.
All of you.
All of you. What about 4?
I think all of 4 is SOP, other than the fact that other than that, I don't think that's right now. I think staff whatever 4-1 is brief opportunities to listen to all of the what are all of the spaces that are available? I get like 100% of the open spaces that are available. Now we just need, and now over the course of some years, we have extra money to do that. Then we start thinking about opportunities for those staff.
I think the template we need to do is I think 4-2.
Okay, a few more minutes.
Library, solar on the fire station. We would actually be paying off all the houses, saving money, and just generating. I was thinking, I'd like to see that.
Mayor, does it matter to you guys, like, if there's any parts of this, it's already exempt, if we go for zone exist, pursue a
Yeah, if it's in the general plan.
But that doesn't mean, just because it's a general plan doesn't mean it's a goal right now, so if I leave it there, it's a goal meeting. So I think I answered my question.
I'm not a big fan of yard district right now.
So would you want to change that?
Okay, be rounding up and picking your spokesperson.
Seven's good, I'd like to keep it, and I'd like to put in the explicitly,
Right now, we're just trying to look for.
This is what we're going to score, is focusing on.
This is perfect.
Was already happening, we have our new grant coalition, like 7 floors, we That's
Who's your spokesperson going to be here?
We do the
Going over here? Okay.
to make sure that we do
Okay. We are going to go. Luke, why don't you take us through two things? Take us through what you came up with and kind of the thought process that came out in the conversations, and then we'll move over here and see where we're aligned, and we'll go from there. So everybody ready over here on this side? All right, let's go.
Thanks, Jim, really appreciate it. So our focus was to try to, everything that's on the work plan currently is everything that still needs to be worked on and operating. The things that are the process, maybe not the objective has been reached, but the process is in good working order and it's bringing productive work forward is just going to be minimized. We still have it, but the things that we figured that need to keep highlighted and stay focused on was 1.4, balance and reassess the enforcement and services for the unhoused. 1.5 was revisit and enhance the HAP, which is still under works. And then 1.3 was identify and reassess assets, resources, and communication involvement. Like fire stations and stuff of that nature. So we want to keep all of 3 as a focus. All of 2 can just be minimized. It's still operating, it's still a focus. It's just that it's not something that has to come to the highlight all the time. All of 3 needs to keep stay focused. And then 4.1, you guys are going to read it as we go. 5.1 and 5.3. And then 7.2 was a for sure keep on the high view, and 7.4 with the grant opportunities. We just had the coalition come together. We're going to be doing that a little bit more aggressively. It seems as though we may not need to have it to be a highlight, but it's still brief as opportunities come up. It's not, again, just because it's not highlighted doesn't mean that it's not still coming to us. It just means that department or that group is working well, and they already know how they're working well. It doesn't need much attention to either the department head or to council. Going forward, 8.1 and 8.2 are going to stay with us. And then the last one was all of 9, which is the state housing stuff. So that's how we minimized it. We basically got rid of probably a third of the issue of the things and kind of narrowed our focus and to keep bringing all this stuff back to us. But it's not something that the purview is the main focus, at least at the higher levels at this point going forward.
Which ties into your SOP.
Correct. So yeah, so our SOPs, communication is going well. Everything from the app to the videos, everybody getting the information out in town, and people actually coming in. Our education to everybody, to the individual resident, to the business owners, assessing the infrastructure. We've gone far and wide throughout this last year, which is amazing. Our law enforcement has done a phenomenal job. Seeking partnerships, so that's public-private partnerships, and then maintain all of our systems and maintain everything that's already kind of running kind of smoothly. So that's what we're saying.
Awesome, thank you. And just a point of clarification, nothing is getting moved off of a list that isn't going to be paid attention to. It's just a matter in which we do it. And so that's really the key. So let's move over here.
Yeah, thanks, Jim. Good. So this is a good example of how two groups can be told the same thing and interpreted very differently. Because we looked at it a little more organically. We kind of broke it out, not necessarily by the numbers of the existing strategic plan, but more organically and holistically. So I'll start with the strategic and policy as the other group did and highlight many of the same things. We have 9 anyway. So as far as strategic and policy, the climate action plan, general plan, and all the elements, instead of listing all the elements, we just wanted to be clear that all the elements are included in that. The homeless action plan, our housing policies, our legislative policies, public safety is an overarching strategic and policy objective. Open space, which includes parks, and stewardship and investment, not just acquisition, although investment is important, but also stewardship. Business economic development was also very high in our list, and I'll jump to the number 10, which is the CIP. We need to look at it strategically, we need to plan, and we need to fund. And then I'll back up to number 9, because we weren't entirely in agreement, so that's why it's in parentheses. It says roadway safety standards, traffic safety standards, and it's true that that would be under our circulation element in number 2. So it's a level of detail that's probably not as big as the big policy statements, but some people thought it was important enough to put it there. Jessica, could you move the SOP operational up so people could see it tethered over here? Or So our standard SOPs operational, I'll read. Number 1 is conduct quarterly updates on fire and safety. That's important. Assessment plans, assessment database. So this is of our infrastructure and our facilities. So assessing them and updating our database. Keeping all data up to date. We've got the resources, we've got the people to do this, so that's important. Jumping down to interdepartmental coordination, there's a lot of talk about how we've moved away from silos and more towards interdepartmental coordination, and we believe that's still very important. Public safety, again, community outreach and communication, enhanced communication strategies, maintain systems, those are systems like sewer system, water system, touching on infrastructure again there, fiscal responsibility, including ongoing pursuit of grants, enhancing and balancing art and culture and sports, which really is a broad area. And there was discussion, I didn't get a number, but there was definitely some discussion on considering capacity planning based on our vision. What do we have the capacity for as we evolve through a very dynamic time? There's a lot of we're very dynamic, and things change outside of our control. But we also want to know where we're headed. So that's the capacity planning to maybe look at some scenarios that help us not be surprised so that we have the resources we need to do what we say is important. Any questions on this?
Any thoughts over here? Questions? I think between the two, and I'll ask this you specifically, do you feel that there's enough guidance here to think about what becomes standard operating procedure, what becomes, and then to be able to come back with a plan?
Yeah, I think between both of the groups, like I said, I think obviously the group over here was a little bit more specific, this group was a little bit more general, but just really looking to say, okay, where do we need council input? And where is city manager, my job is day-to-day operations, where does that fit under my guidance and the guidance of the exec team? So, and that's, I think, what we're just trying to look for. And I think being a new group and being in our first work plan, I think this next one, we can kind of differentiate what is just truly more operational and should be, as we talked about, standard operating procedure versus some high level, we want some policy direction. What are some visions? I know I've talked to several council members. What does incidents look like 10, 20, 30 years from now? And obviously we've got many policies and the input that we need from council, which will also gather from the public that we need to make decisions together and we need that direction. So, yeah.
Okay, that's great.
The way I define SOP is something that a new hire on this side right here, new, relatively new, can jump in and seamlessly join the fight. Whereas the older group, they can kind of get lost in the weeds a little bit, or they forget how much they know about the spot that they are. So the new join can jump in and can, within a matter of weeks versus months, or within a matter of months versus years, join and be a productive member of that group. And that's what SOPs are designed for, but you don't have to talk about them after they're understood. That's just how we view every relative situation for alignment. And then we have nuances with, obviously, life experiences are differently. We can talk about specifics as they come up, but the SOP is not really, and it should be written in stone at some level. That's how we operate until it's adjusted. So that's what I think both groups have kind of alluded to, but I think it'd be up to obviously the city manager and the executive staff to dial it in from where we started here today.
All right, thank you. I appreciate that. And I look at this as cascading goals, right? As you have a couple of really key goals, 2 or 3 key goals under each focus area. And under that, you might have a couple of objectives. Under that comes this big plan of milestones and other things that includes the SOPs. And it's breaking it down in such a way that it's easy to track and make sense. And so that's what we're going to move into this afternoon, is exactly that. So here's what we're going to do. I'm going to start right here, and I want you to count off 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3. So by threes, and we're going to go all the way around the room. So
1, 2,
1,
2,
3,
1, 2, 3, 1, 2,
3, 2, 3,
1,
2.
okay, well done. We're not doing anything with that, but well done. Okay, so group number 1 is over here, group number 2 is going to be here, and group number 3 is going to be there. In your groups, and you're going to need a flip chart and markers.
That's how I the units that the other guys we have nobody other way to do it. The new guy goes somewhere else is like, this is something like that's the whole or the better you guys work piece, the better you EFT's higher, requirements higher, so people have I can do what they make.
Okay, now, what happened to our 3 here? Or 2? What happened to our 2?
I think Jessica, she's running away.
Jim,
something's not making sense.
Jace is a 2.
Yeah, she was right next to me.
He must be a 2.
I'm a 2, yeah.
Is Jim a 2?
I'm a 3.
No, Jim's
Are you a 3? Yeah, but then you got 3 council, 4 council members.
Let's see. You want me to go over there?
Go ahead, you go over there, Scott.
All right, you get to call Red Rover and call somebody over. Just call someone over. Okay, everybody listen.
Come back. You're 2 now. There you go.
All right. Okay, everybody listen up. This is going to be a 2-part process. This is going to take most of the rest of the afternoon, and so when I give you the instructions and you start, take your own bio break if you need one while we're getting going here. Okay, I want you, because we're all leaders in the room. I want you to resist the urge to start solving. We're not solving right now, and I'll explain what I mean by that. So let me put this slide up and walk you through it. And I'm going to explain something before I put the slide up. We are going to be working on our focus areas. Everybody knows what the focus areas are. It's in this big spreadsheet that you have. This group, you're going to work on the first 2 focus areas on the spreadsheet. This group, you're going to work on the second 2, and you're going to work on the last 2. A flip chart for each, clearly highlighted. Okay, got that? So, here's what we're going to do. This is called what is missing or unfinished. So, for each focus area, the directions are up on the screen. I want you to ask this question. What did not get done as expected and why? The answer may be we nailed it. But if something didn't get done, was it because of capacity, complexity, misalignment, external constraints, something that's maybe not out there? 2, what has emerged? So this is the opportunity for everyone to think about what's emerged that was not anticipated last year. Did something come up? Was there a new risk that came up that we didn't know going into the year that was going to affect us? Was there a new opportunity? And did conditions somewhere along the line change that affected what we were working on? And lastly, is there anything that no longer belongs in this focus area? Everybody have that? You're answering 3 questions, a flip chart for each one. And we've got some time to work on this. So, yes.
So in a way, our city manager's office has already kind of updated, maybe I'm thinking of this too literally, but we've already updated where our status is on machine meetings, and that's a matter of known information, but that's not what you're asking us?
Yeah, I'm not asking to go item, look, thank you for that, Joy. I'm not asking to go item by item. I'm asking you to think bigger picture. Are there some things that just didn't get done as you had hoped that they would get done? But please don't go item by item on the flip chart. I mean, on the spreadsheet. That's not what we're asking. We're asking for, thank you for the clarification, a bigger picture. So it's an opportunity also, if something wasn't addressed, to put that on the list. We're not solving it, okay? There's a second part to this exercise. So we're not solving right now. Okay.
To further clarify, is it what hasn't gotten done under the focus area or something?
Under the focus area. Under the focus area. So work on one, work through it, work on the other one, work through it. Now, when we're done, we're going to rotate groups. So you're going to go to this group and you're going to rotate around. So everyone is going to have the opportunity to look at the work that has been done, and was anything missed? Do we want to be additive to anything? And then we'll report out when that's all done. This is the most efficient way of getting everybody's input. We ready? Okay, go.
With the one on the far side.
Yeah.
Safe and efficient mobility.
I'm going out, that's fine. We've had a change emphasis away from saying biking pedestrians on all streets. So if we write it, we were aiming towards our active transportation plan, bike routes on all streets as a part of the customary approach. But I know now we're focused on putting bikes in safe bike streets and not emphasizing so much bike ped on all streets. So that's a change. And I just kind of want to daily that I
think that's focus on a 5-year, 10-year strategic plan.
Yeah, it really is.
So those are the two, like, we can focus on what's most important because we really think that
And kind of along that same line, we have been spending millions of dollars on one street out of hundreds of miles, 170 miles of center line, right? And we're not going to get done at that rate. We're going to end up spending hundreds of millions and not necessarily accomplish it because changing a road doesn't change driver behavior. So we want to maximize the bike, pedestrian, micromobility, and traffic safety on all the roads. And it takes a broader or a different approach, I believe. And I think enforcement was one of those key components. I think we can look at examples. We don't want to solve the problem here, but some of the enhancements have not necessarily enhanced safety.
So because of that, I think that you say maybe the focus now is a little bit different in that some of the streets as a top priority first. And look to other safety measures and red light cameras. Since we might be different as a safety
unseen scared, things just like popped up out of nowhere. With a practice
really not just continue.
Contaminated water issues.
We got some complexity getting the already know. I mean, at least counterpart.
Oh yeah, Christmas.
It did, okay, yes, so it did get done, but there was, what did not get done?
I think what we're saying here, firehouse at noon, add some complexity to insurance related residents. Still has developed in areas that are still getting complexity that ends up letting our children not get.
So many different ways.
But there has been, I don't think I've seen the last and then I think
Yeah, and it's walkers too, we're across. Because there are people that are across different areas.
Now, sometimes, infrastructure can help with that. This is where you are. If you're alone, this is where you ride.
Well, I think this guy was telling that, which is great. I mean, I think it's a lesson thing. I want to do, try to. They should be live. When you call that the after accident. Oh, it's all. Thank you.
It's a black box.
Basically, if you're just doing a small residential.
So interesting. Roundabouts is like, okay, the guy who thinks he's driving a car. The person who thinks they're driving a car.
Safety is only education. I think there's a lot of interest in drivers, drivers are working full-time, know how to conduct themselves when there's a just so
such a conversation, is it anybody that does something else? Oh, maybe the time it's not, like, find class 1, 2, 3, it's something that's beyond. And, you know, it's a share of positive tones. Until that, like,
I would say straight.
All right.
We've talked about this before.
It does, yeah.
think that's what you're saying.
One thing we talked about capacity planning also, and I think that plays into future mobility, just where we're looking at what the future impacts are to facility mobility and having a dynamic capacity planning.
they're tracking well. We don't have to really worry about the ones that are tracking well. We're also looking at the things that are, have already been accomplished. It's what are those big buckets that are going to roll over potentially and identify maybe new opportunities for what we're going to go into next, which is the next fiscal year. And I think you have some additional clarification.
Yeah, so Jim Ponder and I were talking out there, listening to our conversation. So literally, it's like, we just finished second quarter, so we still got 2 more, so we've got about 5 months left of work. So I think some things we've already looked, they're already accomplished, done. Stuff got done in quarter 1, stuff got done in quarter 2. So I think what we want to do is, I think there's some of them, I'm going to give something we were working on, objective standards and inclusionary ordinance. This will likely have to straddle over. Some of these things we agreed are going to take more than a year. And I think we all agreed on that when we first did the first work plan. So those are the things that we'll move on. And then I know the mayor and I have had discussions, and I'm going to steal a little thunder real quick. But one of the things that he said we missed from last year was employer of choice. So I think part of it is, what are the things we can just cross off, we're good, we're doing great, these were goals that were met. What are some of the ones that are going to need to continue because there's just no way in a year we're going to get it done? And then what were just some of the things that we missed from last year? And I like the mayor's where he's like, we forgot to put down employer of choice. So I think what I had told Jim Ponder was it's a little hard when you're only done with second quarter, because I do think we're going to get a lot of these done, but I do think some of them are a little bit bigger, like inclusionary ordinance and objective standards for development. This will be an ongoing thing that I think we're all going to have to deal with for a while. So we just wanted to clarify a little, maybe that'll give a little context. I don't know how you all feel, but that's kind of what we were thinking.
So shall we shift to this one? We're about halfway. Do we think of things? I was thinking crossing, rail crossing might go on there. That's certainly.
Oh yeah, that's
Now we're.
Yeah, but it's, I don't think anything on there. So really, we need to, it's getting done, it's constant. I don't think it's.
Yeah, Great Crossings, Verity, another one.
Obviously, that's anticipated though. Someone think that there could be.
I mean, there's part of circulation, that's absolutely.
What the water price of. But all of it, in my opinion, is that's the environment. Nothing's really outside the ordinary. Which is where I think everybody feels pretty good. Feel like we know it well. We know the all the sewer and all that stuff. Correct.
I'll say this, tell me before I go, we're doing it with what we have, and so to do more, it's more realistic. So if we want to speed up a little bit,
And I put that over you guys.
you got resources that this is where it's, otherwise, at least the line is down, the arrow is down, the radar is going. Obviously, asking that we're going to go.
Yeah, I would like to get that as accelerated program of having tax stewardship. We've got a good framework for it working with we've got good staff. We're limited by the resources. What resources do we take to?
This exercise, the next one is going to be where.
And another, we have like great opportunity is we have the acquired service right now. And it's an open space as we
What about the city is like a new build? It's got really multiple
wrap new open space into this program.
torn down, and never really.
New open space in the
I think that's what we're trying to say all day, like, it's not that it doesn't need to be focused on, it's that you kind of operation habits, you're going to get your update every year, you'll come to closer. As long as we have a good person in place, we just need to be your place. You don't need to think about it.
Let's get together last night to see how we're required to look at space. But this, establishing a way to accelerate and expand the habitats township, put in place the mechanism for being able to have open space. One of the things that was discussed, also was looking at agricultural properties and seeing if they would be preserved for their shortage. So,
that would require open space.
Well, say we safety security.
We also have $2 million
that you got this love last year. This year is infrastructure. Somewhat circulation. Which are hard to so right now. Too bad we couldn't get them to be good.
Here, it's a very slow.
Sidewalk.
For that, it's $100,000.
This year's situation is,
Together $100,000 bill.
these two guys are keep doing it. This year is the infrastructure. So we need to take a focus, but I don't know if it's maybe this is finding this year
Yeah, and it's, for the county, is it in a place that have more open spaces dying, does it have cross-reference for animals? And then it must be either for counties, and even a trail system, that's always good. So, process, those are good.
Yeah, they're going to trail system require open space. Trail opportunity.
Yeah, it's simple.
3 days I went up to their dimension and field of
You said something, that's not trail.
It's a animal crossing.
we live in a community where we should be able to bring this out.
And it doesn't have to be automatic.
Like I said, yeah, I'm not sure.
But you can see where they're.
The city can have its own foundation. People can give money, not to individual gives money, it gives the taxpayer, gives some still money there. Yeah, I have a $3 million tax requirement. I'll give it to you guys, whatever. That's a $3 million tax requirement. That'd be great. What's your name?
A lot of people have.
Well, Lindsay Hall. You don't have that. Everything else funding it needs to be like because it gets used every day.
You've got about 10 minutes to wrap up.
We need some money to get some remodels. My goal after this survey,
Talk about public-private.
and this week, how much we could have this 2 days. 2050 vision. Now we, every council, that's where we're headed. Really nothing applies, I think, for us. That's the base, why the number one.
Yeah, it is infrastructure. I mean, our background.
that expertise on the staff.
Yes, that is.
meeting you want, Commissioner?
I'd
actually rather like departments to be able to have
Policy.
a little more free time.
Policy, guidance on fire.
Something we do that's because we make better we get it, the more free it's that you can do. So you know, you get done in 3 hours. You buy us, you still get paid the same, like that's really really well, and this is what it doesn't. That's what I'm doing.
So I think that.
You'll get there, just follow this. Yeah, in a lot of ways, all of it. Anyway, and then again, being new to it, you have
5 minutes.
I think like everybody
Neighbors talking insurance. I've never seen a hard basically a track vehicle involved with your fab's going to be all this white meat that's totally on fire, a lot more fuel value. Actually made it worse. So
trying to figure out where you were.
Yeah, you think once you get on 100 feet, you're done. You can get it
It's kind of a simple read, and then you go further.
Oh, yeah. What's our policy?
That's a really good start. I don't even know if it's ever really. We could pause it. He did the red flag. Just minimize it. It's green, it's one, it's yellow. The last guy said acres, or the last guy Jack Williams. It becomes yellow, like, hey, this year we're talking about acres, this one's yellow. We start talking about it, maybe not funding this year, or we'll do a third funding so we get to decide and maybe by next year, we should try anything else. Actually, and that's.
Bruce, in our last few minutes, could we?
Last time we've been here, it was more effective. That's what I feel. Getting new guys involved and old guys the same. And now we're just putting that back to it. Agreed. Of course. But you do have a very different job than most of them. You guys are most of the other departments are should be well. You guys have Merge slide, or let's just say all of three conference over one. That was all like number one.
That's why I had last year.
Kind of like those are all right.
What I want to do is harmonize the ATV trails master sheet.
So
sidewalks, trails, mostly trails master. When they get over this whole thing, I would consider it.
Okay, everyone? All right. So now, this is going to be really complicated right now. I'm actually kidding, but we're going to take a 10-minute break. First, I want to explain what we're doing when we come back. When we come back, this group is going to go there, that group here, this group there, okay? Look at the flip chart. This is all about not marking up my paper, it's helping me get an A. So if there's something that's missing, you don't need to correct the work somebody else has already done. If there's something missing, and use a different color marker so we can see what has been added. 10-minute break, come back. to the flip chart I told you to go to. And just enough, you'll have 10 minutes to do the work.
Somewhat.
Okay, let's go. Minutes of math rush to the flip chart. Okay, remember, you're reviewing the work, you're just adding anything you think might be missing, and use a different color marker, please.
Hoping that suits your guys' needs. Now with Mark involved. Oh, you got a lot of things over here. Yeah, you do. All right. Scott, you joining us? Do a
Okay, you've got 10 minutes only to look over the work, add anything else on there, because the heavy lifting is already been done.
Speaking of bigger ones, because it's the one area that we're really going to focus on.
This is always the one that I get scared of, the post.
They did, yeah. They're saying they're going to do something that we're in the meeting.
Who's doing that?
fully what it is today, the San Diego Hills and Casa Valley and Casa Town Center wasn't built out. We're having a lot more traffic come in and see us. And again, we keep saying 61,000, but we're really selling 1,000. And then we don't own those lights. 61,000 when we wake up in the morning, we're immediately about 10 minutes, 100,000, we all go coming through. And then throughout the day, we're about 75,000 Casa Valley coming in. They're not going to Casa or Casa Village or owned up or coming this way. So the mobility and circulation, I think this is where I like to focus with the idea that infrastructure is a big part of. So I kind of said this earlier, like, you can bike from Home Depot or Target Shopping Center / the east side of the gate and get to the beaches, parks, and schools. Less than 5 minutes travel on thoroughfares, if you do it good. But if you go up the cost of the so we can go up. Yeah, we did that. Less people. So there's a lot. Even you work on that. The route through there, but like, so I'm thinking like via Molina coming out of the sheriff station or coming out of Ramona Vista, Cable or whatever. Via Boulevard, there's already a walking trail, and I just made a bike trail because again, nobody's doing bikes here like they do now because every hill you went down, you had to slow. And now you can like, you got a motor to get up, so it's changed everything. It's like, so you put a bike in there and use the golf course to go north south and get to the cross Doug already or going back to development, he would have had that set up and could have come that way. And I don't think we talked enough for that. I think Vegas had a lot of people drinking, walking down the strip, and they get like crazy, so you walk on the strip, but you aren't, there's no on the strip. So, like, CVS or Boulevard, here, like, there should be some level of circulation, obviously, it's a lot more money. I mean, all things that we do. Well, or we put it in the developer, so 3 or 8 or 1. No, I'm just frustrated. But that circulation is good. They have too much of a crowd, and they do what they want. They know how to take the crowd. Right now, we don't have a way to control our crowd. It's actually I know you guys are driving routinely, not having that stuff. But as we see areas where we're by
Yeah, 2.4 was like.
So you don't think? Okay, everybody wrap up and then switch to the next set of flip charts.
They did a good job on it. They really did.
We'll get there in a couple of minutes.
Now we're going to go to the
Okay, so that's a different thing. Yeah, because she actually got that is our neighborhood guide, so we're not doing Oh, private public work, it's private road or, no, public roads privately maintained, that's there. They're public roads that are privately maintained, yes, that's Bull Ridge, 14th Street. Sylvester.
This is what, when they talk about post-mortem, what the only effect is how the sheriff
Yeah, because Jim, there is a certain procedure, like,
So I'm going to write, okay, and then you cross it out. I wrote, not purview, change city policy. But I do think when we have session, I don't know if I should call it, what's the problem?
Oh, that's right, yeah, I remember that. Right, I agree, because you never know when you I think we need to develop a protocol.
Yeah. So
communication protocol that we have.
I wrote policy. Protocol. There we go. But as far as like the investigation, we have none of this.
We got risk people in this one. Oh, forget it, right? We're not going to share, and there's stuff we can't share. We are. Remember that you're doing that. Education.
it's only starting to air right now.
So what did not get done as expected, you just said it's fine, right? And why?
For the microtransits. We hired the consultants, and that's about where they're starting to get.
So it's just ongoing.
It's ongoing.
But the question is, what did not get done? Are we on track though? Right now,
Yeah, I would say we're on track. I just got changed the question. I'd say it's more than effective.
yeah, so it's on track, I can't say it's not something that's, we didn't, you need to be good where you're at, this is something that's your next phase. Where we're at today, yes.
No, you know what, I would say on the microtransit studies, is the study going on right now. We are talking to NCC. So that's moving. Yeah, that's moving. That's we saw grant funding for their project. But we saw, you know, we almost got it. And then it says, and then the at-grade crossing, yeah, we just got notice from CPUs here approved, so that's our.
Okay, so what do we see on?
Yeah, now we're on 4. We have beach sand replenishment, accelerate habitat stewardship programming, and open space. Which one was it,
All right, make sure you're getting those additions on the flip chart in about 5 minutes.
That's just, I know Parks was working with different partners to talk about collaborating. I know they work with, obviously, nature collectives. We're not acquiring, we're acquiring. Dedicated That'll finish up right this year, Scott. Yeah, okay. When's that coming to council?
It's going to planning commission.
February, and it's coming to you, so that one, hopefully we can check that one. Yeah, because what I would say is, I mean, the NCC habitat stewardship program, we're looking at adding areas and we continue to maintain the ones we've already done. So that's done. I mean, we are accelerating the expansion program and taking care of what we have.
So what was it about half?
I mean, I think the biggest thing is we don't have, you know what the constraint, there you go, you know what the constraint.
So I mean, so that's why it's
Yeah.
going really well.
I think funds are going up, but it's funding.
Well, two things, funding and availability.
Well, that, Jason, one thing.
That's what it seems like from here.
I agree, nicely done, you know what, Jim, on that one, it's availability of open space. And being able to fund challenges. It's the availability.
Across the board?
Yeah, 4.1, division open space.
know the thing is too, I just wanted to mention that the code requires that certain areas, certain vegetation, required to be open space dedication areas anyway. So it's almost like this and that. So the code's already kind of dictating that we preserve open space. And many areas.
Should we put, get more?
I just saw the native plant.
4.1.
I think the idea is.
No, I don't think the tree.
All right, 1 minute and then back to your original flip chart.
Oh, well, they got it, right? Yeah, I have a question.
Yeah, simple question.
All right, everybody pick a spokesperson. And what you're going to do is you're going to take a look at your flip chart. You're going to take a look at what's been added. You're going to report out what the thought process is and what we have on your flip chart. And all of this is going to help inform us of the next and last piece for today. Okay. Which group wants to go first? I just can't wait.
We gotta go in order.
Let's take them in order.
Oh, we'll take them in order. Behind door number 1, then. Who's gonna step us through the work over here? Please use the microphone. You're welcome to use this one.
Okay. So on focus area 1, seems like hours ago that we're talking about it. Things that did not get done, some were added by the other group. Capacity complexity 1.3B, so that's from our objectives there. End of co-op on Solana Beach from DM.
55 more days.
55 more days? Sorry, nobody's counting. FS6 design and eventual construction. And complete the HAP update. So that's on focus area 1, number 1. Focus area 1, question 2, what emerged is the daily count with the homeless. Okay, the next one, SDRN regional services, rescue mission. Improved homeless data collection that's needed. And then in terms of things that no longer belong, when we were going through it, we're looking at things that are operational now. We don't necessarily need to be called out, so that's something we talked about earlier as well. We just noted 1.2, 1.3, 1.1, 1.2, 1.3 all seem pretty operational. Focus area 2, 2.2B is a community plan, I think it is, that needs to go to council and increase app download. Communications plan.
The current plan just called for an annual, and we decided that it was for 20%, number was. And it's great, I think we got to 30%, so we crushed the goal. But we're not done. We want to get to 90%. We want to keep that goal going forward in the future. So to cross it off, we don't want it to fall off the table. We want to keep going higher and higher. So Councilmember Schaefer can give us 95 or 100%, whatever he wants to get us to.
And in terms of what emerged, something we mentioned too is SB 707, the Hybrid Brown Act meetings. So in July 1, we're going to have hybrid meetings for all city council meetings going forward. The CIP 5-year capital plan, put existing funding to work, and prioritizing CIP with council. donut charlock.
We used to have a concentrate.
So still have it. Okay. Still have it. Number 3 is a little bare, but it says 2.2 operation. So again, there are some things that we just thought were operational in our focus area too.
Any comments, any additional comment from what's up here? Everybody got a chance to look at it, but you've had a chance to think about it also. All right, door number 2. Who's our spokesperson here? Everybody rush.
Okay, so we had focus area 3 and 4. So focus area 3 was safe and efficient mobility and circulation for all modes of transportation, and we consolidated all 3 into one with bulleted form as we went through because we didn't follow the rules before. So first comment was determine methods to make streets safer for all and to continue to rely upon our beginning of the data-driven process. How do we focus on driver behavior to improve safety for all? I think that kind of kept on repeating itself between following the speed limits, distracted driving, and how do we continue to increase enforcement, education, tie in infrastructure, and then also consider red lights, speeding cameras, and also the different types of mode to get from point A to point B now, whether it's vehicles, e-bikes, and also walkers. So again, driver behavior. How do we change behavior of those that are traveling with any mode in the city to be more safe? And we talked a little bit about post-mortem investigations, FAA-like. We talked about like the black box investigation, how that could be a consideration. And we also have an add-on comment. Not in our purview. Okay, so something that could also be considered outside of our purview, and it would have to change city hall policy.
So we made that change. We don't have the purview to do that on that comment. So we kind of struck it out, but wanted to acknowledge the importance of that process. And I think the importance is a policy that we can make change and positive effect on in the city is, for example, when we have a death in the city, were we allowed to talk to? What's the proper etiquette? Where do we get our advice so we can say the correct things? Or just etiquette-wise, does the mayor call first and then the council members call? What's the proper way to do that? I think we can push that out to make that a lot more fluid. But we can't change an investigation. That's the sheriff department.
Right, but so there's going to be there's an external procedure and a point of contact that I think you're describing, right? And then there's also internal. Like we can take the investigation report, there's going to be a P1, right? Whoever is at fault, that investigation will be generated and then potentially that data could be looked at. Or not, which is actually a bad idea, so let's scratch that. As I'm getting the West to East nod. So, totally agree. And we won't consider that additional analysis at all moving forward.
And Mike, I think you're on the right track. The idea was to understand, and do we have any flaws in our processes, in our capital, our layout, anything that we could lessons learned from the accident history, the roundabout that the accident rate went up. Did it really? Do we agree with that? What should we do differently in the future? It's that kind of follow-up on data.
So back to being data-driven, and that would be one point of data. We also wanted to focus on kind of some of the emerging topics is e-bike safety, and talking about how that's come on pretty fast and furious, and what would be something that we have to also consider are some of the illegal e-motorcycles versus scooters. What are the differences? And obviously the sheriffs are aware of those differences, but how do we help the rest of the public understand that, but more importantly the other drivers, and what to do when you see somebody else next to them in a vehicle. How do we help educate that piece? And then also looking at some of the other maybe bigger considerations from the state, or there could be other pilot programs for improvements to that e-bike safety that have been done before, and maybe we can replicate it more for the city. Continue with improving the payment quality, and also focus on striping and signage to help with the bike and ped safety. Future mobility options need to be made safe too, as whatever we're looking at in the future, we have to just make sure to tailor that towards the city's specific needs and to make sure that it's safe and all encompassed within our circulation element and the other not baby plans, but the other plans that offshoot from it. How do we take a look at capacity planning for the future and what does that growth mean? And what does that growth mean within vehicles, bikes, heads, along all types of roadways, regional, arterials, collectors, and residential. And then we always have to keep in mind railroad crossings and continue the success even with the past 2 grants, but how do we continue that success moving forward? And then harmonizing all the plans, active transportation and traffic management plan. How do we make sure, and our and trails too, because we talked a little bit, potentially integrating trails into our entire circulation element, and so essentially getting the harmonization of all the plans together. And so the next comments that were left here, private road standards, looking at how do we encourage those. Public road privately maintained, so how do we continue moving forward and manage those situations. And then 3.3B is ongoing, and that's the on-trail as a new PM. Whoever was orange, or for this one? On-trail as new PM?
So it's on track, but it has a new project manager. And so that's why there was an explanation as to why it's delayed, slightly semi-delayed. Although we think we'll still go back in time.
Okay, perfect.
Your TMP was Unit Trails Master Plan, right?
Trails Master Plan, yeah. So that's focus 3. So focus area 4, leadership and stewardship of our environment, shoreline, and open space. So we talked about the importance of the continuation of beach sand replenishment. How do we accelerate the habitat stewardship program and add new open space to the program? Example is Silver's Point, and then also how do we create an asset management plan and couple that with these locations and also new locations moving forward. Continue to look at how do we actually acquire more open space before it is gone, and then also look at potential additions of wildlife corridors and or trails. Look at grants and any type of 3P that's out there to be able to help us not just find the properties, but then to be able to purchase them and then roll them into our open space inventory. And then obviously with anything like this, we're going to need staff. We're going to need resources at some point to be able to manage that, such as we talked about forester and resource manager, I think is what we touched on here. Okay. And then policy on wildfire versus the natural open space management. So not just the standard 100 feet beyond the property line, or is it 200 feet? Yeah, so not just, hey, doing the clear cut of the 100 feet, because that meets the requirements, but what are the things that we should consider to, as far as the open space management of different types of plants, rather than just clear cutting. And then we also tied finish the native plant and mature tree ordinance. And then 4.1, I don't know off the top of my head.
Fire open space.
Oh, fire open space, and how that's challenged by funding on how to move that forward. Was focus 3 and focus 4.
Thank you.
So I'm not sure which group was focus area 5, but I'm going to go for it, and you can jump in, whoever it was. Ensuring and preserving community character and economic vitality in focus group 5. We came up with improved planning, permit, and entitlement processes, responsiveness, and speed. I think that's something we can all agree is really important. I would also add accuracy or clarity, something that if we're responsive and quick but we're not accurate, we're not good. So make sure that I think that's an important thing to keep in there. But I do think this is something all our residents it'll roll with them. Park master plan update to address restrooms, pickleball, sand volleyball, skate park, field, and other feature updates. You heard plenty of that today. It seems self-explanatory. But whoever wrote this, please jump in. I'm taking your words here. So Pacific View program and operation improvements. And then help support local companies' events to increase surf skate character. Yeah, I mean, I think, so I would say, just having this in my back pocket, that I think surf and skate character is really good, but I think really it's identifying the assets and the partnerships we need to take. In this case, we found surf and skate to be one of them. What are the other assets, or what are the characteristics in the city that are great assets to have those relationships with? I think that's a great list. Does anybody have anything to add, since I don't know who wrote this? Well, I'm going to get there. We're on finishing on 5, though. Anybody have anything to add on focus area 5?
But isn't the rest of 5 over at the very bottom of that orange on the second chart at the bottom?
No. Is it?
Yeah.
No.
Goal
7, 8, 9 are over here.
Goal 7 got 1 and 2 or whatever it's written down the bottom.
This is focus 5.
Yeah.
You want to go to focus 7? We can do that. So focus area 7.
It's goal 7, focus area 6. 5 has goal 7 in it. If that makes sense.
This is area 7.
Yeah.
So, next year's strategic plan will be much easier to carry around in your back pocket. Did we have a group that did there? Oh, it's there. Did anybody do grade 6? Group 6?
This is focus area 6.
This is 7, this is 8, and this is 9.
The goals 7, 8, 9 in focus area 6.
Okay. Okay, so we'll go focus area 7. So we do 6.1. Back to the group. Okay, so 7.1 then, this is commission work plan. I think that was the next step we established business commission this past year, and now we're moving to establish that work plan, which is the next step in developing that business plan once we've got our commissioners on board. Following that up with 7.3, we've been doing a number of business visits. We've got a great momentum at 42 visits last year, I think. And of those visits, we're looking to see how to quantify the follow-up on that, how to make sure that that's clear what that follow-up is and all of those. Because we had kind of questions of what happens after the information is taken. So we're moving forward with that, which I think will be a great success and a good way to improve on our communication. The two areas we focused on first, because we thought we were supposed to, and we did this in a way of, our group was very rule following, we'll call it. We like to follow the rules, so we follow the directions up on the board pretty specifically. But focus area 8, we felt, for the most part, going as expected, with all the below continuing. This is obviously a very important area of the city itself. So our land use, or has to do with our land use and our development. We looked at continuing to solidify objective standards. That was 8.1C. And I think we've come a long way in this past year, but we've got a long way to go, and it may just be ongoing the way the state's at it. The second one, there was increase our inclusionary numbers. We still need to qualify or to create or quantify more data, put it together. That's 8.2A, and I think that's something that we're going to see be a big push on this year to really kind of push those numbers up for that inclusionary housing number. Objective standards and discretionary, that was the big topic on all of the data, all the points 8.1 all the way through 8.4 in developing those standards and how we use them in-house. For example, making sure that we track when we use discretionary standards and objective standards, what the fallout is of using one versus the other. That's something we're going to see come forward. In fact, we made changes at City Hall specifically because we want to address this. All right, moving to focus area 9. It stays on focus as expected. I think we had a great meeting this past week. We had a 5-0 vote on our policies. I'm really happy that we were able to come to those agreements. We looked at 9.2A, continued focus on local control and arena reform. There's a number of ways we can do that, but it's certainly going to be at the forefront of those discussions, any legislation that we see. A number of discussion we had that I found really interesting was the effectiveness, to evaluate the effectiveness of Cal Cities, the relationship and engagement with local priorities. I think we were trying to discuss what we actually get out of it and what input we'd like to get out of it and how to expand on that. And our third point on that, on section 9, focus area 9, was new opportunities to get credit for housing towards our arena. Simply, if we build certain size properties, what can we do? We have existing properties that don't get counted. Why not? Why can't we get them counted? Our mobile home parks, things like that. As well as if we can get those numbers counted, then we can also preserve more affordable housing situations for a lot of our residents. I think that covers all of those things. We didn't do 6.1. Unless it's hiding on one of these boards here. Maybe, Jim, you want to take us through that as a group? 6.1 is pursue historic arts districts.
Jim, can I ask a question about one of the ones you got there? When we've got new opportunities to set credit, or to get credit for housing towards RENA. Does that also interpret as look for ways to increase our affordable housing?
No, well, I shouldn't say that. So it's not looking, we're not looking to increase our RENA numbers. We're looking to get credit for existing units. We're looking to get credit for units that currently, if we were to build, and the current development that is going down, we don't currently get credit for. And the question becomes, why not? We should. And so we're looking to get those types of credits rather than opening the door to build around for developers who will build more expensive units. Not help us with our product, not help us with our RENA numbers.
I would like us to consider, look at having staff look at ways to increase affordable housing, and we had to leave this item before we had a chance to add that or to talk about it. And so it's something that I see is missing that was on prior strategic. Are you seeing it?
Isn't that included in the area if we increase the percentage, it increases the affordability?
Yeah.
Well, that's one way, but I'm thinking more broadly that there may be ways that we can look at increasing the affordable housing in our community and addressing the RENA requirement that we're not
Well, I think that's getting credit for places that exist, and getting credit for places that are in the development process already. I think it's pretty clear that nobody wants to build additional housing in this community unnecessarily. That's not hard to zone or change zoning or upzoning at this point. We're going to have 3,000 units coming from Governor Newsom in 2 years? So there's no rush to add to that. That's just affordable credit.
But let's be careful, we're not solving the issue here today. We're talking about what's on the list and what's not on the list.
So, yeah, again, I'm not sure that falls under there, and maybe that's something that we can come up in the next discussion where we're going to talk about items that aren't on here that we can expand on.
Yep. Any questions?
We didn't do 6.1 still. So 6.1 is official recognition of the city of Encinitas as a cultural district. City council, sorry, mine's cut off on top, but I'm sure it's something to do with the approval of or pursuit of a historic arts district.
If I could, if that's the ask, I guess, to review cultural art districts, historical districts, has led to the cultural tourism subcommittee to review. At the same time, we were part of the San Diego Arts Matters and getting a grant based on that, which is provided information that we shared in cultural tourism, and that's a look, I guess.
Are you saying it's ongoing, but it hasn't come to city council yet?
Yeah, hasn't been. Well, city council, told us no on applying for the cultural district, but then also is the review of can you self-designate for that? What would that mean? What's the value? Same with historic district in that conversation. And you're getting my take.
Right. Well, Jim and I sit on the cultural tourism, so we're probably more aware of that than others. But thanks.
So I think it's something our residents want to keep on the board. It has to make sense for the cities, but all right, super. covers all 9 points. Back to you, Jim.
Okay, can I put one pivot on that? And that would be, I've been, next 2 years from now is the La Paloma 100th birthday. That's huge. And right now, it really doesn't have any formal designation. So I can see expanding this to include pursuing historic designation or protections, I'll put it that way, on either certain districts or certain buildings, including something like the La Paloma. That I think would be a very popular goal within the city.
I think so.
Yeah, that'd be a question for Patty and her crew to figure out whether we can designate this, is what I understand. But yes.
So this is an ideal segue to the last thing we're going to do today. So what we've done here is going to inform and everything we've done today, kind of this next section. This is when we're looking through the lens of next fiscal year. Okay? Next fiscal year. We're going to be looking at goals and objectives for the focus areas we've talked about. This group will be focus area 5 and 6, which ties to the goals that you did here. So let me just step you through it. You look up on the screen, for each focus area, we're just going to, within your group, you're just going to confirm, yep, this is a great focus area, we identify with it. Come up with no more than 3 specific goals. Now when I say 3 goals, it doesn't mean there won't be more, but today we want you to think about what are those 3 large goals for that focus area that underneath that goal will have objectives. So underneath each goal will be 2 objectives. Again, not saying that's it, because below that then comes all of the tactical, the operations, all of those pieces. But today, we want your thinking wrapped around 3 primary goals, 2 strategic objectives. So, I also want you to think about, is there a focus area, and we've had conversations, I've had conversations, but is there a focus area that's missing? No one brought that up to me. I think it might be more of an issue. Do we need to layer something underneath and inside of a focus area that's there today? So, are we clear? We're looking through the lens of next fiscal year, but the reason we wanted to do this was to look at, well, what do we have? What could potentially be a big bucket item that is absolutely going to move over into next fiscal year? It's just going to need to, just because of the size or the complexity of it. Okay, so you're going to come up with 3 goals, 2 objectives per goal for each one of the focus areas that you worked on and everybody is taking a look at. So the conversation you want to have is, hey, is there something that maybe we're missing that needs to be inside of that and one of those goals or objectives? Okay? This is the last thing for today. I know everybody's tired, but I want this while all of this work is fresh in your mind. So ready, go. And please clearly label your flip chart.
Each of us are
confirm or refine the focus area.
Yes, we like the focus area. Okay. We like the focus area.
Should we just start a new sheet to make it easy?
Easy, put it on there. It'd be easy.
Okay, let's say.
One sheet.
So yeah, so we confirm or refine.
Oh, okay, okay.
Confirm, right?
Yeah, confirm.
Okay.
It's okay. No, keep that. It's over.
entire open space.
More maintenance. We got the core improved driver behavior.
Because to make our streets safer, we gotta impact behavior, infrastructure,
So that would be something.
e-bike. Yeah, so those would be the objectives, the goal, safe streets. Or I could be just oversimplifying.
So you could just write this, if we decide that this is a primary goal, we could call it number one. Have your good safe.
Make streets safe for all modes.
Yeah, make streets safe for all modes.
That's the goal statement. It's not on there per se. We were gonna.
Improve safety for all.
Three goals.
Okay, improve safety.
And the objectives flow under.
What we said was, driver behavior was the first problem. That's really comes down to.
Yeah, so then this would be goal one. And then you would do like A. And then that's, I don't know.
You can almost do number two below.
Yeah, I mean, improve driver behavior.
Let's do this too. We need too strategic.
We're gonna write out a goal, right? Public safety goal. We got to. Public safety.
Among these functions.
So would this be, so then we could say, I mean, infrastructure improvements would be infrastructure, signage, striping, red light cameras, rail crossings, bike safety, so almost all of those would roll into.
I know, but we have to, you only pick two.
No, I guess what I'm saying is, we tie it into as infrastructure improvements.
How about improve road infrastructure?
Yeah.
I'm sorry, I was going down to the next file. Big goals, hit the big goals first.
Okay.
Three goals, and then we can fill in where things kind of fall in. Well, it doesn't have to be road, it can be road, trail, and bike path infrastructure. The first one is safe. It's right going to fall into that. And then we have it released. What's the other? If you're looking at three big goals.
I mean, I think some plans for
Also, it doesn't have to be three goals. That's hard on you.
Update, how about number three, big picture? Update capacity and policy and planning for circulation. And that'll include the circulation update, that will include organizing the ATP, and capacity planning for
Better time.
policy.
Railroad into the freeway, that's.
Circulation, not even just the element, just circulation. And then the element is a goal under it, because that's attached. And if you want to put circulation of all modes.
Certain towns it is, here it's not, because of the freeway.
If we're being specific about trail, and talk about could be a trail and
So you'll be
Yeah, 3 goals. We only have to pick and choose strategic objectives per goal. Driver behavior.
I mean, that's more comprehensive for the education.
What is overall?
And then what about
sections?
To me, that is goals.
My mom lives in South Assistant, she goes to Coffee. But she leaves, it's a light and just one light, 35 minutes. So 45 seconds for the interval that includes the walk. You get there versus 8 minutes. My question is whether there be a point where it's actually expected to actually happen?
E-bike safety is a investment too. That makes sense. We're not considering e-bike.
Oh, and the intersections. Would that?
That's a little bit of capacity.
Well, I think I've seen that before, and all of a sudden, like, you know that a gas is going to race, so they can see you.
I think a lot of the improvements that we're talking about are traffic related, right? We're talking about signage, striping.
To me, the striping, signage, it gets confusing out there. Some of the stuff we very confusing drivers when they drive along and so having clear, consistent standards for bike lanes and stuff to me is very
Consistent standards for striping, signage.
Would that be in here? 3.
Probably under infrastructure.
Because to me it's here, and it's a planet double dot here.
I think of this as
Yeah, maybe consistent signage.
What cost standard striking and signage policy?
That one would be this here.
We're just teasing. It's all nice.
so update circulation element, ATP, harmonize and update CE, ATP, and out of there,
This is like the military.
lots of TLAs.
Yeah.
MAP, ATP, TMP, and CE.
CEU.
Under improvement, the process, evaluate
Well, the well, we talked that about the card project.
But I don't think it's the first one. I think it's the second.
Rail crossings.
I guess we have to work with school.
That was also
where a police cruiser, all four wheels come out.
No more than this.
We don't put quiets on there too, or just... That's kind of the real quality.
You could call rail crossings like road and quiet zone.
I feel like we missed the big fish here. Like, there might be a...
Pretty much, they don't have anything else to do.
Maybe we have to proceed. I think let's proceed.
It's really got to do with the physical improvements. Did you get that?
I mean, my goes beyond just getting permits. Because some of the this one also here to
This one is policy norm first, but then it becomes these two are small ones. There's something about all of our roads.
I just know we're missing. We're not in the process.
But capital and infrastructure process plan.
You do that a lot.
Okay. Proceed for
Just say that.
Capital plan.
prioritize.
Might be like we're having guys over here, but they're having.
Yeah, that sounds good.
Why don't we prioritize funding?
That's part of the.
Okay, what about that?
Dan, I got that thing. You got that thing. All you gotta do is say it. How would you want to take it?
But I'm pretty sure that at some where we have more, it's going to talk about
Bring them all back.
well, so,
Or at least have a map of those areas.
like, what if we had the second thing we talked about was
No.
having a program.
And are these people going to try to sue us? Okay, goal number one is to have a financial plan for a team. You know, all in.
So purchase account.
Legal partner for all lawsuits coming your way.
Well, we already have our.
People that have real, I mean, some people are that's something that's definitely, this is all, I'm glad we brought this one up. I did not, I brought it up. You brought it to me in the office, I brought it up here today. One should be a graph. Two, one should be a map. You need the map. One should be a assessment, and one, two should be the wall.
That's actually a goal. It's already a goal.
And it would probably be a youth program. Science wants to have minds, and that's, would we give them time? Yeah. So it'll be like a year. Yeah. Some people actually are going to get their. Some already do have. A lot of people, they're going to get it because, yeah, they're not in the areas like Manchester where we need to go Redford one side. Yeah. So cool. That would be if that's actually beneficial to that part. It's happening. We should go Canadian Cardiff and everybody. So you guys will figure out what you prioritize.
Add new properties.
You just did a pull right. You just did
Marketing
space.
Yeah.
So right there, yeah, you have any checklists to that?
Yeah, the center is somewhere else. That's goal 4. Yes. Goal 5.
Yeah, so we can have
So
that.
there we go. Yeah, the city would have better insurance. There'd be better insurance. Consolidated master plan, goal 3.
And then I gave them 8 recommendations.
So small down the bottom, so it's actually.
So, make goal 3 really big.
Yeah, right. Thank you.
Yeah, highlighted that.
Yeah.
Consolidated master plan.
Consolidated master plan. And what happens in 3.1 would be engineering, development services, public health. Which one are there? What do you mean? Fire, you, which are?
Well, you guys, I'll go along with that. It starts at 5.
Consolidated. Sure, do it better than the others? Oh, you guys are crushing it.
Oh yeah, so just this would be update policies and plans.
Regular life look.
Oh, yeah, environmental policies and plans.
Old school G-Shock.
Shark, I saw that one shark.
Yeah. Do you?
Yeah, still works.
Yeah.
My daughter wears it.
All my wife is great, exactly. It's only $25. Problem is, the strap rate is like $12 for a strap. And I keep these in case that.
Well, that's what kind of right here.
In my truck, I get it.
It's kind of right here.
Assistant Chief Diplomat and
All right, looks like every team is complete. So now pick a spokesperson so we can step through what you came up with. Okay, we are closing in on it for today, folks. All right, you ready? Okay, who is the spokesperson over here going to step us through what you've come up with? When they're done, I'll ask if anybody has any comments, additions, and then we'll move on to the next one. Okay.
Focus area 1 was public health and safety for protection of life, property, and physical environment. So goal 1 was to public safety, infrastructure, staffing, Tim Fire Station 1, permanent fire station, Tim Fire Station 6 with the staffing, and then obviously we started working, of course, permanent fire station 1. Goal 2 is update the emergency plan with the COOP and the EOP, making sure that we have that all solidified, making sure all the secondaries and everything is safe and operable. And then goal 3 under focus area 1 was traffic safety, education, and enforcement for e-bikes and vehicles. For focus area 2, effective and reliable city services, infrastructure, and communications. This is not going to be a popular one, but it's reclamation of city property or city right-of-way, removal of private encroachments. So we have a lot of private encroachments. Ooh, that's nice. The boxing gloves are in the bag. So we have a lot of city property, especially in the Cardiffs and Acadians of the world, so our city. So to do so, draft a policy and enforce the policy. That's the big one. Goal 2 is the 5-year CIP, and 2.1 is prioritization, and then obviously funding. Goal 3 was a big one, was the consolidated master plan of all of the different departments, everything from engineering to public works, development, parks, all of it. We want to consolidate in one master plan, which I think is a big move for this year. So, any questions from the other groups?
Questions, comments on what they came up with? Now is a good time for that.
Is the consolidated master plan the general plan? No. It's general plan oriented, obviously, because that's 6, which we were saying can either be done here or under the general plan. But it's a no kidding, it's a single source to, it's kind of within the map. So we can see what we're talking about, no kidding. Developer wants to come in, this is the long-term view that somebody can look at that shows exactly what it is that we're going for.
Has to be consistent with the general.
Of course. I mean, that's how it hopefully would be designed. Any comments on that? Would that be hard to do to keep within the general plan? I think that's always the intent. Anything else?
Yes, I wonder if your group would consider on 2.1, instead of removal of private encroachments, I know that the issue is in anyway. I wondered if we could back it off just a little bit to be less controversial to evaluate private encroachments.
I think that's where it starts. So this is obviously the big overarching one to eventually, because it goes into obviously infrastructure, then ultimately circulation would be a part of this. not every street would be affected, but Clark Avenue, perfect example is at some point there's going to be some encroachment, but there's a lot of other areas in town that need to be identified. So this year, we're probably not going to be reclaiming anything this year, but this year you probably need to study, figure out the map. Obviously, there's a notification process, a duration that they have time, so a year, 16 months, 18 months to remove or whatever. So there's a lot of stuff to go out, but now is the time because we're getting pushed, like we just talked about, we're getting 3,000 more affordable housing, not to mention how much that comes with that rate, the at market rate. So we're probably looking at 10,000 plus homes in 2 years. And if we don't do something now and have some kind of master plan and circulation, we're really going to be, we're putting the future city leadership in an even worse spot than the previous leadership put us in. That's put all the way back to the beginning by not having some kind of, better circulation program.
But just to be clear, you're not talking about every right of way everywhere. In other words, if I go look at Manchester, Cardiff, Cambridge, any one of those, this was discussed by a past city engineer, head city engineer, who hit a nerve in Cardiff.
Sure.
Yeah, that's both ways in Cardiff, I have to say, so
And
it's
the
not
city
one
engineer
decision.
is no longer here.
Yeah. I think the biggest thing would be is to identify.
We talked about that.
I think that for this phase is all about identifying. Do you know all of the streets and incidents that need to be reclaimed? Does anybody here know which all the spots that need to be reclaimed? I don't.
All I'm saying is you don't use the word identify, you use the word remove. We could consider using a different word.
So removal, yeah, that's the instinct. Maybe we can, that's tomorrow. That's where we are. What's that?
Evaluate.
Yeah.
That's what Joyce said.
Yeah, that's the starting point. So. Any other comments, questions?
Okay, let's go to the middle group here. Who's our spokesperson? Here you go.
Thank you. Thank you. So focus area 3 is the safe and efficient mobility and circulation for all modes of transportation. First question, we confirm, yes, our group agrees to confirm. Some 3 goals we thought. One was to improve safety for all. That includes improved driver behavior and looking at bike safety. Second goal would be improved road infrastructure. That's rail, bike, trail, and sidewalk. First thing is to prioritize funding and planning strategy, kind of mixes with the 5-year CIP here. Looking at our rail crossings, specifically all things about it, pedestrian, road, and quiet zones with that. And then last aspect is public roads privately maintained, address that issue. Number 3, update policy and planning for circulation for all roads. That includes a standard striping and signage policy or standards. And then harmonize the ATP, TMP, CG, and NAP. That's the trail master plan circulation element and mobility. I don't throw all this out. So.
It's the mobility plan.
Mobility. Okay. And then our focus area 4, that is the leadership and stewardship of our environment, shoreline, and open space. We're confirming that focus area. One of the first things we want to talk about is update all the environmental policy and plans, very specifically the climate action plan. Second goal is acquisition and stewardship of open space. The goal to possibly add dedicated staff, like an urban forester or resource manager, and then look at development strategies to obtain funding for acquiring open space. And then the third goal is leash stand replenishment, comprehensive leash stand replenishment. Make sure we identify and prioritize gaps and include, identify and include and prioritize gaps in our beach sand. For example, the 200-yard gap between south of Beacons to the north city limits.
Question, comments? Sure. Under 1A, we change that to encourage good driver behavior. Anytime we say improve people's behavior, I feel like we're on a slippery slope there of push to people. Improve is a very...
Educate?
So, improving behavior is a very controversial way to say things. Maybe it would be better to say encourage good driver behavior. It's splitting hairs, but I think it gets us away from the people who consider improvement to be a very triggering word. It has to happen as a city hall.
Do we want to say like encourage better driver behavior?
Yeah, encourage good, better.
That way.
Because we don't want to get into this conversation of we're trying to control people by improving their behavior. We want to encourage them to have good behavior.
What do you encourage? Require?
Whatever.
Proper driver
You shouldn't be following traffic laws.
I mean,
I'm like, why Davis is here? I'm like, you should follow traffic laws.
Any other comments? So something we've talked about a lot today is open land acquisition. And I know that it's worded currently so that we have to use land acquisition funds and things like that. I want to throw out that we're maybe not looking at it correctly today. I think what we should be doing is looking at asset acquisition. And asset acquisition means we have a fire station that's sitting down there empty. If we can trade it for 20 acres somewhere in the city of open land, I'll do it in a heartbeat. But right now we couldn't do it because we're not set up to do that. Where we want to create this open space, if we can do this, I think we need to create an asset system where we don't make it so the only way we can do this is through via a certain fund when the city has assets available. But also look at the same time when we make a trade to do something where we have the opportunity to get an asset. If part of the asset is open space and part of the asset is a space for affordable housing, which is very important to you, we have somebody who says, hey, I want that space downtown. I'll give you these two spaces. One you can use for open space, one we currently can't do that. And I think that I think we're missing an opportunity there to look at this public-private way to do things. So I would be looking, I think we should figure out maybe how to rethink this open space acquisition portion to be more versatile and to set us up to acquire additional assets that some of the city lacks, or a lot of is assets, specific land assets. So by making these goals play better together, eventually become ordinances, but work better together in the same system, we can set ourselves up to create a more leverageable position to acquire better assets, increase our assets, whichever way we decide we want to go. And so I think I'd love to see us rethink how to do that on this. I think we have a great partner to do a great job on it. And I think a lot of other these guys who still do it the way we do it, when there's nothing wrong with the way we do it, but I think we can do it better. That's what we do here. And I think the staff do it.
I think in this case it was the goal, focus area for leadership, stewardship of our environment, shoreline, and open space. That's why it was kind of narrowed down to.
Totally, I agree.
And I don't think anything precludes us from doing what you just said.
But it does, because it all fits into.
I don't think it does, because ultimately we, the council, are the arbiters of what we meant here.
I don't think you're right, because I don't think we can take the open land acquisition fund and go purchase whatever we want down the street.
That's a legality issue, not a.
Yeah, but that legality could cost us an opportunity if we don't position this correctly, right? Because it takes how many months to change that, how many months for a Jeep to figure out what the steps are to do that, right? And by the time we get the opportunity, we'll be gone.
Can I suggest a broader statement that might say develop strategies to access funding or to build strategies for funding, just simply for funding, which would be broader to say, what about assets?
How about acquiring? Because, for example, we could even see donated land, dedications.
It's not always funding though, it's not always dollars. Sometimes it's really asset for asset.
And so, for acquiring, I get it.
Yeah, I just don't want to pigeonhole this. I think it's actually an underrepresented, very valuable in the city to acquire assets. And if we can put that plot together effectively and more efficiently, we can do it better. We get creative.
I like that.
Yeah, and we can obviously refine things. That's a really great point to have that in there, so it gives you the flexibility to how you're going to apply that element. Anyone else? Okay, let's move here.
I'm not going to go talking to him over. Okay, so we had, we'll start out with, we had focus area 5. So this one was ensuring and preserving community character and economic vitality. So the first one we came up with, it kind of went along with 6.1. Encourage historic designation for certain buildings in Encinitas, because we know not all buildings are going to qualify for historic designation. Number 2, evaluate and implement the economic development strategic plan that is currently going to hopefully be done for next fiscal year. Third, work with the Business Commission to improve the business permit process. So those were our 3 goals, and that kind of came under the 6.1, and these were in the 7s. So the first part is our objectives for goal number 1 would be evaluate inventories for historic building designation. So what we would try to go ahead and do, I'm sorry, I did the mapping and the incentives. Evaluate incentives for historic building designation. So what are the things that we could do to make getting that historic designation easier? So that would be number 1. And then number 2, this is it. Establish criteria and map out possible buildings and land for historic designation. So it doesn't necessarily have to be a building, maybe it's a plot of land that would be historic as well. Then our objectives for goal number 2 would be coordinate with the consultant and the Business Commission to move forward the plan to City Council. And then second is develop a marketing plan to get the economic development strategic plan to the community and businesses. So how are we going to market this plan? How are we going to get the businesses involved? How are we going to make that plan happen? And then last up are objectives for goal number 3. And again, this was the Business Commission and the business permit process. Do a SWOT analysis of the current process. So let's figure out what's working really well with the current business process. Where's our opportunities, threats, our weaknesses, things like that. And then the second one would be develop recommendations to improve the process through community outreach. So we would obviously work with the Business Commission and then get community outreach from our different businesses on what improvements could be made to that process. And we talked about with the business permit process, it could be anything from like just TAs, it could be upgrading things, it could be a whole remodel. Everyone's kind of different, but how do we work through that process? So that was focus area 5. Okay, so focus area 6. This one was strengthening and adhering to the general plan while implementing responsible development. Okay, so we came up with 3 goals. 2 were with 8, 1 was with 9. So number 1, continue to solidify objective standards for future development. So we really need emphasis on making sure that our standards are objective. It helps the city, helps planning commission when we have developments that come in front of us and we're defendable. Number 2, increase our inclusionary percentage for housing projects. So we want to go ahead and get that higher. Number 3, continue to focus on local control and RHNA reform throughout San Diego County. So we know that RHNA reform is throughout our entire county. We've even discussed there's some cities that would like more housing, there's certain cities that would like less housing, so let's all work together as a regional approach. So our first strategic objectives for goal number 1 is we want to map out a flow chart for objective versus discretionary decisions. So what it would be is we would map out the process. So depending on, we come up with a decision. If it moves here, it continues down objectively, and it could be, so it's density bonus, whatever, different housing element. But then if you make a decision, it now goes into discretionary, and then where does it go? This is kind of piggybacking off of some of the stuff that we discussed with Clark. The second one is identify safety and infrastructure needs for future housing projects. So the other part is let's identify what we need. What are some of the things, what are our safety concerns or infrastructure needs that we may have as we look at future housing development? The next set of objectives that go with goal number 2 is, so this is inclusionary, conduct a feasibility study that would need council input for increasing the inclusionary percentage. So we need a feasibility study to see what we can actually do. And then second would need to update the ordinance regarding the inclusionary percentage. So we would want to go ahead and codify that and make an ordinance. And then last but not least is the local control and RHNA reform. So again, our first objective, support legislation that protects local control. So we're going to continue through our legislative program and through what we see coming from the state that we want to protect our local control. And the last one, the next one is seek credit for existing and future housing units towards RHNA numbers requirements. So the ones we talked about, the fact that we'd like to try to get as much credit for housing that we can through RHNA, so that hopefully our numbers, we can meet that easier. So those were our objectives for 3 goals. That's what we did. And we have a question from the mayor.
Yeah, the safety standards, we had the word objective safety standards in that bullet, because I think that was the intent. We're trying to strengthen our objective safety standards, because those are the ones that we'll be able to defend. What was the other one? It was on the previous goal. Historic properties. Could we do properties or districts? In other words, I would love to understand whether we have enough concentration downtown as an example, maybe other neighborhoods, to declare a historic district. That is how San Francisco and Wiener avoids having to deal with its own laws. He is in a historic district, and most of the SB 79s do not apply.
And you know what, that's exactly what we talked about. So where we established the criteria map, what that could actually show us is if we have enough historic properties to make a district. Yep, that's exactly where we're going to. Got it. Yes.
Along that line, Scott, I'm going to call you out a little bit here because we talked about this. A detail under the historic properties, would it include evaluating our Mills Act? Because we have an ordinance that benefits historic property owners. It's tied to a state law, and they can get a tax benefit because they've enrolled in the Mills Act. And then we have a city ordinance that backs that up. But our current Mills Act has a lot of unnecessary barriers. There's only 3 properties in our city that, I think only 3, that have Mills Act status. If we could lower the bar on that so other historic properties could get that status, I've had people who own historic properties tell me they would love to have that opportunity. So I know you know a little bit about the Mills Act. You haven't had a chance to review ours, but would it be a detail in this that we might use?
Yeah, it comes down to what we were talking about with incentives, and we want to create these incentives. And tax credit absolutely falls under the category of somebody being encouraged to put their house on the register or the local register, which they allow the Mills Act is transferable towards. And then that way they can collect these taxes. The way the Mills Act process works, we're not going into too much weeds, is they get on this 10-year program, and instead of paying taxes, they write them off for all the improvements that they put into their structure. So the Mills Act program is universal statewide. It would definitely work in an incentive-based situation. We can look at it.
So Councilman Relays, I put under your Mills Act with the incentives.
I mean, it's a low-hanging fruit that we can address pretty readily, except for it's like an ordinance change. That's never easy, but...
I think there's a lot of heavy lifting. It's not that simple. Within that, we also have to look at retroactive. The Mills Act existed before SB 79, before a number of bills. We need to make sure that as we do this, part of this process includes not affecting the city zoning and triggering state zoning and house laws. So, yes, we can do that, but we need to be careful within that. I think that falls, if we are true to the original goals or the goals on the previous page are on top of this, with this work, we talked about evaluating our reading numbers and everything in our housing policy. So it has to, this line has to actually fit into that line as well, not that category.
All right, thank you. All right, lots of great work today, and we are going to wrap for the day. I'd like to just go around the room and I'll give you one word of how you're feeling right now. Just go around and each person use your outdoor voice so we can hear you. Joy, we'll start with you and we'll just go around.
Honestly, I'm tired. Sorry. That's what I'm doing here.
Appreciative of the great conversations I got to be a part of.
Grateful. Same thing, took my words.
Excited for a second run at this, run down Illinois.
Involvement. I saw good involvement.
I think synergy, I think it's so nice to do this, because we don't really get to do this very often. Collaborate with you, we have to. Feeling great about the process.
Connected. Okay,
You said synergy, you said connected, now I have no word.
I mean, it's two words, but appreciate the direction. You know, last time I wasn't involved with what happened, so it was hard to go through this list of 76 and really have a background. And now I have a really good background. And the way that the process works with the goals and objectives and all the other categories throughout the spreadsheet, it's super helpful. So maybe the word is helpful.
Impressed.
Collaborative. Teamwork. Appreciate it.
Unique.
Energized. Not that I can do more.
All right, how about over here? All right, what time are we convening in the morning?
8:30. And you guys can leave all your stuff here.
Yeah, you can leave everything in here if you want.
You're not cleaning up tonight, so. No public comment tomorrow, folks. Start at 8:30. There will be breakfast and lunch tomorrow.
Plus that.
I know what it's like to have those one pirates. Okay, now it's time to go do your work, pirate. All the goodies here. Or I didn't see what we're saying. Really, it's lined up so you just can't see through it. And then the other one was somebody that was part of the fact. It was the plot. They wanted to do what they could. Good morning.
So last night, after I left here, I went straight to a meeting at the new Dupdeck offices, and I thought, you know, when you say you're not in Kansas anymore, man, this isn't Whole Foods anymore. And they've done a really nice job. We haven't gone to see the full build out there. They've done a great job with that. I want to do a little level setting before we get rolling today, and just make it really clear that the work we're doing right now, it's informing the plan that's coming up in the next fiscal year. All this work we're doing is not an add-on to this year. The plan that you all have in front of you, that's the plan. That's the plan that's in place. That's the plan we're working on. And as we get towards the end of the year, the vast vast majority of that will roll off because it's going to be completed, right? And those things that need to move on will move on. So we'll be fine tuning this all the way along until we get May, June and get the final move forward plan. So I just wanted to make sure that everybody knew that and that staff wasn't sitting freaking out that, wait a minute, I've got a plate full of food and you asked me to throw a lamb chop on it and I can't do that. So we're just making sure that we're all level set. Is that good?
Thank you for that clarification.
We'll do attendance and roll call here. Council member, board member San Antonio.
Present.
Council member, board member Lyons.
Present.
Council member, board member Schaefer.
Here.
Deputy Mayor, STWD President O'Hara.
Present.
Mayor and Vice President Helix.
Here.
Record will show that all members of the City Council and San Diego Water District are present, and San Diego Water District board members receive an independent stipend of $100 for convening the water district meetings pursuant to San Diego Water District Resolution number 89-07.
All right, thank you for that. So the first thing I'd like to do after we've had a busy day yesterday is reflections overnight. If anything struck you overnight, and we are going to be fine-tuning the goals we worked on late yesterday because it was late yesterday. But if there's any comments anyone has, just to bring forward to the group, this is a great time to do it before we move into the rest of the day. So anybody have any thoughts, comments overnight? Joyce? I'm not sure about the buzzing. Gotcha. Yeah, like a sound machine, like I'm going to fall asleep? Okay.
Oh dear. I did want to say a few words. I asked Jim before the meeting if he was going to have an opportunity. He said yes, right up front. So that's wonderful. I wanted to say I was a little embarrassed yesterday when we were asked for our just kind of, what's your reflection? Give me a word. And I said I was tired. And I wanted to just reflect on that a little bit. I think it was the kindest word I could think of at the time. I think the more correct word would be worried. Now I hope that by the end of today I won't be worried. So I hope that we'll get to a place where I don't, when I'm asked what my reflections of the day are, that day, that it's not worried. But I'm a little more worried than I was a couple of years ago about where we're headed in a few areas. I hope we can talk about these a little bit more today. I'm a little worried about all streets not being safe streets for pets and for bikes. I really am a strong advocate that our streets are our neighbors' streets, are places for our community. I think that when we choose not to make streets safe for kids on bikes and walking, there's a risk. And, I feel like we need to put a sign up that says, kids, don't walk and bike here. Because we know they will. I also think that the affordable housing question leaves me worried in that the state mandates affordable housing, but they don't mandate market rate. And for us to also be building market rate and affordable, I'd like for us to think differently about that. I think the way to think differently is what the state is asking us to do is build affordable housing. And so if we can get ahead of the state and just say, okay, we're going to build affordable housing 100%, then we're solving the challenge and doing it on our own terms, which will get right to the heart of the issue. But I just wanted to say those are the two things I'm worried about. Maybe we could talk about them more today, or maybe we can continue talking about them throughout the year. I want to say that I believe we're all really good humans and we have good intentions. I love the group I work with. we do have a lot of really good ideas here. So thank you for allowing me to reflect on my thoughts.
I think it's worth.
Let's hear it.
Oh, it's so nice. Yeah. So if we turn off the mics we're out using,
Yeah,
that's fine.
I just want to respond to that. I don't think you heard anybody here say we don't want to have safe streets yesterday. And that to say that about the rest of us, I think is completely inappropriate. Completely inappropriate. And it's false. And it's the second time we've done that in a week. We all support affordable housing. We all would like to get to full affordable housing. We're within the constraints that you've talked about many times. And I think you're not a victim in this. We all get outvoted here and there. We all have votes we agree with, we don't agree with. None of us are victims. You're a business owner. You've been on a council for 6 years. You went to the Emerge College for the Democratic campaign. You are more than able to work within the system. We all are working together today to create alignment. The alignment doesn't come when you stick your feet in the sand and you say, if anybody doesn't agree with me, I'm going to say that I'm the victim. Alignment comes when we all come together and we give it spaces, we work together to come to the best outcome of both of the city. I find your comments really disappointing. I'm really sorry you feel that way. I hope today we can work on that and come to that more alignment with everybody else here. Appreciate it. Appreciate you seeing the crowd here today too. Really glad that residents and staff have returned for what I hope will be another really good day.
Thank you. I just want to say, as far as yesterday, I think there was a little bit of a sticky point, or it didn't feel like we were moving as well or as much as we were doing last year. I think last year we did a major lift by having everything we've done here and to be progressive on all of this stuff. I would be worried that we think that we have to do as much as we did last year. I think we got to continue on the same path, but sometimes slow is smooth and smooth is fast. If we just do more of the same and not overthink it, but really just realize what we are doing well and if there's anything that we can clean up. To make the comment, to respond to the comment on the safe streets, we know kids are going to be on these streets. We know that's the case. We're trying to separate the best way to, in self-defense, I used to teach self-defense, the best way to not get beat up or become a victim is to not be there. If you're just not there, you can't be a victim of that scenario. And so the idea is separating bikes and separating kids where kids feel safe and cars know that we are going to hammer them for a half a mile over the speed limit because that's really where it's meant to be. It doesn't mean that you couldn't go on another street, but when you put a kid out there on the street, or they're in the adult world and they need to be able to understand the adult scenario. And so if we keep putting them in areas where cars routinely, whether they do it on purpose or they're speeding, they're breaking the rules. Kids, some of these kids might be breaking the rules. Accidents are bound to happen. And so we're trying to minimize where accidents happen at the fatal level. And so that's really the big point. It's not to get away from every street is safe. It's just that there's certain streets, and I made this mention a long time ago, is there's certain areas that people just don't go because it's not safe. Again, you're not going to find people walking on the freeway. It's just not safe. I'm not saying that our city streets are freeways. There are streets that people go faster. And that's just a fact. There's nothing I can ever do about that, and we're going to continue to have accidents if we don't make a concerted effort as a community to kind of separate, if you will, church and state of vehicles and pedestrians as much as possible. And then where you have to, you really hone in Boulevard and Cities Boulevard, Quail Gardens and Cities Boulevard. There's going to be some scenarios where you have to go hard to the paint on that, but all these other places we might be able to separate at a greater capacity to create a safer avenue where people are not having that accident because they're just not there.
I'll hop in now. Joy, I happen to agree with Jim here. I'm very disappointed in your comment. Very disappointed in your email too. To imply that somehow we are not concerned about street safety, pedestrian safety, cyclist safety, micromobility safety is just incorrect, absolutely incorrect. We disagree, you and I disagree, and I think you disagree from a lot of us on how to do it. I will take object data like the El Porto accident rate and go, it's going up by 1,000, by a factor of 1,000. So to say that it's safer now than it was before, I think objective data says no. So what we're asking here today is work with us and don't sling arrows at us and claim things that we believe are not true. And I think we'll let the voters decide, right? Ultimately, we are here to make the streets safer, whether it's through increased enforcement, whether it's through better design, taking out some of the obstacles that have caused deaths in cyclists. There are two sides. You know, this is classic in reliability design, safety design. Sometimes your safety precautions can be worse than without them. But what I'm saying here is that I'm looking at the bottom line data here of what is safer versus what is not. And to claim that somehow we don't care about safety is abjectly false. And I'm here telling you this publicly so that we can move beyond that and we can actually have dialogues about making it safer for everybody.
Okay, so I just wanted to thank Jim. I talked to him this morning just to make sure that we've got a little more clarity on the process, because I know we've got the entire leadership team here. We've got a lot of other management staff that we appreciate taking the time to come and listen. So yeah, as Jim mentioned, we're going to continue working on our FY 25-26 work plan. We'll bring our third quarter update once third quarter is done, and then we'll look to fourth quarter in June. And then the things that we discussed yesterday, it sounds like we're keeping a lot of the same focus areas, some different goals, different objectives. That will be our new work plan. And as we did last year, what we'll do is we'll hopefully come together, have alignment today within all of this. Then as staff will bring this back in March and April to finalize. But I think we'll actually have a June meeting too, because that's going to give us a great idea of where we're at on the current work plan. Because as we talked about, there's some things that are going to naturally kind of spill over into next year, because we knew it was going to probably be more than a year. So my thing is creating that alignment today. I want to make sure staff clearly understands. I really like clarity. We also as staff, we want to manage expectations. I want to make sure that we're meeting the needs of our council, we're meeting the needs of our community. And that's why I like being very upfront and open with what are those expectations, because we truly do want to meet, if not try to exceed them, but I want to make sure we're all clear and on the same page. So I just wanted to say that today.
All right, anyone else?
No, I think that if I could, the clarity is good. Yesterday when I said anticipatory, when I said anticipatory, what I meant was I was concerned. It kind of got a little muddled as to what was going on, and then I heard, well, this is just our new one, and I said, okay, how maybe tomorrow it'll all come together. I hope, but I just wanted to manage expectations as far as what did we really expect of when it comes. So thank you for that clarity. I think it really helps as we move forward today.
All right, thank you. Anyone else? Okay, so a little perspective before we jump into the first thing we're going to do. Yesterday we set 18 goals, and we have somewhere between 35 and 40 objectives that go along with those goals. So the perspective, and I also want to just point out that this plan, the bulk of this plan was generated after we did our work last year, working with staff, working with Jennifer, and then that became the full plan. So our goal now, today, is to go back in the same groups we were in yesterday, because again, it was at the end of the day. I want you to go back in the same groups. I want you to look at the goals, the three groups, sorry. Look at the goals you were working on. And maybe just take a minute and rewrite those for clarity. Take a minute to make a goal statement. What are you really trying to say? and make sure it's clear. So now when it goes back to staff and we work to fine tune all of this and come back, there's clarity around the goal and around the objective. So what I recommend, a fresh sheet, a fresh look at it, and look at it for clarity. And so we're going to take a little bit of time this morning to do that, and then we'll move into the next part of the day. So same 3 groups. Okay, thank you.
We'll do attendance and roll call here. Councilmember, Board Member San Antonio.
Present.
Councilmember, Board Member Lyons.
Present.
Councilmember, Board Member Schaefer.
Here.
Deputy Mayor, SDWD President O'Hara.
Present.
Mayor and Vice President Helix.
Here.
Record will show that all members of the City Council and San Diego Water District are present, and San Diego Water District Board members receive an independent stipend of $100 for convening the Water District meetings pursuant to San Diego Water District Resolution number 89-07.
All right, thank you for that. So the first thing I'd like to do after we've had a busy day yesterday is reflections overnight. If anything struck you overnight, and we are going to be fine-tuning the goals we worked on late yesterday because it was late yesterday. So anybody have any thoughts, comments overnight that Joyce? I'm not sure about the buzzing.
It's every meeting with all lights on.
Gotcha.
For some of it's like.
Okay, I like that. Yeah. Like a sound machine, like I'm gonna fall asleep? Okay.
Oh dear. I did want to say a few words. I asked Jim before the meeting if he was going to have an opportunity. He said, yes, right up front. So that's wonderful. I wanted to say I was a little embarrassed yesterday when we were asked for our just kind of, what's your reflection? Give me a word. And I said I was tired. And I wanted to just reflect on that a little bit. I think it was the kindest word I could think of at the time. I think the more correct word would be worried. Now I hope that by the end of today I won't be worried. So I hope that we'll get to a place where I don't, when I'm asked what my reflections of the day are, that day, that it's not worried. But I'm a little more worried than I was a couple of years ago about where we're headed in a few areas. I hope we can talk about these a little bit more today. I'm a little worried about all streets not being safe streets for pets and for bikes. I really am a strong advocate that our streets are our neighbors' streets, are places for our community. I think that when we choose not to make streets safe for kids on bikes and walking, there's a risk. And I feel like we need to put a sign up that says, kids, don't walk and bike here. Because we know they will. I also think that the affordable housing question leaves me worried in that the state mandates affordable housing, but they don't mandate market rate. And for us to also be building market rate and affordable, I'd like for us to think differently about that. I think the way to think differently is what the state is asking us to do is build affordable housing. And so if we can get ahead of the state and just say, okay, we're going to build affordable housing 100%, then we're solving the challenge and doing it on our own terms, which will get right to the heart of the issue. But I just wanted to say those are the two things I'm worried about. Maybe we could talk about them more today, or maybe we can continue talking about them throughout the year. I want to say that I believe we're all really good humans and we have good intentions. I love the group I work with. We do have a lot of really good ideas here. So thank you for allowing me to reflect on my thoughts.
I think it's worth.
Let's hear it.
Oh, it's the mics. Yeah. So if we turn off the mics, we're not using it.
Yeah, that's
fine.
I just want to respond to that. I don't think you heard anybody here say we don't want to have safe streets yesterday. And that to say that about the rest of us, I think is completely inappropriate. Completely inappropriate. And it's false. And it's the second time we've done that in a week. We all support affordable housing. We all would like to get to full affordable housing. We're within the constraints that you've talked about many times. And I think you're not a victim in this. We all get outvoted here and there. We all have votes we agree with, we don't agree with. None of us are victims. You're a business owner. You've been on a council for 6 years. You went to the Emerge College for the Democratic campaign. You are more than able to work within the system. We all are working together today to create alignment. The alignment doesn't come when you stick your feet in the sand and you say, if anybody doesn't agree with me, I'm going to say that I'm the victim. Alignment comes when we all come together and we give it spaces, we work together to come to the best outcome of locals in the city. I find your comments really disappointing. I'm really sorry you feel that way. I hope today we can work on that and can come to better more alignment with everybody else here. But Appreciate it. Appreciate you seeing the crowd every day too. Really glad that residents and staff have returned for what I hope will be another really good day.
Thank you. I just want to say, as far as yesterday, I think a lot of there was a little bit of a sticky point, or it didn't feel like we were moving as well or as much as we were doing last year. I think last year we did a major lift by having everything we've done here and to be progressive on all of this stuff. I would be worried that we think that we have to do as much as we did last year. I think we got to continue on the same path, but sometimes slow is smooth and smooth is fast. If we just do more of the same and not overthink it, but really just realize what we are doing well, and if there's anything that we can clean up. To make the comment, to respond to the comment on the safe streets, we know kids are going to be on these streets. We know that's the case. We're trying to separate the best way to, in self-defense, I used to teach self-defense, the best way to not get beat up or become a victim is to not be there. If you're just not there, you can't be a victim of that scenario. And so the idea is separating bikes and separating kids where kids feel safe and cars know that we are going to hammer them for a half a mile over the speed limit, because that's really where it's meant to be. It doesn't mean that you couldn't go on another street, but when you put a kid out there on the street, or they're in the adult world and they need to be able to understand the adult scenario. And so if we keep putting them in areas where cars routinely, whether they do it on purpose or they're speeding, they're breaking the rules. Kids, some of these kids might be breaking the rules. Accidents are bound to happen. And so we're trying to minimize where accidents happen at the fatal level. And so that's really the big point. It's not to get away from every street is safe. It's just that there's certain streets, and I made this mention a long time ago, is there's certain areas that people just don't go because it's not safe. Again, you're not going to find people walking on the freeway. It's just not safe. I'm not saying that our city streets are freeways. There are streets that people go faster, and that's just a fact. There's nothing I can ever do about that, and we're going to continue to have accidents if we don't make a concerted effort as a community to kind of separate, if you will, church and state of vehicles and pedestrians as much as possible. And then where you have to, you really hone in. Boulevard and Sears Boulevard, Quail Gardens and Sears Boulevard. There's going to be some scenarios where you have to go hard to the paint on that, but all these other places we might be able to separate at a greater capacity to create a safer avenue where people are not having that accident because they're just not there.
I'll hop in now. Joy, I happen to agree with Jim here. I'm very disappointed in your comment. Very disappointed in your email too. To imply that somehow we are not concerned about street safety, pedestrian safety, cyclist safety, micromobility safety is just incorrect. Absolutely incorrect. We disagree. You and I disagree, and I think you disagree from a lot of us on how to do it. I will take object data like the El Porto accident rate and go, it's going up by 1,000, by a factor of 1,000. So to say that it's safer now than it was before, I think objective data says no. So what we're asking here today is work with us and don't sling arrows at us and claim things that we believe are not true. And I think we'll let the voters decide, right? Ultimately, we are here to make the streets safer, whether it's through increased enforcement, whether it's through better design, taking out some of the obstacles that have caused deaths in cyclists. There are two sides. This is classic in reliability design, safety design. Sometimes your safety precautions can be worse than without them. But what I'm saying here is that I'm looking at the bottom line data here of what is safer versus what is not. And to claim that somehow we don't care about safety is abjectly false. And I'm here telling you this publicly so that we can move beyond that and we can actually have dialogues about making it safer for everybody.
Okay, so I just wanted to thank Jim. I talked to him this morning just to make sure that we've got a little more clarity on the process, because I know we've got the entire leadership team here. We've got a lot of other management staff that we appreciate taking the time to come and listen. So yeah, as Jim mentioned, we're going to continue working on our FY 25-26 work plan. We'll bring our third quarter update once third quarter is done, and then we'll look to fourth quarter in June. And then the things that we discussed yesterday, it sounds like we're keeping a lot of the same focus areas, some different goals, different objectives. That will be our new work plan. And as we did last year, what we'll do is we'll hopefully come together, have alignment today within all of this. Then as staff will bring this back in March and April to finalize, but I think we'll actually have a June meeting too, because that's going to give us a great idea of where we're at on the current work plan. Because as we talked about, there's some things that are going to naturally kind of spill over into next year because we knew it was going to probably be more than a year. So my thing is creating that alignment today. I want to make sure staff clearly understands. I really like clarity. We also as staff, we want to manage expectations. I want to make sure that we're meeting the needs of our council, we're meeting the needs of our community. And that's why I like being very upfront and open with what are those expectations, because we truly do want to meet, if not try to exceed them, but I want to make sure we're all clear and on the same page. So I just want to say that today.
All right, anyone else?
No, I think that if I could, the clarity is good. Yesterday when I said anticipatory, when I said anticipatory, what I meant was I was concerned. It kind of got a little muddled as to what was going on, and then I heard, well, this is just our new one. And I said, okay, how maybe tomorrow it'll all come together. I hope. But I just wanted to manage expectations as far as what did we really expect when it comes. So thank you for that clarity. I think it really helps as we move forward today.
All right, thank you. Anyone else? Okay, so a little perspective before we jump into the first thing we're going to do. Yesterday we set 18 goals, and we have somewhere between 35 and 40 objectives that go along with those goals. So the perspective, and I also want to just point out that this plan, the bulk of this plan was generated after we did our work last year, working with staff, working with Jennifer, and then that became the full plan. So our goal now, today, is to go back in the same groups we were in yesterday, because again, it was at the end of the day. I want you to go back in the same groups. I want you to look at the goals, the three groups, sorry. Look at the goals you were working on. And maybe just take a minute and rewrite those for clarity. Take a minute to make a goal statement. What are you really trying to say? And make sure it's clear. So now when it goes back to staff and we work to fine tune all of this and come back, there's clarity around the goal and around the objective. So what I recommend, a fresh sheet, a fresh look at it, and look at it for clarity. And so we're going to take a little bit of time this morning to do that, and then we'll move into the next part of the day. So same three groups. Okay, thank you. other staff that's here, you can go join the group.
Yeah, so improve
Can I add a plan of the most vulnerable population? It's pedestrians and cyclists. They're getting back to protection right now.
Essentially, we need to know what all of it is. If you're just coming in and you're just, you never seen it, like here.
No, we have, like, Safe Streets also.
You want to be sure that you write your goal in such a way that if anyone reads it, they have absolute clarity of what that goal is.
They come in, they go, we need to.
And I'm also not just leaving amongst our group, we are trying to read and this is a concern.
This is a all part of that. I'm seeing on every
This is something that
every road, like Norfolk, whatever, it's not gonna require. They take their land and then go on it. But the overarching goal is
Yeah, so statement unchanged there, or?
It's just analyzing just to see what we have, is there's a requirement, but we bring it back to correct. Kristen Schindler was trying to say we want to do the chair of.
So let's go into, okay.
It's the only note, yeah, and then we're like, no, go this way, it's like, that would be a part of that plan. Yeah. Parking on the east side, parking on the west side, and we said,
I'd say focusing on infrastructure and speed and intersections would be a place to start. That's what we were advocating for, and we put a lot of thought. We've basically done what's happening here.
It would be better to consolidate the master plan.
To experts in the field.
Number 7, which was
Better infrastructure, really absolutely encouraged.
our second goal.
So my goal to me is it's like, you can't really make a consolidated master plan. It's just like, you know, it's very, lights. We don't have time to light, but then one person comes up with civic, figuring out what but they do, we never see the light across meetings. Would it just be better to have 45 seconds to get straight through? Get one green, never get behavior. Yeah, I find things. You know what I'm saying? One person, I have an issue because my military background, it's just very different. I got an issue with you have 15 cars back up and they're walking with that person waited 50 seconds, halfway by, all 15 cars are and then they go walk. We're good. So if you wanted this, that's what I'm saying, if you wanted to target goal 1 in the focus area 2, that's consolidated master plan. It's, and these are like sub goals. But you can't really do this if you
But I think what you're saying is this one is more of a social thing, whereas infrastructure is more of a physical thing.
Okay.
So with the
So then you just, yeah, there you go. So maybe, you already read it? Yeah.
That works.
This is really the consolidated master and then just Is this thing to the right spot? That's the second year reading. That's when it was.
That's what I'm coming There's a lot of different tactics.
I always tell people, you know, with a car, it's not going to hop into the next lane. an e-bike, you turn and be out in a year or two from standing stop to smooth. So you have to slow down accordingly because you don't know what it's going to do. But a car, I know what it's going to do. It's not just probably that all day.
Right now, it's one of the factors that will allow you to
There's some parts where we share, so like our whole share area with you guys. So and you really know what to do. I always find it up as far as
The biggest thing is the three questions we got yesterday. I was more for, we're not going to go 2 years, like you said. Somebody new, I enjoyed the team, like, I love that. And I watch it all the time, and actually, it's pretty quick fast and hurry. That's really good. On the sidewalk, pretty quick. Across the crosswalk, stop, and standard crosswalk. So it's not just, and what are the and others, we need to get from a legal standpoint. We need to like everybody else to right. It's all going to be in here, probably. When I look at e-bike, you can find it first on your I'm not a legal the whole idea is really when a messaging standpoint. That's part of the week. That's what I'm thinking. This.
Looking for specific ideas on how to improve safety right now.
Pick your best one out of 5. That is 3. Now we're down to 2. Eventually we got 2 or 1 or whatever. The reason I had things like this, these are every time you got this route around town and Manchester, Birmingham, certain streets are kind of, you bought there, you knew that, I don't know, you trying to get organized in the city for a remodel.
For riders, pedestrians, and drivers.
Or in the cities, like that also. In other words, the city we're on sidewalks, bike lanes, and vehicles. And the reason is that there's they can be
Clear meaning, some like kids. Concise meaning we try to,
the reason I'm writing for it is because I know those people like say, Marty McFly showed me how Lori and I jumped in because I think it's the safest place to be. Not then yet, how do you save what we have left? Is you better go bigger and get the right development.
Is it too specific to say e-bike specific routes to improve e-bike safety?
I think so the goal of this might be
So if I start with improve e-bike safety for all
messaging plan, a 3-year messaging plan, to show people like, here's the answer we're coming up with, what we've been doing.
on sidewalks,
And it's either go horizontal, take up all the road space, which we as the board is low, or we go vertical, or we do, but
we're trying to make sure we do the e-bikes not acting like vehicles, not just acting like
we have an environmental unit,
but they also ride on sidewalks too.
And that's a different way to say,
I guess we can say pedestrian,
and that's the expectation.
I think we're gonna lose track of
More times than not.
Maybe do like what we did here regarding more specific that, this is
That is kind of what
So
I'll start with this one.
You see that all over, it's like one people.
like related safety concerns. Incorporate different kinds of related safety concerns. Yeah, or all routes, all, we can say pedestrians, vehicles, rights of for all of them. All like related safety concerns. Very important to say, like, really like safety and related, like related safety concerns. Like, the goal is not to have the car ever get by. I know. So in other words, we want to be, under this goal, we want to be able to because they are the ultimate, they're going to cause this problem. It's their fault.
So on a trail, there's an additive. There's a triangle that tells you a horse, walker, biker. And if you're a horse, the bike's going to stop for the horse. You know, the person's going to launch the horse. You're all supposed to do this in the triangle. So is that something, is that a goal to have that?
So, hey, I think we're going to run out of time here.
Yeah. And maybe for now, all modes are that implies it's not just the
what about the infrastructure? That's the
when we say infrastructure here, we don't give it a specific thing so that we have the opportunity to be clear about So prioritize funding and planning strategy is the first one. The input is something we want to prioritize funding and planning strategy.
Yes, because intersections, we studies, we need money to improve.
As well as rail crossings that we do.
Prioritize funding, I think it's important. it's a broad term. We'll be more specific later, right?
Okay. Prioritize funding and safe street action plan.
Rail crossings, or if we want to target intersections or as rail crossings.
Rail crossings and intersections, I think, should definitely be a priority.
Well, and that's what this would be.
I know, but to specifically say intersections as a goal, it's a specific under infrastructure. And intersections are where most of the happen.
This was about safe and efficient mobility circulation. So this objective was about across the rails. So I don't know what but I think
you don't look at. Just in
Okay, I was confused because this seems to have 2 points, so I thought more 2 points, like rail crossing and intersections.
in my mind, these were both about safe street action plan funding. So I don't think that, I didn't see these as. Yeah, I mean, I don't have no problem with the D down here.
As far as the work we've done.
No, sure. Is there a limit to how many roads? We got now we're going to 4.
So we kind of average out. We want to get.
Content is more important than.
Yeah, exactly.
And we here, so thank you.
So let's do the intersection one next, right after this one, so that, and then the rail crossing is one we don't want to do. Intersection, so.
Safety. Infrastructure improvements. Infrastructure improvements. Intersection. Yes.
Like infrastructure, improved infrastructure.
Near schools where students are crossing, I think.
Intersections in your schools?
Yes.
Let's go in your space.
There's lots of specifics, but we're saying that later, right? Like timing, applying, traffic studies, intersections, infrastructure, pull outs, no right turn on red. Always stops. If you're especially if you're crossing your students are crossing.
Intersections and crossings. Is that right?
And is that like where there's not a stop?
Correct, like you could have it in one place.
Just a reminder to everyone, this doesn't have to be perfect, because perfection is the enemy of progress. So, it's really clear goal and objective, and then we'll continue to clean those up as we go.
I'm going to do the rail crossing.
Oh, I forgot. I'm sorry.
Implement rail crossing.
I could even say so. Now say rail crossings. But pedestrians, road, and bikes.
I guess that's a safe.
Well, it's quiet.
You have to
They only blow at crossings, right? If there was no crossing, it wouldn't have freezed.
Unless there's somebody trespassing. So that's why sometimes they do sound. If somebody's on the track, they'll let you cross the construction.
know exactly what
I'm looking at it going, way better than mine. I'm used to writing on a whiteboard. Oh, yeah. I can really but this is, it's moving on me.
Maybe instead of implement, just say create. Just by being in a year, we have to do all of the city. Policy or
say that to everybody. Create or implement, because he's got a point. This means implement the signing policy, have it implemented throughout the city, or we create it for use. I'm okay with creating.
Let's try to fit it into a specific.
Okay, let's stay focused here. Keep moving forward. What about harmonize ATP? Really update, harmonize circulation element, ATP, TNT, MAP.
I kind of feel like I checked the words. There is some redundancy in this topic. Circulation element, ATP.
Yeah, the Trails Master Plan and ATP overlap and disagree with each other. That's why when we passed it, I got agreement from the council to bring it back, but we haven't brought it back. So this will bring it back and harmonize it. So update and align. Harmonize or align? Align? Okay.
Hard update and align all mobility plans, including ATP and TNP.
intersections, crossings, and near schools. That would be a tactic under that objective.
All right, obviously, I have a question.
Huge line, this is not a side street.
So can you make it shorter? Does it matter when you say develop strategies to acquire land assets? Obtaining funding is part of that goal. Specific develop strategies to acquire land assets. The underneath of that will be funding, grants, donations, all the ways you can get partner. So develop strategies to acquire land assets. A lot of different paths. And then C is different in saying take your property over the half. Maintenance fund or stewardship fund. We're not talking, right now we're not saying it, you're right. Because we added the stewardship.
Group number one over here may or may not have completed their work early. And I talked to them and they said, don't count on us for much later because we've used 98% of everything we have. And what they did this morning, I said, so I got 2%? And they well, maybe. So all I ask is, give me 100% of your 2%. All right, here we go. Okay, hopefully you had time to walk around the room and take a look at the work that's been done, detailing out the goals. So, this is a great opportunity. Does anybody have any questions about any of the work that they looked at? You're going to have a chance to review this again later, but is there anything at the moment you'd like to comment on, ask questions? Now's the time.
You want us using part of the 2% to...
Okay, well that's perfect. So what we're going to do now is something that I like to call tailwinds and headwinds. And we're going to divide into two groups, one on this side and one on this side. This side is going to do tailwinds. Tailwinds are emerging opportunities. So what opportunities, if anticipated early, could materially benefit the city? So, Luke, is there anything coming up that could affect the city?
Thank you, John. The idea is, yes, we have FIFA World Cup coming next year. We have the Super Bowl just up the street, and then the years after that is the Olympics 2028. So big things that are coming that can help us maybe focus or use that momentum that's coming to this part of this region of our nation and globe, and use that to advance or to make sure our plans are a little bit ahead of or using that as our follow-up.
Awesome. So those are some big tailwinds, right? There might be some other tailwinds that we haven't talked about, things that can help move us forward that we want to at least have on the radar, be thinking about as we move forward. That's what this group's going to do. Make a list. Don't worry about that it's got to be perfect. Just put everything, it's a brainstorming session. Over here is going to be your headwinds, which are your roadblocks or your disruptors. What could slow us down? What could distract us or create friction if we're not prepared? So what are those things, those landmines, those roadblocks that maybe we're not thinking about? And they can be kind of what-if scenarios. That's okay. We're just creating some awareness right now. So one group over here, one group over here, fresh flip chart, write down your tailwinds and your headwinds, make a list. We'll give that about 15 minutes and then we'll go from there. Okay, go.
Positive technology change, what we've done, that's good. For example, non-driver electric, some places, being able to move from A to B without having a bus. That's what we don't know.
Just technology, as long as it's not taking over us.
Easier for me to
Shane, how about improvements to the beach, like the beach sand and the access?
Which I did say, found some lovely pictures this morning at like 6:30. Availability for anticipated projects.
You say the developmental fees are starting to
Oh, that's not the mitigation fees and we're going to do for, yeah.
What's happening with tourism coming, is it coming back yet or not? I just read an article that said California population continues to decline year over year. But that's both a positive and a negative. That might be a headwind. But the state takes the credit. We don't get it. We're not allowed.
So SB 720.
And
the juries are huge.
Technology wise.
So that's a big where we got to support the state and pilot project. So that they would enforce it.
But it's not for law enforcement, it separates law enforcement and law enforcement. Civil.
And I ask if there's something we can put on the same list as we do.
Mayor, touching on what you just said about how we can't get credit for the greenhouse gas. Was there something that, Chris spoke to earlier this week, there's something that's happening at the state level where they're not being able to take credit for that anymore? Or we might be able to do that, so that might be a tailwind. That's a big deal. The process is changing.
Yeah, because the 19% target, they may increase the 19% target. If we had it, but.
Because their targets have kind of gone away. Nobody's taking advantage of
If you look at the number of our roads, it's easily more than 10%, and it's probably easily.
But it's interesting that that might be a very simple plan.
Yeah, that would be a huge tailwind if we could get that credit and continue to encourage. But I think a tailwind would be that the market is electrifying almost in spite of the reduction in incentives.
Crystal Bend, the reason that's happening is because California's no longer allowed to use their exception for like their reach codes to have more electrified requirements for car sales. So they're Fed turned them off because that's where we no longer we never will. Yeah. Sorry, I'm a bit better on that.
First, should be all the assessments are paid. From our assessments, that's a definite.
Can we say our amazing staff is a tailwind?
Yes. Here, I'll throw in wait, and let's throw it, everybody. Let's
Okay, so novel technology is trying to move the disadvantage grants. So the advantage for the disadvantage. So that should help us.
That's a big, because that's where we're going.
We're not, we don't fall into that part.
So, something that's an enormous social issue.
An off-road hill.
It's an off-road hill, because it's like,
Somehow our schools are basic aid, right? The schools are exactly, I would say the funding for schools that were in a basic aid, right? You're kind of considered.
But for a community like this, it would actually help them get us off their goals. We can stop asking for money after a certain amount. So we're essentially, we don't have an income problem, we have a spending problem.
Okay, a few more minutes.
Very strong property tax. Not every city in the city has California. Not in California, but even within San Diego County, the city of San Diego, and they don't have the ramp property values we do. So our funding is
All the turnover.
pretty darn solid.
It was a factor in everything. Switch jobs was a factor.
Well, that was cost effective.
This kind of goes without saying, but I'll say it could be a headache, but a properly aligned staff and
I think that's a good point.
council staff and guys in the community is still the opposite.
Everybody knows there's sort of on TV as it is. Nobody has any idea what the work is right? So it's the sort of imbalance of focus, I think, that's a
How about
our efforts.
our beaches and downtowns are crown jewels that attract tourism? We need to protect them, but it's a tailwind. You ruined it. We ruined it.
imagine just going to Michelle.
I'll be just taking a picture. Remember this one. My review comes up, I'll show you. There are 3 council members.
Okay, each group pick a spokesperson, and we're going to go through your list.
Our role is that you're right at the top. The new rule is Luke can't talk.
You still got all of it. I know, it's hard.
You're like the only
Okay, ready to go? Everybody listen up. Everybody listen up here. We're going to start with our roadblocks. Who's your spokesperson over here for your roadblock? Everybody listen up, and we're going to see if there's anything you want to add to this list.
Okay. I don't like red.
It's only reserved for me.
Okay, some of the roadblocks that we listed here, state unfunded mandates. We brought up the R word, but then I think we transitioned to economic downturn. Landlocked, built out, lack of space. We did talk about staff turnover and limited capacity with existing staff. Resource availability for anticipated projects, so it kind of ties in with overall, I think, resources. But then a big part to that is how do we look for and find grant funding, because looking forward, this seems to be something where there aren't as many grants that are available for to qualify for or to apply for. On the horizon could be risk exposures. Great example of that is some of the nuclear verdicts that I'm sure everyone has heard of, that those are out, and some of the jury findings from that and how that negatively impacts not just our city but all cities, really in general. Natural disasters, right? That's a very real thing here, and how do we respond to that? And speaking of response is the outside interest and how they're potentially the federal, state, even outside of the region, they're not necessarily aligned with the city or with the residents here in the city. And so how do we manage that moving forward? Any new trend or technologies that are in the forefront that we have to be able to incorporate or adjust to. And then community flashpoints. So I think similar to kind of the new trends, what's coming up right now, right? So how are we responding with the ICE impacts to our community? And what are some of the political impacts, right, that are in the federal and state environment? And how does that impact what our priorities and resources are being allocated to? And then, like, as we start to get down here, we start to think a little bit more bigger picture, and we talk about local government in general. There's a lack of understanding of what the city can do in response to certain things and what we can't do to certain things. And that ties in really with the end. How are we explaining our why? How do we best communicate what the city is doing and the why that's associated with that, and how that's tied into our mission, vision, goals, work plan? Because, I mean, quite frankly, I think there's a lot of us that have been doing this a long time. Communicating that value of what we're actually doing isn't something that we excel at because we're used to tasks, we're used to projects, we're used to doing those things and then moving on to the next thing. So I think this could be something that we would have to consider moving forward. So those were the roadblocks.
Anyone have anything that they would add to the list? Well done. Round of applause. This is amazing. All right, here we go.
Okay, so we had tailwinds, thank you, Joshua. So we had tailwinds, so we just came up with a whole bunch of stuff. Everyone was throwing stuff out. So as we talked about, we got the Olympics coming. That's a big thing, World Cup. And then Super Bowl, we have it in Santa Clara this year, and then Los Angeles in 2027. As we talked about, one of our group's historic buildings, we've got the La Paloma. It's going to be 100 years old in 2028. We have our 40th birthday coming up this year in the city. America's 250th birthday is this July. We talked about the Economic Development Strategic Plan and Business Commission. Those are two new things that are going to be starting in the city that'll help guide and help us become a better city for our businesses. More data available to the public. That, of course, came from Jessica and our IT. We're doing a really good job of putting as much information out there so the public can see it, and it really goes to our transparency. We're making sure folks know that information and can see it, look it up at any time. We looked at grant opportunities. We are still applying for a lot of them. For instance, our FRA grant is going to be due this Friday. We've got 3 projects within that, so I think we definitely have the ability to get some good grant money for a lot of projects, and that would be for Verde Undercrossing, at-grade rail crossing, as well as Quiet Zone. And those are big things that I've seen in the annual work plan. Non-driver vehicles, technology, AI, those are great opportunities. There's a lot going on in technology. Again, not replacing anyone, just talking about how can we enhance what we currently do. Double tracking, that's going, and of course rail is a big thing here in Encinitas. We got Coastal Rail Trail, which is something we don't fund, that gets built with Sandag. We have a lot of permitting improvements and process improvement. We've got a lot of new staff that came on board this year, so we're really working on trying to make things easier for the community to understand, whether single family homes, businesses, different processes. As we're talking a lot about short-term vacation rentals and things like that. Beach sand improvements, great. Todd Moreau just said that we did some over there in the north end with the Vatiquitos Lagoon. It looks really great. We're going to look at our mitigation fees so that we can make sure that we're getting the money out of developments that we need so that we can pay for improvements in infrastructure, traffic, flood control, and making sure we get our park acquisition and development fees. Also, we're looking at new fees, whether it's parks, engineering, development services, fire. Those are other fees that people pay for specific services. And again, if that improves our revenue, we have more money to do different projects. More electric vehicles, and obviously people are continuing to buy those even though the incentives have gone down, but hopefully trying to capture the fact that we would like to be able to include those in our CAP program, Climate Action Plan, to reduce greenhouse gases. SB 720, that's more, it's not so much for the sheriffs, but it's civil enforcement that cities can do regarding different infractions. Communication with our federal agencies. We've done a great job of trying to reach out and get more information from different federal agencies. Mike's been very instrumental in that, whether it's ICE or Border Patrol, and getting that communication out to our residents. Infrastructure assessments. We're going to be doing a lot of infrastructure assessments over the next year or two, and that's going to really guide where our infrastructure is, what condition it's in, and then we can actually start making some really good plans on how do we tackle making sure that we fix things before it becomes a problem, so that's huge. We put staff, council, and residents because we've got great staff, great residents, and great council, and again, we get that alignment to do the best we can for our community. I guess this one came out of, I don't know where Councilmember Schaefer, there's Councilmember Schaefer. Apparently they've removed the disadvantaged communities from federal grants. That was definitely one of the things that was a hindrance. We are lucky to live in a beautiful city that we do have a rather affluent residents and things like that. That's great, but for a lot of federal grants, doesn't work very well. And we're going to talk about a little bit, you guys talked a little bit about staff, but we do have low vacancy rates, low turnover, and we're filling positions rather quickly. And I must say we're filling them with really good qualified folks. So it's wonderful. Plus, I'd like to say we're retaining a lot of the wonderful staff that we have that has that historic knowledge, the drive that we really want to make the city better. So I appreciate that as well. Good MOUs with our personnel. We just finished up fire not that long ago. We'll be going into the back chiefs at SCIU. And we've got a great negotiating team that does a really good job of listening to the employees, but also working with council to do fiscally responsible MOUs. We've got strong revenue from property tax and sales tax. I mean, property continues to go up in Encinitas, so that's a great thing. And people are still shopping. All right, we have the second page. Alignment throughout the community, making sure that we're all on the same page. Part of that goes to the annual work plan that helps to guide that. We've got great features here in Encinitas. I think we've all mentioned, look outside. I mean, look at this room, right? We've got sun, we've got the beach, we've got, and I'm going to lead into, we've got beautiful parks, we've got beautiful facilities. So who wouldn't want to come visit or live here in Encinitas? Quality of our schools, that's super important. We want to make sure that we're educating our little kiddos so they can have our jobs one day. Weather, but a little sun, because, I mean, I don't know about you, but Mr. Chicago over here, I don't know that anybody wants to be in Chicago between Encinitas.
It's a great place to be from.
But not living. This one's for fire. As of March 31st, we'll no longer be in the co-op with Del Mar and Solana Beach, which means we can focus more on our fire community here. And then somebody said our new city attorney, which I thought was pretty cool, because Ajit's been a wonderful addition. So those are our tailwinds.
Did they miss anything? I don't think so. Okay, so here's what we're going to do now. If you think about the opportunities, I want everybody to think about what are they most excited about. Personally, like what of those opportunities are you most excited about? And everybody's going to take 2 green dots. And you're going to put a green dot on the 2 that you're most excited about. This has nothing to do with what we're going to do moving forward. It's just taking the pulse in the room and saying, what excites you? Like, what gives you that energy for what's moving forward, okay? 2 green dots. Same thing over here. 2 red dots to put on the 2 potential roadblocks that would be the most concerning to you personally, all right? 2 green dots, not on the same one. They have to be on 2 different ones. 2 red dots, again, on 2 different ones. Everybody plays on both sides of the room. Okay, go ahead and go. Dots are right up here.
Ajit, don't be putting those green dots on yours.
I'm putting mine too.
I like that. Oh, he is. I'll work it for you.
It's true. Everybody use green dots?
I am not.
fires and that.
Like that's happening. You know, it's not really.
Okay, we're going to do a quick recap here. this one. Okay, everybody listen up. We're going to talk about the top vote getters for right now.
Okay, so we did top 3. So obviously you can tell by all the green dots, we've got people interested in a whole bunch of stuff, which is awesome. But it looks like our number 1 for our tailwinds was infrastructure assessments. So I know that's probably making like the Elmers and the ESOMs and the Dans extremely happy. So that was number 1, 14 green dots. Coming in at number 2 was alignment throughout the community. And I think that speaks volumes because the one thing that we're doing here is establishing alignment with staff, council, and then we can convey that to the community as well. So that was the second one. We've got a tie for third with the non-driver vehicles. I think it's more probably the technology and AI. So we're looking at that as a definite opportunity and a tailwind, and I'm pretty sure, I bet you there's 1 or 2 IT people that put a green dot there. And then another tie for third was, where did it go? I think there was one more. Oh yes, Economic Development Business Plan and the Business Commission. So we're obviously looking, we obviously know we value our businesses. That helps part of where we had strong revenue of property tax and sales tax. That's our businesses. So obviously we find that extremely important, and that will be a great opportunity for this year. And I would probably say that this year and last year has probably been the biggest focus on economic development. Again, council's direction for a business commission. We've got Delilah and Mike working really hard with all our chambers, our one-on-ones, and then coming up with a strategic plan. So that would be the top 3.
Thank you. That's great. What I like about this exercise is it shows there's a lot of interest in a lot of different areas. And so as we start looking at some of these tailwinds, there's always going to be somebody that wants to champion something, so that's great news there. Let's go over here, and who's going to talk us through the top 3 getters here?
Sure. And that's the infrastructure on there. I will add that yesterday, the drainage ditch all the way down to the lagoon was completed by NCTV. So we are rolling on that. All right, so we were over here talking about the roadblocks. This is kind of the itchy, uncomfortable, squirmy area in some ways. But it's important. It's kind of this whole idea of acknowledging the pluses and the minuses so we can get the best outcome. And let's see, we had resource availability for anticipated projects. Limited grant funding was the big thing. And I think that's certainly something that the council's acknowledged we can work on and get better at. That was a big point of it. Then we had the state mandates. So state unfunded mandates was a big part of that. And all the challenges we faced with the laws coming down from the state, the requirements they have, and the challenges of building a school without any money, we'll say. We're building well, thankfully we were able to figure out how to build a fire station. I think we're dedicated to, like Councilmember San Antonio has said, keeping the budget in the black so that you can do your job well. I think that's an important message to communicate to all of you. The third one on here is staff turnover and limited capacity. I want to comment on this if it's okay. And I want to maybe start off on easy, but make it clear why I think this is actually a roadblock and a positive for us. It's an opportunity. Staff turnover, I think we're doing a great job with your staff turnover. I think the staff is, I see the people here in front of me, and maybe it's different than the people who were here last year, but I think you're all doing a great job. And so, yeah, we're turning over, but we're turning over in the right direction. And I think that this becomes a plus. And I want to talk to limited capacity. I view limited capacity as an excuse. This is where it gets uncomfortable. I think it's an excuse, and I'll tell you why it's an excuse. It does exist. You're all right. You're all correct. It happens. But I'll tell you, I know Councilmember Schaefer sat meetings with me. Our job and our goal is to get you the tools you need to do your job, and we're committed to it. We will build up IT. If you need more IT work, if you need tools, if you need a new fire station, we're committed to getting that for you. And so if you don't have it, It's either because you're not asking for it, or Jennifer doesn't know. So what I want to do is I want to make sure that you know that if this limited capacity has to do with the tools you need, we want you to have those tools. We want to take that off your plate. We want to make it the best we can be. We're constantly going to be working to improve that. So while I think this is looked at as a roadblock, it's also an opportunity. It's an opportunity to say, hey, we're at here and we're looking to get here to be one of the top 3 cities in the state. And so we want to give you the tools to get there. Top number 1, ideally. We'll climb the ladder every year. Once we get to 3, we'll get to 2, we'll get to 1. Once we're at 1, we'll set the bar higher. And that starts getting you guys the tools you need. So if you have stuff you need, that's what Jennifer is for, and we're here to help Jennifer get you those tools.
All right, thank you. So what I want to talk about, this is going to be the only time today we're going to kind of segregate staff for just a minute, and I want staff to get together, and I really want you to think about, is there any guidance you still need from council? Or is there any clarity? Is there anything that would be helpful now or moving forward? And then council, I want you to think about the same thing, right? Is there anything you can do to provide some more clarity, or is there anything that you need from staff that would be helpful? We're just going to do this in like 10 minutes, okay? So just get council together and I want to get the staff together and just talk about this and see if there's anything at all that would be helpful. Because again, you know, this is the space we want to talk about that collective results and trust and that type of thing. So 10 minutes is what it takes to do this, all right? Ready? Go.
Yeah. Oh, sure, we'll go over there. Yeah. Oh, right. Right over here. I'll take it a while. We can yell across the table.
Don't be shy.
What do you think? 10 out of 10. Right? First question. This is we're like, hey, 75% of our what they're asking of, what the interpretation is. So help us okay, for policy 5, section 1, this really changes, we want to make sure that we're all right.
Yeah, the first question was for me.
Before we make sure the projects bring it to you and your report, and bring it back down to us.
yes, but also across the board. So like, all of us interact with finance. So things that we're doing are contracts, right? So planning, how to get into our process flow.
No, we actually just listen to speakers, just so just like us,
The old Elton Forest was.
Yeah.
manufacturing, but it's exactly lots of levels.
We need to identify a third revenue stream along the way in all of this.
The things that we can do to help that is.
Yeah, and so, yeah, there has to be something in there that influences that, so we're not having to build additional to support this. I think that's true.
Trust they have enough.
So the
The
premise
more they
being
want. In addition,
banking financing from underwriting
hey, you're into all.
defense housing.
So that consistent ongoing
That's an example. I think we may not.
Defense housing, I mean,
What do you think? They're trying to use also that here, but those have a lot. But the original location, they're trying to get into themselves. The reason first of all is that basically they also have Tomahawk, which is accessible.
That should be a common.
You drop in and go see manufacturing houses, you can have a conversation and talk to the executives, and then get out of Dodge, you're in an hour after, you know, all this and Diego, so it's a really convenient location, you don't fly to the location. It's super convenient here at day one, and it's super simple to do this already.
I'm tuning to the weeds. I think we have to talk about this is the need. The need that we need an industrial level third revenue stream is something different. Do we need it? Whatever. We need a third revenue stream. No. You're going to say something that's beyond what we have in our two revenue streams. And that
I see that
longevity purposes and for purposes of fitting into with other gatherings. But almost like that's some sort of space because that becomes sort of industry that brings in industry in a way that I would compare to like Armada and economic problems. So Armada and College have industrial park up there. And so it's kind of the part of me. When it goes to this thing, you know, work, right? Or like that. Well, so I think we're too far to continue, right? How long is coming in, and so that might be a little bit of might be waste.
That's right.
Yeah, this is part. Yeah, it's all business. Biosat. So well, yeah, Biosat's pricing on
Well, that Viasat is pricing.
Yeah, Viasat pricing, but it's actually so they're making prices that are almost there. No, the overall, because you don't overinvest. We don't want to just bring in streams, right? Bring just Viasat, they overinvest and decide that's green or city X, run a lot. Yeah, so somebody said we're not going to get multiple. I don't think we have a plan. I think the Altamira plan was not designed for this purpose. It's designed more for people under 15-minute cities and to ride the bikes and all the good stuff, but it's not what we're talking about.
Housing out.
we're going to step through the output here, and then we're going to get your thoughts as well. So, here you go.
Yeah, my handwriting's so bad, I have to be the one that does it, so you can read. All right, so kind of start off first on the city manager side. I know we're supposed to talk about how the city council assists, but city manager's office can help by the point of contact for this strategic goals is going to be Mike James. So if we have any problems with it, he's the one who messed it up, I guess. No, he's going to be the point of contact. So we do have questions. We do have, maybe some path issues that we know. Go talk to Mike. He's going to help get us in the right direction. Filter the presentations content through the city manager's office early so that when we do go to briefings or we do go into council that they've been vetted, they've been looked at, and it does have the appropriate information that we need to give to the public and to our council members. And then the last one for the city managers was to memorialize our processes and procedures, which I think is going to be a bigger task than just having the city managers weigh in. They're going to be the ones that help facilitate this and get us on the right path to, for all of our departments to get together and kind of see what crosswalks and how we put together the process. The processes are there, we just have to put it together. So, any questions on the top three so far?
Yeah, we're going to talk a little bit more about like what staff training we need from staff a little bit too.
Because that, understanding that's going to help take some of the burden off the city council as well. So when we ask for their assistance, we have this working out behind the scenes so that you know that we can really focus on these things. Right? So the first one is early discussions, feedback from council. I think when we're working on some kind of initiative or one of these goals, to understand a little bit deeper into the thoughts and the ideas that the council has, so that we are bringing stuff forward, that it is meeting what the expectation is. Council to vet and finalize the next fiscal year strategic goals. So all of this, we know not everybody has been in each group, right? So all of this information is going to come back to you at some point to make sure that everyone's on the same page, and when this hits the sheets for us to start working on, that we know that there is a consensus and alignment on the council so that we are working on this information, these goals, to accomplish these tasks. And you guys have all gone through it, vetted it, and this is what we're working on. I'm going to jump to this one, stick to the plan commitment. So like this is the plan, once you guys vet it up here, that this is what we're working on, right? We understand there's going to be wrenches thrown in the system every once in a while, but do our best to stick with these strategic goals and have us in the alignment side of this be working on these goals so that this is our plan. We know we're not getting lost, we're not getting thrown additional things on our plate. We still have our day-to-day to do, plus the strategic goals we're working on, and then all of a sudden this extra stuff comes in. It makes it hard for us to get everything done. We'll come back up here to council briefings. It says get all the questions, concerns to be successful in council meetings, no surprises. So when we show up to council briefings, we're getting all the questions, all the concerns. We're trying to get all that information so that we can answer questions ahead of time, and then be able to give you the most amount of information possible so you're prepared and successful for the city council meeting next night, right? Sometimes when there's surprises, we don't have that information for you. And we don't like that. We want to be able to get all that information. We do know things happen within the 24 hours that we have our briefing and that meeting coming up. But we need to be able to reach out, get those questions, let our staff know what those questions are so that we can come prepared. And we don't, I'll just say we don't look bad either in the city council meetings because we got that information. We're able to make you guys look like you're prepared as well. Last one, continue quarterly update rhythm. I think with these strategic goals, to continue these quarterly updates helps. I think you guys maybe stay out of the weeds a little bit and hopefully building trust that you're seeing things happening or building this plan through the strategic goal sessions, through the updates, that you're seeing actual the outcomes and products that we talked about in these meetings, and then we can continue to move forward. That way you're seeing what that path forward looks like and what product we're getting. Any questions from the council members?
So, super quick comment. On the council briefings and the no surprises piece, one of the things we talked about with Jennifer is it would be, maybe it's supposed to be the no surprises aspect of the meetings, it would be really beneficial if what you gave us in the briefing was the same as what we got in the presentation. There's been a number of times where council president was presented at a council meeting is completely different or a completely separate document than what we see in our briefing. And it's challenging. We're wanting to align with what we, it becomes a bit, we want to align with what we had in our briefing discussion, but it's a big curveball when it gets presented and it wasn't in the briefing. It brings up questions instead of moving the ball forward unintentionally. So that's something we could work on that, I think, as an organization. And Jennifer, we've talked about this before, I think, right? I think that would be really helpful.
Yeah, I would agree with that. And we talked about at one point bringing up the page numbers and putting page numbers on the briefing. We wanted to be able to see that before we go into, because it also, when you have a 200-page document or whatever, and then the briefing is a lot more consolidated, sometimes your brain can draw connections a lot quicker than seeing whatever's on page 3 versus page 178. Like, we're not if we want to stay out of the weeds for us to see a high level view. I would say, personally, I would like to start seeing what slide we're on out of how many, especially when we have outside briefers or something like that. They come in, they bring a 40-page brief or a 30-slide brief, and are we on page 3 or are we on page 40? Where are we at in the questioning spot? Helps us organize our questions. Hey, on slide 3, this is what you guys said. It's more, a lot of it's confirmation to but outside of that, that helps organize our thoughts as to where we're going and how we're going, and so that it's not a surprise to us in that moment. So I could agree.
I think when it presents all of us better to the community.
Yeah, if I could add.
And just to pile on what Jim said, if we could get any PowerPoint presentation 24 or 48 hours before the meeting. I understand it's hard to do a full week before, but it would be incredibly helpful because we could review it, and if we had any last minute questions, we'd have enough recovery time to do it before the meeting, again, to avoid surprises. Most of the other organizations we work with, whether it be at Sandag or Encina or the San Elijo JPA, the PowerPoint presentation actually is coming out with the briefing a full week ahead. Now, in the case of Sandag, it's not so good. They update it mysteriously hours before some days. So I love the fact that we get our briefings out, and that if they ever get amended, the clerk will email us and it gets noted on the public website that it's been amended. But now if we could do something to control the PowerPoint too, so that we see it at least 24 and probably 48 hours ahead.
Yeah, and that's definitely something we can do, and I know that staff has gotten better with that. We have a lot of them posted. What we can also do is not only post it, but we'll make sure council gets it. So we'll actually make sure that you all get emailed the PowerPoint so you have it. I can talk to Jen Blees, making sure that it's printed off so you've got it at your dais as well, because that helps. Now, the only thing I would say is sometimes when we're in briefings, though, a couple things might come up. So what we'll do is we'll keep the PowerPoint the same, but we might add, but as you know, and what I've tried to do is when council asks questions about items, for me, one ask, tell all. So you'll notice council will get a lot of, for information, council members are blank copied, because a lot of you ask a lot of great questions in those that I think that everyone deserves that answer, not just the person who asked it.
And when I say publish it to us, the PowerPoint, but also put it on the website.
Oh, both.
Because we're public. I get all my information off the public access, and they deserve the same warning and update, and would. No surprises, right? The doctrine of no surprises.
Or maybe we just include it in documents. So when we can open it up ourselves and look at it, because sometimes you're scrolling through and I'm taking out a note or I'll take a picture of it and it's gone.
that would be helpful too, even if we can't get 48 hours or 24 hours, at least I can keep looking at it as you guys are going through, because there are some notes that I'd like to take too, so.
I think on top of that, one of the things that we've all been sensitive to in both ways, I feel like it's is length of meetings. And so we are seeing that ahead of time. It'll actually help us ask the right questions in briefings, so the meetings don't go long because we're not asking the questions in meetings. So it just makes the process, even though it's a little more fun and more efficient overall. I think we all want to ask you guys the right questions. We appreciate the documents we're getting. We just want to make sure that we're following along and reading and showing the alignment that we're all achieving.
Yeah, I think one of the things that from staff that I did with these changes in our hard points or something is that, like Jennifer said, the changes usually happen because the council brings something up. So we just feel to communicate that ahead of time before the council. I mean, raise your hand if you want to go back and change your PowerPoints 24 hours in from staff. That's usually not something we're trying to do. But it usually comes from a great comment or a question that the council brings up, and now we have to address that because it's the right thing to do. And I think that's going to be on us to make sure that communication gets back to the council so that they're not surprised as well. So that's doable. I think these things come up. So.
And that lends itself to your due diligence, right? That you folks as council members are faithful to evaluate and research.
Any other questions for this list? Turn back over to Jim.
All right, no other comments from anyone? I'm taking a break for lunch, and let's just plan we will get 45, well, let's actually 12:15, we'll get back on lane again. Lunch is out here. Ready to go.
Okay, well, I
takeaway for me is we've made just so much progress together, and I'm used to this. There we go. So takeaway for me is obviously all the progress we've made, but that there is just a lot of alignment between the staff and the council going forward. I mean, my commitment obviously is to just be as integrated as I possibly can early on in the stages as this formula upwards. Early involvement.
Okay, so my takeaway, our theme last year was alignment, and we're still continuing on that. So my takeaway is I feel that we have been aligned, but we're even working more towards alignment, even better. So it's like, it took us 2 days last year to come up with focus areas and goals and things like that. It was a lot quicker this year because I think we all have that goal of wanting to be aligned. So I feel like my takeaway is we're doing a great job of it. Of course, we can always continue to improve and get better, but I do feel like the takeaway is that we are really getting aligned as a group. And my commitment. So, for me, that's twofold. Obviously, I work for council. I got 5 bosses, so I want to be there for them. I want to be there to support their ideas, to listen, to help advise, to take direction. And then I'm here to lead an organization of our employees. So for me, I feel as though I'm completely responsible to them. And I don't look at it where they work for me. I work for everybody. That's kind of how I feel. And I have a great responsibility to that. I don't want to let anyone down. I don't want to let council down. I don't want to let our employees down. So, I mean, my commitment is, and it's a lot, but I want to make sure that I'm supporting both council and the employees with their needs. So my commitment is that, I will do, as Deputy Mayor O'Hara said, I want to make sure that I'm here to give everybody the resources that they need to do their job. So, I mean, that's my commitment, is to make sure that you folks can do the best you can, and I want to give the best information to council so you folks can make the best decision.
Good job. I want to just say that I'm going to call out kind of the platform we're here around today. This is a wonderful opportunity to communicate and to share our opinions and be really frank with each other. So I just want to say I appreciate the opportunity to communicate and share good information. And I don't know if you want to just maybe summarize the communication, sharing information. Is my takeaway. I've learned some things today about a lot of people in the room and a lot of your thoughts, and it's always a benefit for me, from my perspective, to understand everyone in a leadership position at the city, where you're coming from. I don't always agree, I won't always agree, but I appreciate the information. And as far as my commitments, I do want to say, I haven't had a chance to say this yet, so I do want to make sure it's said, and that is regarding staff. I do value your input. We have the big picture vision where it's our job to come forward. And a lot of times I feel like it's like kind of messy. The big picture is kind of messy. It's like, we're going to do this big thing. And I really value your input as far as you're the experts in your fields. And your input really informs me to understand how to best implement the big picture. So please continue to voice your thoughts, no matter what they are. I think they're valuable.
My key takeaway was how great this last year has been, really, and how far we've come from last year to this year, and not just coming up with this amazing document that was the backbone of this last year, but the fact that we lived it, we breathed it, we became it, and we leaned out, or effectively, we're all kind of swimming in the same direction. So we're starting to break through glass ceilings and whatnot. So the camaraderie, the alignment, is second to none, I think, right now. The city's starting to run at the speed of hum is the term that Will uses, and that's a good place to be. From a commitment standpoint, I feel like I've gotten to know city managers, hallway, if you will. I've gotten to know some of the people, some new arrivals, but my goal is to get to know the staff and the processes better this year. Last year was, first trip around the sun, learn it. I'm counting in this year. I know there's SANDAG, there's some other big, boards that we sit on. I think next year, hopefully after having a successful year, getting to know everybody, know the processes better, I'll be that much more capable in next year to start bringing in, better communication with our neighbors, better communication with wherever I end up being, the SANDAG or wherever the boards I'm on, but to really know this city well, so it's not really, and know the individuals, and when somebody in town says, hey, can you do this? Oh, I know the person that you can talk to, and that kind of model. So I'm not having to go learn the book, but I know the book because I know the smartest and most adaptive people in our town. So really appreciate the staff and this whole process. So thank you, Joe.
So let's see, I really appreciate bringing the entire team, all the way from mayor all the way down to including all the management and even some of the staff and the neighbors. For those that hadn't been through a Jim Ponder program here, for a while there yesterday, you could have I felt a little, like a lot of confusion, but I had faith. I knew where we were going. And then all of a sudden, clarity. I mean, you can see it up here in these write-ups. There's pretty darn good clarity there, and it's all about setting common goals, right? And that's when I see common goals set is when I see teams gel, perform. And I've done a lot of program management and setting up teams in my career, and I always ask the question, how many people have had teams fail because the team tried to do something that wasn't legal, didn't comport with the laws of nature, and almost never do you see that. Now, how many have been on teams that failed because they didn't communicate and they didn't talk about where they were going and didn't have common goals? Yeah, I see heads nodding yes. And when I ask that question in program management class, everybody puts their hands up because people didn't talk. Well, that's what we're doing here today, and it's so crucial. So my takeaway is that we come away with setting common goals, alignment, if you want to call it, and what I've really seen, the ultimate takeaway is I see the team forming as we all understand we interact on that team, and my commitment is to continue to foster that team environment. If you'll excuse my language, I had an old boss who was great. He said, fuck with the team, you're gone. Maybe not quite that bad, but it just, so you know, my level of commitment is committed to. Did you get that right? And I'm having lunch with that boss this week, so I'll remind him that I'm using this stuff. So where to now?
Josh.
Takeaway, it's just the alignment part of that, right? It's to have the elected officials and all of our staff in here talking about the same thing, hearing the same thing, I think gets us on the same page. Now, we're all going to leave here with a different understanding of what we heard, like all communication does, right? So I think the commitment on my end is to make sure that we are owning what we've heard today, and that we're moving that direction, and that we do take ownership personally for me in making sure that what we've talked about is still understood and still moving forward. And I think communication is a great thing, but it's also a scapegoat many times when you don't finish something, because they'll say, oh, you didn't communicate well enough, and at the end of the day when you do the after action and you're seeing that the leadership team didn't give the right resources, the right direction, or the time and abilities to do that. So that is an ownership thing for me, to make sure that I am providing all that to my staff to be able to come here and take these goals and make them real.
I think for me, one of the takeaways, and it doesn't really matter how we broke up our groups or who was on what side of the room. It was community-based servant leadership in everyone's heart. And we're all here for the same reason. Deep inside of us, we all want the same thing. Whether we agreed or didn't agree, everyone was putting what they believe the community's best interest was. I can genuinely appreciate that. And moving forward, for me, it's to continue that alignment, communication, collaboration, and how over the course of this next year and fiscal year, from the Sheriff's Office, we direct our public safety resources.
I would appreciate the time and the opportunity, because I think, excuse me, and it's been fun coughing for 2 days, I promise. But the communication, and at the end of the day, it's not the big conversation, it's not the big goal setting. It's the little bits that you learn about each other. You know, for me, sharing park and recreation, discussing trails, but answering the little questions so that as we go forward, we know what they are. And we're less guessing. The less we guess on answers and open those communication channels and talk about the reality out there, the better. And that's what this is, 2 days of doing that, which leads to more conversations. The goals has led to a quarterly conversation with staff and city council. I think that's fantastic. And I just appreciate the opportunity. Thank you.
All right, I'm walking a little bit late. I apologize for that. I believe I got the prompt correct here. So from a takeaway standpoint, I think one of the biggest takeaways that I have is we had 30, 40, 50 people here. All of us are different. We all have different roles in the city, whether it's as a council member, whether it's staff, whether it's a resident. And even with all those different roles, thoughts, ideals, I think takeaways, we have a lot of very similar interests and needs here. We're all, I think, a lot closer to what we all want to see as a city than we are farther apart. I think that's a really, I don't want to say interesting thing, but maybe it is kind of interesting. I think it's really a good thing. So I think from a commitment standpoint, I am absolutely committed to ensuring that we continue moving forward in a good, strategic, strong path. So.
Well, there's a lot that happened here, and I'm the person who kind of take it in and think about it, kind of like marinate it a little bit. But the one thing following up what I said yesterday, just impressive. The work that is done by the city. I mean, we are making the city coming into the city for the first year here. It's absolutely impressive all the work that needs to be done and how it's just dialed in, and the follow through is impressive. And then this group sitting here, we're just a piece of the puzzle. Just a few pieces of the puzzle sitting here. And what I like to do as a commitment, what I'm going to do, and I'm absolutely committed to this, is passing this on to other staff, right? The HR staff, showing these plans, showing these goals, taking this out, and really getting to know the staff, all the staff at every level throughout the city who's doing this work. Because again, we're just one little piece here. And I think they would just absolutely love to see the great work that's here, and they are really part of it also. Executing, we've seen that word a lot today, but they also are a part of executing this, and I think this would be wonderful to somehow get this out to the staff so they can really resonate in the beautiful work that we are committing all of our staff to do. And so again, I just want to wrap it up. Truly impressive with the work that's been done here, and we can carry this out to all staff and just let them see how proud they should be and how proud we are in the community we serve. We're grateful to be here, and this work is just phenomenal.
I guess the most important part of this whole thing was. Can you hear me now? All right. The most important part of the whole thing is the common goal for what we are here for as public servants.
either staff, city manager, or council. We are all here to serve our community, and to me, that was very clear in today's discussions that I attended. Obviously, I did not attend yesterday due to jury duty, but it seems like everybody is in line with what they need to accomplish and where we're moving as a city, which has been great. My commitment, obviously, I'm a utilities department director, but most of the work that was mentioned today does not impact the day-to-day work that we do, but my commitment to the city council, the board, and to the staff, that we will support everything that is going to be done within the city from a perspective of all our CIP projects, which will most probably impact the mobility and impact the traffic and so on and so forth. The other part is to continue working closely with our council and our community and staff to ensure that we are moving the city forward to accomplish what is required from us as public servants.
All right, key takeaways. I really appreciate the collaboration, teamwork, and the results the past couple of days. Also, as far as commitment, I feel that we're going to continue as far as public works to be a resource. I want to be a resource to the council, a resource to my team, so that we continue to provide quality customer service internally and externally.
Key takeaway, last year I was really impressed with the alignment that we all achieved and just the outcomes that we've been able to meet and produce because of that alignment. What's different this year that I really appreciate is seeing that we're starting to work through those hard trust questions and challenges to ensure that we're all working together to continue the momentum that's only possible for our community. So I know this was a little more challenging it seemed than last year, but I think incredibly productive. And my key commitment is understanding, and I know David is with me, is aligned with this as well, that in IT and with technology, there's a lot of change. And change is not always comfortable. So our commitment is to ensure that the change that we're proposing with technology is in alignment with our objectives, so that we're not pushing things and causing change that's not needed. Thank you.
Key takeaway for me was revisiting all the accomplishments that we've made. It hasn't been a full year, seeing the list of things that we've done. Because you kind of look at it piecemeal, but when you revisit this plan and look at what we've laid out and what we've accomplished, it's pretty impressive. It's positive. I enjoy working with everybody, and we're headed in the right direction. And several people mentioned alignment, collaboration, and you can just see it in the way we all interact with each other. And it's year two, and it's gotten better. And my commitment is to continue that, to work with my executive team members, other staff, to mentor some of our other leaders, future leaders, and just keep with that vision, keep with that progress, and just continue on in the future.
Yeah, I think from a takeaway perspective, something that over the last 2 days that really stood out for me is the whole trust factor. Listening to the council suggests that, let's not dig into these standard operating procedures. We'll let staff kind of work those out, but these are our goals. And that was really important. And then something that Councilmember O'Hara said with regards to employee turnover not being an obstacle, but seeing it as a benefit, and seeing how he appreciates some of these changes. So that's a different way of looking at things, and I wasn't looking at it that way when I put my sticker on there, and I realized that's not where I would have put my sticker on if I would have thought about it that way. So I appreciate that. from a commitment perspective, I really feel like I have more commitment for this process, for the goals. I mean, I put a lot of commitment into it. I've got a person that is managing meetings, and staff getting together, and regularly discussing how we're going to meet these objectives. And it seems like the right thing to do it now. I know it's the right thing to do because we're moving the ball. So,
my takeaway, I don't get to work with the staff a lot. I underutilize it. So seeing us in these groups, I know we always talk about how knowledgeable and how that you guys are at the top of your field because you are in the city and you are in your roles. I think for me the big takeaway is to actually see the collaboration, to see people stepping up and talking and telling, really giving some great ideas. I mean, so many of these things that, five of us didn't come up with everything up here, nor did all the executive staff. It was you guys. I think for me that was amazing to see. I loved it. I loved seeing, I'm like, we do have some of the most intelligent people here in our staff. And I think it just highlighted it when I was writing up some of the stuff here. And I'm looking out at everybody, and it was the back and forth. It was the collaboration. It struck a chord with me, and it was impressive. And I think for me, I am committed to using that knowledge now. I think I didn't have too many council initiatives last year. I think you guys might look forward to some this year. Because not that it's not that I didn't trust, it was just that it was my first year. I didn't really know what I should be doing or what I could be doing, what was a possibility. Now I know. Now I know I have the support. Now I know I have council support. I know I have you guys to back me up. And it only makes me feel stronger. So that'll be my commitment.
I think a big takeaway for me was learning the why. Was the having the interactions and really hearing and feeling responses to certain questions and ideas and concepts. So learning the why was big for me. Just also learn more about us as a team, as a council staff team and community. So that was extremely helpful. And my commitment, and obviously committed to the community, I am committed to council, but I'd like to kind of bring it down a little bit closer to, for the department heads that I work closely with, so Sylvester, Esau, and Dave, I want to let you know that I'm absolutely committed to making sure that each of you are successful day in and day out. I will do whatever I can 24/7 to make sure that happens. So I think to strengthen the bond is the takeaway. So not just from the bottom up to me, but then further, I think for me to know that I will support Jace and Jennifer every single day that I'm on. And I run 24/7. So this is something that helps me understand the why, because once you understand the why, you can fight the fight. And not to say, but you can go in with that much more energy and positive just focus, which is helpful in order to accomplish the goals and objectives moving forward.
Jace here. I love the further clarity of where we're going in our effort. I also, over the year, have watched the new council come on board, some new directors, new staff. So it's an evolution where trust has been developed, which enables, with trust comes the ability, and it enables us to speak openly with each other. That takes trust. While recognizing we all have different styles and even different opinions on different issues, respect. So that's what I take away. It's just an evolution where every day trust is further developed, where we can have that open dialogue, have clarity with very focused direction for the this city. And then on the commitment side, I am absolutely committed to daily bringing the best foot forward, where we can provide the council, the city manager, management, and staff, as well as the citizenry, with whatever business that we are doing that is well researched, well presented, and well thought out, to be consistent with our goals, and that further fosters trust and success, really, for not only the citizenry, but for us as leaders, the council, for the city as a whole. I appreciate it.
Thanks, Jason. I just want to circle back to Mike. I've heard you say the why a whole bunch of times in this process, and I'm really glad you mentioned it. Every time you mention it, I think it touches on this key of like alignment that we talked about. I know it obviously matters to you, and I'm really grateful you shared that with all of us. I think it's a huge point to all of this. So for me, my one word is going to be appreciation for my takeaway. And for those of you that have been out in the public or we've met with residents, you've heard me say that government turns like an ocean freighter and not like a speedboat, right? Everybody's heard that. When we were here last year, I felt like we were a freighter and it was going to take a lot to turn that rudder and a lot to get things going. You know, freighters they do slower, longer turn, and they require a ton of energy to turn, far more than a speedboat. You turn a speedboat, you hit the wheel, boom, you go. And this year I feel like we've turned that freighter 90 degrees, almost 180 degrees, to the direction of our residents, to the direction that staff is looking to go, that the council is looking to go, and that benefits everybody. And I know it was a lot. I know it was a lot of ask from the council, a lot of ask from the city manager, a lot of ask from maybe your families. And so I'm appreciative that we sit here now and feel like we turned that freighter. We still have ways to go. We're still going. But we turned that freighter. We're getting some momentum. We're going in the right direction. With that, my commitment is to diligence. You know, we've got this freighter. It's turning. I'd say it's becoming more of a destroyer, which I think is a pretty fast military boat. We're never going to get to a speedboat because speedboats go past their objects. We're going to be calculated, dedicated to what we're doing, and have our mission. So we're going to be more of a destroyer than a freighter, which is an amazing thing. But I feel like we're at the point where we're ready to fuel that destroyer and head out to wherever we need to go, whatever storm comes our way. Whatever challenges are out there, whatever island or port we have to pull into along the way, we're set to that. And I know that getting here, I've pushed a lot of you uncomfortably. I've pushed 100%. I'm going to be diligent. I'm going to keep asking 100% of all of you. Everybody here, my fellow council members, our city attorney, our city manager, all of our staff. But I've said this before, and Jennifer, you can tell them this is the truth. I will push you 100%, but I will support you 110%. And that is my commitment to that diligence to go forward. And I walk away feeling like that's the right direction. So this has been a great 2 days for that.
All right, thank you everyone. That was fantastic. So, we're at that point where if there's any specific closing remarks, and I'm just going to mention, and I mentioned this to a couple of you, I happened to be talking to somebody from another municipality to remain nameless, and they said, hey, I heard you're doing some work with Encinitas. I said, yeah. Oh, are you working with the council or are you working with the staff? And I said, both. And they said, no way. This is the truth. And I said, yeah, I can't think of doing it any other way. That's what we do, you know. And they're like, how'd that go? We went great. Was it easy? No. You know, the point was they hadn't thought about it. It was the division of church and state, the division of you know, council and staff, and I just don't think that works. And so when we talked about coming and working with all of you last year, we had that deep, long conversation of, this is the way it needs to be. And I see the appreciation. I see the appreciation from everybody. And not all municipalities do it that way. And I think it's a mistake. I just think it's a mistake. So kudos to all of you. My closing remark is simply this. We worked with a client, and I may have shared this last year, so forgive the story, but at any time in a meeting, anyone can call for a standing ovation, and everyone has to do it. So I'm calling for a standing ovation for all of you and all of the hard work you put in over the last 2 days.
Thank you.
Mr. Mayor, do you have any closing comments at all?
Just an hour or two.
Oh, I go longer. Yeah, one of the things I want to make sure that, really, I talked about team, I won't go back over that, but one thing I like to note is that the council may come and go. There's a natural ebb and flow that happens, but the real magic will happen doing this the 3rd, the 4th, the 5th year, when most of you are here. We have employees that have been here decades, multiple decades. And so one of the goals I have is to have you think more and more like residents. I love the fact that we have new hires that are grew up here. And because the more you think like a resident, the easier my job is. And as I've always told my staff at work, my goal is to be drinking margaritas at the beach while you're here working. So I think same theory. So, and with that, the other commitment I'll make now, and I always have done this, I always look when I make a decision or a policy change, I think about 50 years down the road, what will that effect be? I'm always thinking down the road, and we should all have that long-term perspective while we do our tactical decision-making here in our planning. And so ultimately, I want to get us on the general plan, because that was formulated by a whole group of citizen input and resident input, and if it's off, then we should adjust it and update it. We shouldn't throw it out and rewrite it, we should update it. And so again, that gets into that 50-year plan. So, and then finally, thank you. Thank you for putting up with us for a day and a half to spend quite a bit of staff time here, quite a bit of council time here. I appreciate the effort. Again, I'll say I saw way too many smiling faces. I'll tell you, in private industry, I don't see this many smiling faces in this kind of strategy. And I didn't see a whole lot of people buried in their cell phones. If you were here, you were present, so thank you. That's it. And thank you, Jim. You're welcome.
So I will echo the thank you. It's not easy for us to take a day and a half. I know that you are awesome employees and you want to get work done, but thank you for being able to focus and be here. And thank you, exec team, for inviting some of your other staff members to come, because I think it's really important. We talked about alignment and communication, and it starts from the top down, but we need to make sure the whole organization is on board, because that's how that works. Thank you to council. As you guys have said, you don't get paid very much, hardly at all. And you're here and you're giving of yourselves, not only to us, but all of our 61,000 residents. That's a lot. That says a lot about the character of our council and who you folks are, that you want to do better for your community, and that means a lot. Thank you, Jim, for another great session. We really appreciate it. It's great to have a consistent facilitator, gets to know us, our city, and our needs, so that's wonderful to have that as well. I'm grateful. I told council when we first started briefings this year, I'm all about positivity this year. We're going to have a lot of stuff thrown at us, and not everyone's always happy with every decision we make, and as much as we want to come from a place of yes, sometimes there's a place of no, unfortunately. But let's just stay positive. Let's be there for one another. I've said to employees when, we just had an awards luncheon and things like that, I want employees, I want our residents and our council to be happy, to be healthy. Make sure you take time for yourselves and things like that, because the better we are as people, the better we are going to be for this city. So I think that's super important. So just thank you to everybody. I am so looking forward to a great year. You guys are awesome, and this is awesome. I love my job. I love being here. I want to be here for all of you. Now, I will only be here as long as council wants me to be here. Which I'm going to try and work my best to do that. But just appreciate all of you. And honestly, too, let's have some fun. While we're at this, there is nothing wrong with maybe having a little bit of fun along the way. I think that that's important. So thank you.
All right, and our target today was to end at 1 o'clock, so my apologies if we're a little early, but I think you had the last word yesterday.